sorry, no refunds once the show starts. You just missed it. You know, if you were 3 seconds earlier, we could have worked something out. But I'm here now. So it's locked in. I did this. I gotta fix where my mic goes because it's driving me nuts. Just a little aside. You guys can't even see what's happening, but just know it's chaos back here. It's raining like a motherfucker. It's really cold, so I had to get my Hello Kitty blankie. Thank you, ma'am. It's a dress. Except she's like, it's shorts. That means I got pockets. Off. Okay, now I gotta get all cozy again. Kyle just brought me Chipotle about 6 minutes ago. So I've been like, ooh, little chips and cheese right quick. I think I have a confession. I think I'm addicted to 90s movies. I keep being like, all right, I'm going to pull up the 2000s. I'll just click on this before the stream starts. And then I'm like, The Misadventures of Margaret, a movie with Parker Posey on the cover. The Opposite of Sex with a brown-eyed Courtney Cox? Who is this? It's just regular Courtney Cox. It's blue-eyed Courtney Cox. I knew it. Yeah. I definitely have some rainy day Chipotle coming my way, so. That's solid. Nice. Sorry, that was really loud. It's aggressive. Loud burrito. Every time I scroll, I see more Santa versus the Snowmen 3D. You know I gotta open that up. I started clicking through and marking some watch laters, and then I was like, nah, I need another hit of 90s movie. I need that weird shit. And Trick or Treason, we're not even finished with the Alvin and the Chipmunks, and I just saw my, I think, third Mary-Kate and Ashley movie pop up here. So now I'm like, shit. I'm going to be balls deep in the 90s. That's why I was like, I'm going to switch to the 2000s on stream. But, like, what do you mean Pikachu has a winter vacation? I found out that Pikachu has 2 winter vacation movies I haven't seen. I've only seen the summer vacation they went on with all of their Next Generation friends. What the fuck do you mean Pikachu had 2 other... And here's Night of the Living Dummy 3, which, funnily enough, when I tell the story of my cousin putting on Night of the Living Dummy to scare me because he was an asshole, it wasn't Night of the Living Dummy 1. It was Night of the Living Dummy 3. I'm not even kidding. It was this exact one. I never thought that the 3 was an important part to add to it. But I want to be very clear. Hayden Christensen was in this movie. That's incredible. So anyways, Night of the Living Dummy 3 is the scariest movie in the whole world to me. But we're going to keep going. This is my little thing. You know, I'm thinking maybe tomorrow because I got some good ones. There's a Josephine Baker biopic with Lou Gossett Jr. in it. We got an anime Alice in Wonderland. We got a movie called There's No Fish Food in Heaven with Fairuza Balk as a blonde. And Patrick Dempsey. That's little Patrick Dempsey. And Debbie Mazar. That's Debbie Mazar. I want to talk about some blue fucking eyes. Debbie Mazar was in a movie about space truckers once called Space Truckers. Real good. Yeah, see, for me, Zyger, I'm going to be really, really honest with you guys in this moment. I was a huge Pokemon fan. And when I saw the first Pokemon movie in theaters, I cried. And my aunt was like, are you fucking crying at the Pokemon movie? And I was so embarrassed that I never asked to see another Pokemon movie in theaters. And I have never seen another Pokemon movie. I have seen Mewtwo Returns like 6 times. Because I then got it on VHS too. I have seen this. And Taya Leone's in this. Maybe that's where they met. Oh, no, that's Taya Leone in X-Files. No, sex addiction's real. I'm not just a philanderer. Fairuza Balk and Debbie Mazar in the same movie is way too powerful goth energy. That's why they had to make them both blonde. Wait, is he like a ghost? I want to wish for her life to change, and it does, in a big way. Only it gets worse. Her somewhat crazy boyfriend mails himself to her, and when she opens the box with scissors, she accidentally kills him. God damn it. See, this is what we're talking about. We don't make movies like this anymore. There's a good film buried somewhere in this, but Christ in the form it ended up in. A golden cast absolutely wasted. A tragedy. Perfect. I love it. adult behavior. It's all in the mind. I had to click on this. Had to get a little taste. Car 54, where are you? With Rosie O'Donnell front and center. Of course I had to click on this. Tomorrow I'm gonna go through all this stuff. Twin Cheeks, who killed the Homecoming King? This is a fucking Twin Peaks parody. It's only 51 minutes. What is this? Utterly unclassifiable. Equal parts queer softcore porn, lo-fi thriller, offbeat homage, avant-garde video art. Looks, sounds, and feels insane. A major new discovery for me. Like, this is perfect. I love the 90s. We lost the recipes. I don't know, man. Okay, so I'm gonna put the 90s away briefly. We're gonna come here. We're gonna go to films. I have not loaded up the 2000s. Also, I finally read the wiki for the drama because I was really curious about the premise based on the trailer. And the trailer looked really cool. And then I read the plot, and I had that, like, rage and disappointment when the movie you were expecting based on the trailer is not the movie that you got. And then I did a little bit more research into the movie, and it turns out the movie is low-key is incredibly interesting and layered and complex and fascinating, and not a goddamn thing like I was promised in the fucking trailer. The trailer for this movie is a trailer for a good movie. It is not a trailer for this movie, which is weird because that usually only happens when the movie's bad. So I was like, shit, this must be a bad movie. But no, I don't think it is. I think that whoever cut the trailer for this movie did a huge disservice to the film. It really set me up to not like it, and then I had to fight myself and be like, wait a minute. The movie The Drama with Robert Pattinson and Zendaya. All right. Right here. Does seem interesting, though. Okay. The most popular movie of the 2000s is Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, a movie I would rather kill myself than watch. So we're off to a great start. However, my favorite movie of all time is Coraline, and that's right here. So that's pretty powerful. Yeah, mixed responses make sense, Omega, because genuinely I read it and I was like, oh, I was really hoping it would be like... I thought it would be more like a thriller type thing where, like, one of them is secretly, like, a sociopath or a murderer, got bodies in the basement or something, and the whole movie was going to be like, wait, which one of them is suspicious and which one of them is suspicious? I thought that was the movie the trailers were showing. And I don't usually watch trailers for movies, so I think this trailer aired in a movie theater before a film, because that's how I watched it. That's how I usually watch trailers. I love watching the trailers in movie theaters, but for some reason... the way most people feel about films, like, oh, it hits different, the spirit of the cinema, sadness feels good in a place like this, Nicole Kidman type shit about movies. That's how I feel about some movies, like Coraline, 3D movies especially, like movies like that, Interstellar, you know, movies where they have the actual medium of the scale of the technology is big. See, Omega, I'm so glad that I don't have to worry about this. Because, yeah, all of the marketing was the twist. And then the movie itself is not a twist movie. But, like, so I'm going to try really hard to... I don't care about spoilers, but I'm going to try really hard not to spoil this movie. But, Omega, tell me... I think you and I can have this conversation in coded language. So, yeah, I was expecting, like, a twist and a mystery and intrigue and, like, a thriller. And, like, uh-oh, one member of this couple is bad. And the other one is, like, gotta figure it out. Like, which one? I thought that was what it was going to be. It's the premise of the movie. Exactly. And then it turns out that the movie... And so because this is very much in the beginning, I think this will be okay to say. It turns out the movie starts with the couple talking to another couple, and they're all like, you know, it doesn't matter. But everybody's like, what's the worst thing you've ever done? And they all just say the worst thing they've ever done. And then everyone gets mad at one person's thing, even though everyone's thing... Like, that's what's interesting about it. It's like everyone understands and is really like, oh, yeah, you know, here's the justifications for why you're not a bad person, even though you did this bad thing. And then one person says their bad thing, and everyone's like, oh, so you're ontologically evil, and now we're all going to shun you. Like, that's the premise of the film. And it's a really intriguing premise because it deals with the concept of, like, who gets... leeway, who gets forgiveness, who gets oh, you were young, oh, you were emotional, oh, you were having bad things happen in your life, oh, it's understandable, oh, that's not like you, it was a moment of weakness, oh, like, who gets those benefits of the doubt? What does it mean to be irredeemable? What does rehabilitation look like? What does it mean to have done or want to do a bad thing and then grow as a person? Should you, like, it's a lot of really fascinating, interesting, meaty questions that the entire premise of the trailer sets you up to be pissed off about. Because the surprise of the trailer makes you like, oh, what's this? And then, like, the first, I'm assuming maybe 20 minutes of the movie, you're like, oh, this is what the movie's about. That's not what the trailer said at all. Exactly, Omega. At first, I read the wiki summary, and I was like, this isn't the trailer. This is fucking stupid. What a pointless movie. And then, I'm not gonna lie, I found a really, really good Reddit thread. Forgot what the movie was called again. That a lot of people were just talking about different things and different layers, and I was watching pieces of it, and I was like, shit, this is good. And it's just the official discussion thread for the drama in, like, r/movies. So I'll throw it in chat. Obviously, there will be spoilers, but Omega, I think you specifically, because I have listed by, what, top? Whatever. Default. And it's only like the second comment that gets really interesting conversation and discussions and things like this. People talking about the editing, people like just a lot of really intelligent camera work and cinematography, and it's very subtle, and it's very, the trailer wasn't subtle the way I thought it would be subtle. The trailer was like, oh, it's going to be Agatha Christie's and then there were none. You know there's a murderer, but which one type thing. Where the drama is really genuinely about, like, drama, like friend drama, like the drama is much more of a fitting title than the trailer led you to believe. The trailer really made it seem like a horror movie, like a thriller, like a scary movie, but not scary, but like intense, like your anxiety's peaked and you're like, oh no, I don't know who to trust or who to believe. Like, I thought that was the experience you were gonna get. Zaire, this movie came out today, so if they tried to remake the drama in modern times, it would be really funny. Sorry, so I guess we're here. Popular films this week. These 4 films all came. Send Help, I think, is the oldest on this list, because it came out like maybe a whole 2 weeks ago or so. Actually, I can just click. I have the power. Never mind. It just says 2026. It doesn't have a day. Oh look, great movie theater movie. A real crowd pleaser. There was actual applause after that one scene. You'll know the one. Lord Raimi reminding everyone how it's done. Dude, you survived 3 Maze Runners. Get it together. That's an amazing review as well. Sun Help rules. See, Omega's review with the great movie theater movie made me feel like, okay, it's like kind of like above mid, like decent. But then just here he was like, it rules. And I'm like, oh, wow. That's a strong review than I was expecting. I always forget to look at the actual star review. So I just go by the words. 4 stars. Okay, yeah. See, a little. That was like a 3.5 star review, which isn't that big, but when you're dealing with a 5-point scale, you know it matters. Technically, it's a 10-point scale when you do halves, but whatever. Don't judge me. Anyways, we're getting into it. We're getting into the 2000s. I mean, it's a good movie, but it was also particularly fun watching with an audience. That's very fair. That's very fair. My sub by Square Enix says we can still remake it. Jesus. Is this Kill Bill Volume 1 or the 2-pack? Volume 1 only. Where? Fantastic Mr. Fox. This is how you can tell. So this is popularity, and it's popularity by people who are on Letterboxd who have marked it as watched. Because if you go to any genre, the most popular films are not the most popular films of that decade. They are the most popular with film bros. Yeah, because guess what? I'm a film bro, and my favorite Wes Anderson film? Fantastic. I literally have said this. I was like, I think Wes Anderson peaked with Fantastic Mr. Fox, and then he's never been quite as creative or brave ever since. He's just kind of made the same movie. And I like the movies, so it's not even that I'm mad he's making the same movie over and over again, but it's just like, all right, we're going to get essentially, what if the Coen brothers made a really beautifully illustrated children's book? That's what Wes Anderson movies feel like. I don't know. billboard. Anyway, so we're marking it. I've seen The Dark Knight. I don't particularly care for it. American Psycho's fine. I haven't seen Spirited Away. That's one of, there's like, wait. I have. No. I haven't again. I keep getting it because my problem is, and this is me. I'm a piece of shit. I get Spirited Away and Howl's Moving Castle confused all the time because the bitch from Howl's Moving Castle looks so much like this girl when she's not an old lady. Like, I'm so glad that she gets the old lady hair because when her hair is brown, they're just like this. This face girl looks just like this to me. But I've seen this girl scrambling around making food and eating stuff and going, ah. So I think I have also seen Spirited Away. I just don't remember the dragon. I feel like Haku would have stuck out to me, but I remember her parents getting turned into pigs. I'm wondering if I've only seen the first half of Spirited Away. So I remember her family getting turned into pigs. And if you had asked me, I would have been like, Howl's Moving Castle? That's the movie that starts with that girl's family turning into pigs, right? Like, I don't know how to say it, but Howl's Moving Castle and Spirited Away have blended into one film for me. And I know I've seen, at least now I'm remembering more and more Spirited Away, where I'm like, I have seen Spirited Away. But I think I've only seen, like, the beginning of it. Because I remember this little freak. And I remember the pig humans. And I remember low-key the main character having a very, like, I'm a child, but just always like, to everything. Like, she barely fucking speaks. It's always just like, like she's fucking Link. That's what I remember from this movie. Chihiro, maybe because her parents are pigs, there's no one for her to talk to, but I remember very little talking and mostly exclaiming and grunting. That's what I remember. I don't know, when I think of Inuyasha, I think of Kagome, Inuyasha, Kagome, Inuyasha. Like, there's a lot of talking in anime, but for Spirited Away, I can vaguely, like, it's like Link. You know, you kind of know what his voice sounds like because you've heard him grunt, but you don't really. I remember all of Howl's Moving Castle, but I don't remember Spirited Away a lot. I am going to mark that I've watched it, but it's going to need a rewatch before it can be reviewed. Glorious Bastards is one of the most interesting things that Quentin Tarantino has ever done. And to be honest, when I first watched this movie, this is 100% true. When I first watched this movie and it ended, because so much of Tarantino's shit is like 14 stories in one and cutting between things anyways, when it ended and it was for real the end, I was like, I wasn't done yet. I wanted more. I wanted to live in this world longer. I wanted to see these characters more. I wanted to live in this. I wasn't ready to say goodbye yet. And to me, that is the hallmark of a well-done film. Book as well. Like, when you end a book and your first feeling is that sense of loss because it's over and, like, you're done. Like, that's it. That's the end of the world. The world, like, has ceased to be. It's a pocket dimension that ends as soon as you've consumed the end of the tale. It does not keep going after unless there's sequels. Like, I don't know how to, but yeah, there's that sense of like, wow, I don't get to live in that world anymore. That makes ending book series, especially for me, quite hard. But yeah, I really enjoyed it. Like, not even in a necessarily every moment in it was perfect, but just in a like, yeah, I like these characters. I want to see them get into more shenanigans and fuck shit up and like. I don't know, there's my not so hot take. I also deeply, like, when I think of Kill Bill as a series, Volume 1, Volume 2 combined, the thing I think of is the Lucy Liu boss fight. That's it. Kill Bill Volume 1 plus 2 is that incredibly gorgeous entire fight sequence in Japan, where they've got, what, Go-Go or whatever the fuck with her mace in a schoolgirl uniform, and then, like, when Lucy Liu gets her head just... Amazing. Incredible. Very powerful. I worked at the movie theater when 500 Days of Summer came out. This movie ruined my life. It introduced the entire populace of indie boys that I was desperately hoping to attract to the concept of a manic pixie dream girl. And it ruined my life. I hate this movie. Fucking hate this movie. Genuinely, it's the story of every shitty guy I dated before Kyle, basically. Like, it is just the type of guy everyone's friends with, and like, I don't know why he's single. He's such a nice guy. And then you talk to one of his ex-girlfriends and you're like, oh, he's nice when he's not your boyfriend. When he's your boyfriend, he's just a shitty boyfriend because he doesn't know how to listen. 500 Days of Summer is a man going, no, I won't respect your autonomy as a human being. You're too fun as an object of my desire. Like, I didn't, like, Omega, I'm gonna be real with you. One of the main reasons, besides Andrew Garfield looking way too cool for that movie, was I don't want to watch anything Mark Webb does. Fuck you. That's how bad this movie pissed me off. Look, he made the shitty Zionist Snow White and Jesse McCartney up close. And then the world's oldest Johnny Depp. When even was this? Johnny Depp still isn't this old. Well, now Johnny Depp is this old, but he looks like shit. Details, none. 30 West. When did this movie come out? Like, I'm sorry, Letterboxd. What the fuck do you mean I can't look and see when a movie came out? You're a movie website. This should have the year the fucking movie came out. I don't know why, but that's really pissing me off. That's deeply bothering me. Is this movie out yet? I have no idea. They won't tell me. What a garbage system. They do a lot of things right. How do you not fucking include the year the movie is done? You know, like, I don't know. Ooh, pisses me off. Gifted I haven't heard of, actually. Yeah, I have not heard of Gifted. I haven't heard of The Only Living Boy in New York, but this cover also lets me know it's about a guy I would hate. Guy finds out his father's having an affair, tries to stop it, starts sleeping with the same affair partner as his father. No, I'm not doing this. I hate this man. I hate you, Mark Webb. I've already seen the Double Prada. Okay. All right, look. Look. Am I a chef by profession? Technically. Have I seen almost all the Disney movies? Well, yes. Did I stop watching Disney movies when I was like 16? And so everything that came out between like 2007 and I'm going to say everything between like 2005 and 2008. And then I started working in the movie theater and I saw all the Disney movies that came out between 2009 and 2010. And then I immediately stopped watching Disney movies again. In fact, the bitch who found out her boyfriend had a crush on me fired me the week at like 2 days before Toy Story 3 came out. So I never saw Toy Story 3, and I won't on principle. It's the movie that I was supposed to work before I got fired very unceremoniously because the manager found out her boyfriend had a crush on me. True story. And haven't really seen any Disney movies since. So there's I stopped, and then there's a brief window where I saw them, which is why I saw Up, for example. I saw Up in theaters. I took my siblings. Haven't seen Ratatouille. Everybody, like Kyle and Zyger tell me consistently, baby girl, you gotta watch fucking Ratatouille. What are you doing? And I just haven't yet because I suck. Obviously, Famous Mr. Fox talked about the first Lord of the Rings really stuck with me. Like, I watched the first Lord of the Rings in my mom's bedroom on my PS2, the DVD. And it ends very abruptly, and I'm like, it didn't end. Where's the rest of the movie? And my mom's like, oh, you gotta wait for the sequel in like 2 years or whatever. And that was hell. That was such hell. That was such a long time for a kid that by the time Two Towers came out, we had moved to a duplex. And my mom, I'll never forget this, and I still don't to this day, my mom never pulled shit like this. I don't know what the fuck possessed her. In the exact same way that she never cared what movies I watched until I watched Where the Heart Is. And then she was like, that's a PG-13 movie. And then never brought up movie ratings again. This was the one time my mom was like, oh, you loved the Fellowship of the Ring so much. We got the Two Towers. So I bought it on DVD. We rented it on DVD. Let's watch it. And we start watching the movie. And it's a weeknight at like 8 p.m. And I had a 9 p.m. bedtime until I was like a senior in high school. Because my mom knew I wasn't going to bed anyway, so fuck it. She just never changed it. I watched the Two Towers with my mom, and this was a long time ago, so don't quote me. I think it's the Battle of Isengard? There's a giant, huge battle that's like the whole movie is building up towards this battle. Helm's Deep. Thank you. The battle is moments from starting. And the clock turns 9. My mom pauses the movie and says, all right, Kaylee, it's your bedtime. Time to go to bed. And I was like, what? We're in the middle of a movie that you asked me if I wanted to watch. What the fuck do you mean we're going to be acknowledging bedtime? We both know I'm going to be laying down there until midnight pretending to be asleep until you're asleep so I can turn the TV back on and stay up till 3 a.m. What the fuck and I didn't swear in front of my mom until I was in my 20s. So, like, this is not... what really happened was my mom saying, it's time for bed. And I was like, but that's not fair. The movie's still going. And she was like, well, you know bedtime. I don't know what to tell you. And I was just like, this is stupid. And I was really mad, and I like threw a fit and went down to my bedroom, and I could hear the movie above me and the battle playing out above me. And I was so angry. I said, fuck it. And I did not watch it again. And I didn't watch the third movie until my senior year of high school. My friend who worked at the movie theater with me had heard this story from like 4 or 5 years prior. Was like, oh, wow, you've only seen 1.5 Lord of the Rings? That's so stupid. We could do a marathon at my house. And so we go to the KFC next to his house, get a bunch of KFC, fried chicken, mashed potatoes, the works, go to his house, put in the first movie. We watch the extended edition, too. We're watching all the extended editions. Right, Omega? Like, seriously, what the fuck? Was this the first time you told your mom, fuck you? I've still never said fuck you to my mom. I have never cussed at my mother. Like, I'm a lot of things. I got a lot of anger issues. I got a lot of autistic meltdowns. I got a filthy mouth. One, I've never been allowed to swear in front of my mom. I remember being like 22 and saying, this is such bullcrap. And her being like, Kaylee. And me being like, mother, I am 20-something years old. I am living 2 hours away from you, as I have for years. I am a full-grown adult who can drink. You're going to have to accept I'm going to swear around you. And now, that was the thing. I said it very much like, I'm an adult and you're going to respect me as an adult. I'm going to swear, because my whole family is a bunch of potty mouths. It's not like she's some fucking saint. The reason I swear so much is because my whole family cusses like sailors. Like, she taught me. And then she said, well, you can't do it. Only I can do it. So, but I have never been like, I've never like called my mom a bitch. Have I been like, to my friends, like, mom's being such a fucking bitch? Of course. But have I ever told my mom, you're being a real bitch right now? No. The idea of like calling my mother a swear word, my mom gets mad when I call her dude. If I'm like, dude, this is so crazy, she'll be like, I'm not a dude, I'm your mother. Like, she hates the word dude. So yeah, I'm not one of those people like, when I see friends cuss out their moms, and I'm not even like, my mom like physically abused me so bad I was afraid of her. For me, it was just, I don't know, like, I guess I just respected her too much. That sounds so stupid, but it was like not even a thought. It's like, well, you can't do that. Not because, like, she'll, like, give me a black eye and punch the shit out of me or whatever. But literally, I was just like, no, she'll be, like, really mad. Like, I'm not going to make my mom mad. She's my mom. Like, that was the only reasoning I did it. I was like, no, that would, like, really upset her. Like, really, really, that would upset her. I've just never been mad at my mom enough to cross that line, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. So I went over to my friend's house and we're like, we're going to watch all the extended editions. We got a shit ton of KFC. It's going to be awesome. We watched the first extended edition and we watched all of the thank yous. Because the first movie has like the Tolkien Estate thanks. And it has like celebrities who are huge Tolkien fans. It has all sorts of like little fun celebrity names, like random people and stuff. So like we're having fun just pointing out names we recognize. It took like 4 hours to watch the first movie. I want to say maybe an hour into the second movie, the sheer amount of KFC I had eaten really started. You know, like there's meat sweats, and then there's the you ate too much fried food sweats. Oh no, Balake, you picked a great time. We're doing great, actually. I'm recounting the tragedy of my Lord of the Rings watching experience. So, like, the first movie I've seen so many times already, so it was like, whatever. We finally get to the second movie, which I'd only seen 1/2 time. And very specifically for me, they're the KFC sweats. Like, I'm old enough now that I can barely eat KFC more than maybe once a year. Like, and it's funny because when I was little, my mom, I'd be like, oh, can we get KFC? And mom would be like, I don't know, it really hurts mommy's tummy. And now I'm older and I'm like, oh God, it really hurt mommy's tummy. Yeah, we're having a great time. And then I just started feeling so nauseous and ill and sleepy. And I'm eating like mashed potatoes and gravy and like crispy, extra crunchy chicken. So like the sodium spike. I've got a sodium headache. We're drinking like soda. There's no water happening. It's all like Pepsi and KFC. And I got so ill and nauseous. And I don't even remember. Halfway through the second movie, we watched, I think, the third one, but it was in a fugue state. Like, both of us it was like running a marathon. We were exhausted. We were miserable. We were just like, Jesus Christ. Like, I felt like I survived something doing that. Just like 15 hours of just sitting on your couch watching Lord of the Rings and eating KFC. I just couldn't do it. And that is the only other time in my life I have attempted to watch the second and third Lord of the Rings movies. So for the rest of my life, the first Lord of the Rings movie was so good. It was perfect. And I'm vaguely aware of the second and third movies. You're like 16. That's when everyone's just freebasing Monster and shit. Like, and I'm like, no, I'm a senior in high school, so I'm 17 or 18, probably 17, and it's either 2009 or 2010. So this is right when Monster energy drinks and shit were first becoming mainstream. So this was when, like, you're lucky I never liked energy drinks, because when you pop them open, they smell like cancer and Smarties. It feels like you're drinking chemicals that'll kill you. I can't do it. I can't do energy drinks. I don't know how anybody takes a sip of an energy drink and goes, yeah, that's not like liquid poison. Can't do it. Right? Exactly. So, because my friend, we were actually in his parents' basement, because again, you're all high schoolers, except wasn't a high schooler. This is my friend that some of you have met, including Zyger, because this was Michael Peterson, that creep. I don't know if Zyger knows that part of the story. This was that guy like 6 years older than all of the high schoolers working at the movie theater, and he was just like this quiet nerd. And we were friends for like 15 years until because he never had friends. He was like, I developed friends. And so he knew about the Kind of Funny stuff, and he wanted in. And he was like, oh, you're doing like this Kind of Funny prom thing? I want to come. And I was like, yeah, sure, whatever. And I let him go. And he won. I had always been worried that he was one of those like high functioning alcoholics, and I like that the trip confirmed it. I took him down stuff with us, and he got so drunk every day that he got kicked out of a barcade, he got kicked out of another bar, and the worst part is he spent the entire fucking trip, and this one made me cut him off because he had never done this before, or nobody had ever told me. He spent the entire trip trying to hit on my lesbian friend, who has now since transitioned to a trans man, levels of lesbian. And I was like, you literally were sexually harassing a known lesbian. Like, what the fuck? Like, that layer of, like, not even the, like, oh, maybe this girl will be interested. She's literally gay, dude, and you know it. And that was the function. I'm like, you want to, like, clearly have a crush on me for 15 years that you like awkwardly make half moves on and get shot down, that's fine, but don't hit on my gay friends. Like, that was my line. And I was like, you humiliated me. You're fucking so goddamn drunk. You really need to work on your drinking. And yeah, it was like, do not talk. Do not talk to me again. And I don't talk to him since. But I met him in 2008, and it wasn't until that was like 2018, 2017 at the earliest, that I was like, you need to like stop being a fucking loser. Anyways, don't think you could eat nothing but KFC in a day. It will kill you. Especially now that I'm over 30, thinking that thought will kill me. I can barely handle KFC mashed potatoes anymore. And again, this guy didn't even go to our school. Because that was kind of the cool part. Because, like, in my high school, I'm like, now that I'm adult, it's kind of interesting. I actually genuinely have no idea how I was perceived. I don't know if that's normal or not. But, like, my experience from my perspective in high school was I barely know any of these people. None of them know or like me. And none of them want to be my friends. And that was it. I was like, there's no point in talking to any of these people because none of them like me or want to be my friends. So yeah, exactly, Zyger. Think about that. I forgot. I don't think I've ever connected those two stories for you. So for me, high school always felt very, like, I don't know how to describe it. Like, my best friend went to a different high school. We were best friends for all of middle school, and then freshman year came, and suddenly my only friend group was gone. And the worst part is my school had no anime club, no nerd shit. And her high school, she went to Hoffman, for those who know who know, had an anime club. So she made a whole new group of friends that all were super weebs like us. And for me, I made out with this guy who genuinely, he had like some of the most beautiful eyes I've ever seen. One of those like, his name was Jordan Matthews. He had like honey eyes. He was wearing contacts, I'm pretty sure. I don't think they were his real eyes. But he had like honey colored contacts and all the time. And he had like super, super dark skin. So the contrast was really sharp. And I was like, God, that man has like beautiful facial features. And I remember one time, I don't even know how I swung this. He came over to my house. We made out a little bit. And I was so terrified. This is 100% true. I was so terrified of him seeing my bedroom because my bedroom was completely decked out in wall scrolls and posters and just all sorts of anime shit. And I was so scared that he would see all the anime shit and be like, oh, this bitch is a fucking loser. And so I didn't let him in my room, and I kind of like kicked him out of my house real quick before he got any ideas that he would find out about my weebness. When I tell you we are still Facebook friends and all that motherfucker does is post about Dragon Ball Z, Naruto, and One Piece, turns out he was a huge weeb the whole time. But I didn't know anybody in my school even knew what anime was, so I never talked about it. I never like let anybody, I would like read manga sometimes, but that was it. And so I had no idea that this guy was a huge weeb. And I specifically was like, oh, he can never find out I like this stuff. And so that was my like at high school experience where I was like, no one's really interested in me, and I'm wasting my time trying to be friends with these people because they're just not my speed. And so when I worked at the movie theater, basically no one I went to high school with worked there. It was all like Lake Park kids and shit like that. Suck to suck, nerd, right? That's what happens. That's why I always tell people, fortune favors the bold. Accept who you are, and you might find somebody who likes it. Like, anyways, the movie theater, it was so different because it wasn't the people who knew me in high school. I could be like, I was a totally different person. I could be whoever I wanted. Also, I tend to work better with older people in general, ever since, like, even now, as old as I get. Right now, 28-year-olds terrify me. Maybe next time, Usagi. Maybe next time. I actually commented on his Facebook at one point. I was like, are you telling me you've been a fucking nerd this whole time? But yeah, so at there, I was a little bit more confident. And I was a little more willing to make friends because it felt like it was much closer. Yeah, there were some people, like, you're right. It's not like I was never, ever. Like, nobody ever can know. But for some reason, again, this sounds so dumb. I guess because there wasn't an anime club or anybody like trying to make one, in my brain I was like, this high school is not like, the people don't watch anime. Like, it was rare. Like, if anybody knew Inuyasha, I would just went, oh, they must watch Adult Swim, not like they're recording bootlegs on old VHS tapes so that they could watch them at their leisure and shit. Like, I don't know, I was dumb. Like, I don't know how else to say it other than I was stupid as fuck. Undiagnosed autistic had me like a motherfucker. Like, I could not. I felt like there was like a wall between me and my peers, and I couldn't cross it. And it turns out that wall is autism. But at the time, before I was like more confident in who I am as a person, when you think, at the time too, it's really important to know that I was in therapy like 4 days a week, and every trained professional was going, yes, you're bipolar. Your emotions are not real. They're just chemical imbalances in your head that make you just freak out for no reason. So whenever you're angry, it's not justified. Whenever you're sad, it's not justified. Whenever you're scared, you're not justified. Like, I was being told my entire teen experience was basically all in my head. That every feeling I had was wrong and that I needed to fix it. There was a lot of like, telling a 16-year-old they're bipolar is a very specific thing to do that I don't know we've truly reckoned with, especially when they're obviously autistic. Because it doesn't help when your shutdowns are based on being overstimulated from lights and sounds, and you're just being told, yeah, you just randomly get cranky sometimes. I guess it's because you're a bitch. Like, I thought I was a bitch. I thought I was mean. I thought I was unpleasant to be around, which, you know, those things aren't necessarily untrue. But, like, I wasn't addressing the symptoms of my dysfunction because I thought it was a different dysfunction. So I was highly emotional, highly volatile, you know, meltdowns, shutdowns, the works. So, like, you know, also not the most fun person to be around. It's not like I was fucking this charming self just out. Like, I was so dumb. I think I've told this story too. I was so dumb that I had a guy I was friends with. And normally I don't even say names, but when there's somebody in here who knows names, it's so funny. Right after we graduated high school, Sanoop Desai messaged me and was like, hey, do you want to hook up? And I had only heard the phrase hook up is like, yeah, we should hook up sometime to discuss that. Like meet up to plan it. And so I was like, yeah, sure, why not? And he was like, wow, really? Like, he was not expecting that. It was like the dog catching the car. He was just like, that was so easy. Like, wow, I didn't think that would be that easy. What the fuck? And when I realized, like, what he actually meant, I was just like, oh, I have a boyfriend. Because Yuzil and I had been dating, like, 3 weeks at this point. I swear, like, this is what I was like in high school. Like, imagine, like, oh, Kaylee, how come you, like, nobody ever asked you to a single dance? Because I was the type of dumbass that was like, yeah, we can hook up. And he was like, oh, wow, really? I'm like, yeah, what's the big deal? I swear I could find these messages on Facebook. I don't want to, though. He's married now, I'm sure. He was always a nice guy, so I was like, yeah, we can hang out, whatever. Dumb as hell. And then it was even worse because when I realized afterwards, I was like, wait a minute, are you telling, because I was so horny as a teenager, I was desperate for the D, and I could not get a guy to sleep with me. That's the other thing. Guys always talk the story about, like, how hard it is to get laid, like, girls have it easier. Guys are dumb as fuck. You could literally be like, I'm dying to have sex, and they'll just be like, I don't know, it sucks that I'm still a virgin. Like, they're so stupid. So I was so horny all the time and desperate to just hook up. And so when I was like, wait a minute, are you telling me, like I'm still, like, because I'm still stupid. So part of me is like, wait, are you telling me that I could have, like, had a piece of that, like, at any point, and you didn't decide to tell me until now? Like, here, I don't know, like, outside of Lisa Caponegri and Melanie Marisi, whose real last name I forgot, because that was her old last name and she changed it. I still don't totally know the story about that. I think there was a divorce. I had a crush on a guy for 3 years of high school. This is a 100% true story. And because I'm so oblivious, I don't know how obvious it was to other people. But I had a crush on her for like 3 years. And it started waning by like junior year. And by senior year, it was just like, oh yeah, I was like that guy I had a crush on for a while. Because I was intrigued, and this is so true. This is deep insight into Kaylee. I was very intrigued by the dichotomy of who he was as a person. Because he presented himself as, like, kind of a dumb, jockey, like, nice but dumb guy. But he was in all of my gifted classes. And my freshman year, he gave a presentation. I think he gave a presentation on Freakonomics, now that I'm thinking about it. He gave a presentation on the book Freakonomics. Because I was like, wait a minute. You're interested in Freakonomics? And when I talked to him, there'd just be these random times where he'd be, like, low-key smart as hell. And I was so, like, intrigued by the concept that this kid that I had kind of written off as a dipshit was, like, secretly kind of deep. It really intrigued me. And so I avoided him like the plague because obviously I developed a crush on him, so I couldn't be anywhere near him without getting too nervous. And so I spent 3 years with a crush on Alex Michelini. Fun fact. And then my senior year of high school, I didn't tell you the story, but they're actually related. So that night that I watched all 3 Lord of the Rings with Michael Peterson, who I knew obviously had had a crush on me for years and then continued to do so, that night was a school dance. It was my senior year, I want to say turnabout, but it might have been homecoming because I don't remember there being snow on the ground. And my senior year, something in me broke because I'd never been asked to a single dance. And I was like, I am not going to a single dance this year if I am not asked. And so I didn't go to any of the dances because I never got asked. But it was the night of a dance. And this was like a year after. Like, again, it's like my junior year. I was kind of like, oh, okay, well, you know. Curly hair can only get you so far. Out of nowhere, I'm sitting here dying, physically in pain, from the agony of 15 hours of Lord of the Rings films and nothing but KFC. And then of all people, I don't even know how he got my number, Alex Michelini hits me up and asks if I want to hang out. So we met in a church parking lot, and I gave him head, and then he threw up, and he said, sorry, I wasn't feeling well. That wasn't you. And then I went home, and then I never talked to him again. That's a true story. So to this day, I think maybe Alex Michelini was like, yeah, if you ask Kaylee, she'll suck your dick. And that's why Snoop messaged me. I do think that's true. Oh, but like, my high school experience was so bad. There's a reason I tried to kill myself so many times. I barely made it out of high school. Like, my high school experience was so fucked. The first guy to ever ask me on a date was the guy I worked with at the movie theater. And he had broken up with his long-term girlfriend a whole year and a half, a week prior. And so he asked me out, and it turns out he thought I only said yes to be nice because I found out he had been dumped, when in reality I had a huge crush on him and I was so excited. And so a day before the date, he got back together with his ex, and he was like, don't worry, you don't have to go on that pity date with me anymore. My ex got back together with me. And then a different guy at the movie theater had witnessed that whole thing happen. And so he was like, it's okay. I'll take you on a date. This is definitely a pity date. And then he took me on like 3 pity dates, and it really confused me and fucked me up. And that was the thing that made me try to kill myself. And I spent all of February in the mental hospital because I couldn't handle all the rejection. It turns out that rejection sensitivity dysphoria is definitely a thing. So, yeah. Are we talking about a movie? Or, yeah, this all happened from The Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring. Also, I'm like, my face is pink. I'm so warm. God. So, yeah, I don't know. I think it's so interesting. That's why I'm working on these letterbox lists. One of the lists that I'm trying to think of a more pithy name for is basically like, wow, high school really does stop mattering, huh? Because there's so many movies about people who have like not seen each other since high school that meet up and find out that all of their lives are totally different and changed, and like in the movie they kind of end up going back into those roles. Hi, Milo. Hello, Mr. Milo. Avro, I'm not kidding when I say that my life is so complicated and dense that I recently made a Canva board to try to get the timeline of my life correct. And that feels insane to say, but it's also 100% true. Because, like, I did the math. I actually wrote this down on a piece of paper. I have to, like, find it. I did the math. I have moved like 27 times in the 34 years I've been alive. Like, I just turned 34, and genuinely, when I wrote it all out, I have moved almost every year of my life for over 30 years. It is exhausting. What did I miss here? Like Mick Foley. So yeah, like, oh yeah, there was that time I was living in Florida for 4 months, and then it's just the most insane things. Oh, you gotta tell me. Are you actually married to Alex Michelini? Because that would be funny. I think he's also married now, too, actually. A lot, actually. We're still on the first page. I just realized that. So on the first page, I'm going to keep clicking as we go through, but you're going to learn stuff about Kaylee here. Obviously, some Mean Girls. What are we talking about? Coraline's one of my favorite movies. I've seen Little Miss Sunshine, and I don't remember it. Chris Baker is a great story. So, dated Chris Baker is a really funny phrase for that, because in 8th grade, Chris Baker pops up in chat. You guys have seen him. That's Wonder Chef. Chris Baker's, I've talked about this on stream too, little Chris Baker. So we have my school, and this is 100% true, my high school, and we actually went to 6th grade and 8th grade together, so I went to a different 7th grade. But my high school specifically had 2 Chris Bakers. Both Chris Bakers were over 6 feet. Both of them were on the volleyball team. Like, they were huge. But because there was 2 Christopher Bakers, and it's just what happens, one became little Chris Baker and one became big Chris Baker. So little Chris Baker is one of my favorite stories to tell, because it's like, yeah, I got a friend named little Chris Baker. He's like 6'2". No, that name is not ironic. He is the little Chris Baker. Like, imagine being like 6'2" and being the little one. For some reason, it's very funny to me. But in 8th, this is 100% true as well. I don't think Chris has ever heard this story. In 8th grade, I did get asked to one dance in my entire life, and it was my 8th grade dance because Chris Baker asked me. But he asked me as friends. And then I realized, this should have been my biggest sign that I was autistic, but I realized, like, wow, there is, like, a meeting I missed. CH. These are Christophers. like, there had to have been a meeting I missed, because he was like, I asked her to a school dance, so now that means we're dating. And I was like, it does? Okay. I felt back, so I was like, I'm not really, like, that interested, but he's nice, whatever. And so we, like, held hands in the hallway a couple times, and every single time I remember being very uncomfortable. And then we talked on AIM, because we never really talked before this. That was what's so weird to me. We talked on AIM, and this is 100% true. If you're curious how Chris Baker fumbled Kaylee Wimber, this is how. He hit me up on AIM, maybe like the second time we'd ever talked on AIM, and he signed it off with like LYL. And I was like, honestly, Omega, you're very, very like dangerously accurate. And I was like, what? And I found out it means love you lots. And I was like, you don't love me? You don't know me? We're just throwing around the word love now? And I was so, like, put off and overwhelmed by him just low-key being like, oh, yeah, now we love each other. I was just like, whoa! Like, and that was it! I got the ick! 100% dead ass, that was it. I was just like, no, I can't do this. Like, I was like, we are clearly on two very different emotional maturity wavelengths. Like, this guy is a normal 12-year-old boy doing normal 12-year-old boy shit, and I'm a 45-year-old woman trapped in an 8th grader's body. So I immediately was like, you don't even know my favorite color. What are you talking about? But for him, it's just, you know, AIM speak, just AOL shorthand, you know? Unironically. And yeah, that's the most I remember about that, like, 2 weeks of my life. It means like you lots. All of it makes Chris Baker feel any better. He's the only guy who has ever, to this day, asked me to a dance. All right. If you're here, I'm going to do you, just so you know. So I had a friend named Blake in high school. And when I think about my friend Blake, I'm gonna dox you. You have 5 minutes to tell me not to dox you, because Blake has a very satisfying, like my friend John Reese or my friend Mike Woods, like, you know, the first last name guys. Blake's got a real good first name last name. No, it means later, you lady. I have a picture of Blake on my Facebook. This is my Blake story. I have a picture. I was at Buffalo Wild Wings with my stepsister. And he was at another table, like, on the other side of the restaurant. And I was like, wait a minute. Is that my buddy? And you haven't said it, so it's coming. I'm like, is that fucking Blake Brosser? And I took, you can, like, if you go on my Facebook, you can see this. I took the creepiest, most, like, paparazzi, blurry photo and tagged him in it. I was like, look, it's fucking Blake Brosser. And this is 100% true story if you're wondering why you didn't get great feedback. I'm pretty sure Blake messaged me after that, because, well, somebody just randomly posted a picture of you on Facebook. They took it the creepiest way. And it was either this point or a point, like, another time where we talked. And I'm sorry I'm going to put you on blast, but I figure, you know, you're here, you got good spirit, you're going to want to know the truth. I clicked on his Facebook and I saw he was a cop. And I was like, A-cab, I don't fuck with police. And I never talked to him again. And that's the truth. I don't even know if you're really a cop. You might have been wearing a fucking Halloween costume. But that is the truth. I'm always like, oh, Blake Brossard. Sucks he became a cop. And that was it. So that's why I'm like, might as well tell you, because it'll be really funny if you're not. I literally was like, how the fuck did one of my friends become the fucking 5-0? And then I was like, well, I don't want to talk to him because I don't trust cops. I don't like talking to them. I don't like interacting with them at all. So I was like, shit, if he's a cop now, you're cop first, everything else second. And I literally hadn't talked to Blake in like years because I was like, I don't know, I think he's a cop. That's 100% true. Like, never was. Don't put that on me. No, I am not a cop. I have a moral compass. And so that is the real story of why I was just like, oh, I don't know about Blake. He became a cop. So I swear to God, I was like, oh, what's Blake up to? And it was just like, I don't know, an all blue cop outfit. I swear to God, this is real. For some reason, I was like, wow, that's so weird. Blake became a cop. It's so funny because all of Steinbach's friends hang out, and Steinbach has actually hung out a couple times in chat, but it's really funny because I've had a friend since like 6th grade come up. He's actually been in chat before, obviously, Zach. And most of the people who find me in chat were Zach's friends. So, like, Blake, I always think of as a Zach friend because Chris Baker was a Zach friend in my head. And then the other Zach friend, to me, like, Chris and Blake were Zach friends, but I was also friendly with them. And then there was another Zach friend who I knew, I think they did band together, and I wasn't in band, so I didn't know anything about that environment, and so I think that's why I didn't know him too well. And Blake's the only one who's going to get this joke because I can never remember his name. I always remember his name being Jason Derulo. And that is an R&B rap guy. So Jason, and his last name starts with a D. He actually streams now. My blue uniform from Wrigley Field. Oh my God, that's even sadder because you know I love it. Duran, that's it, Duran. I always think of it as Jason Derulo. It's Jason Duran. He actually found me on Twitter and found out I was streaming because he streams a lot. And so we became Twitter mutuals and Twitch mutuals, and he pops in sometimes. But Jason I know the littlest about because I was like, oh, that's Zach's friend from band, but I like barely knew him at all. So I'm like, all of Zach's friends are big on Twitch. It was so funny. Yeah, that's the thing, Squid. He wasn't even dressed like a cop, which makes sense as a huge Cubs fan. It's like, oh, blue is one of their colors. So funny. Well, the good news is we haven't been infiltrated. Wow. I knew the 2000s would be more fun. Especially because I stopped here. I have seen Little Miss Sunshine, but sometimes I feel like I'm not, like, I get, like, gender dysphoria for the stupidest shit. One of the things that gives me gender dysphoria is I don't want to watch The Notebook. Yeah. Turns out, wasn't even dressed as a cop. I just see cops everywhere. I hung out with Zach in 2021. It was during COVID. My sister came to visit before COVID. And then she got trapped with me because planes were really scary. And so I drove across country with my sister to drop her off because it was safer than flying. Omega, that's how I feel about the police. I don't know what to tell you. Yes. I've cut off people for less. I cut off my friend for being immunocompromised and not taking COVID seriously. We had been friends since 7th grade. I haven't talked to him since 2020 because he wouldn't stop going to bars. I don't give a fuck. Don't give me a reason. I'll find one. But yeah, I had to drive my little sister all the way to my fucking hometown. And while I was there, and Talk was a puppy, so I brought Talk with me because when I was there, I was been chatting with Zach because I think he had found my stream. And he had recently bought a house. So that's how long ago this was. It was when he had recently bought a house. He recently bought a house. So I went over there and he showed me the house. It was mostly empty still because it was very much like just bought it. He was day trading through COVID for money. Very Zach coded. And I remember because you guys know Talk. Talk does not... I believe this is so real. Like, my dog has had 3 accidents in his whole life. Twice as a puppy, he had diarrhea in the middle of the night. Like, I went to bed at 3 a.m., woke up at 1, and he had diarrhea in front of our front door, like, desperately, clearly trying to get out. Other than that, the only other time my dog has gone potty inside was when I went to Zach's house and spent the night, and my dog shit in his house. I was so embarrassed. And to this day, he has never done it since. So I still feel like Zach probably thinks I have a bad dog. He's a good dog. Like, he literally has never done it. So I don't know what happened, but yeah, I saw Zach's new house and my dog shit in it, and I was so embarrassed. He doesn't pee anywhere, so like it wasn't that bad, but like definitely there was poop, and I was like, no, he doesn't. I promise, I don't have one of those dogs. Like, so yeah, that was the mood. God. I felt so bad. I was like, you have to believe me. He's not like, I'm like a guy trying to convince you that the erectile dysfunction is a weird one. Like, no, it's always like this. He was cool about it, but I was just like, it's like my child, and so my child embarrassed me in front of guests, where I'm like, no, he knows how to act. I raised him right. At this point, Talk was less than a year old. You know, he was still a little puppy, but I felt so bad, and as you can tell, still super embarrassed. Like, no, don't shit in strangers' houses. And if you're curious, I made him watch The Taking of Deborah Logan. That's what I remember. Going over to Zach's house and being like, oh, you haven't seen The Taking of Deborah Logan? Buckle the fuck up. All right. Sorry. I have to reveal that I don't want to watch Notebook. I don't like Nicholas Sparks movies. I don't like Colleen Hoover movies. I was really good friends with this girl named Lisa Caponegri, who I talk about all the time because she's a total cunt, and I genuinely hope bad things have happened to her in life. But I was friends with this girl named Lisa Caponegri, and all she loved was like Colleen Hoover books and Nicholas Sparks books and the movies based on those books. And she also loved How I Met Your Mother. So when that show ended poorly, I was like, good. That's for you, Lisa. I don't know. So Lisa's the one who stopped being friends with Zach, so all this stuff is coming together. Lisa's our friend whose mom passed away when she was very young, so we've never known her with a living parent. And one day Lisa was trying to get out of doing something, like she didn't want to go hang out with her friends or something, and she was texting Zach, and Zach was like, tell them that your mom's making you do chores. And Lisa was so pissed that Zach forgot her mom was dead, Lisa never spoke to him again. Like, Lisa would literally be like, fuck Zach, he's such an asshole, for the rest of the time I knew her. She never forgave him for momentarily throwing out a fake excuse that was like, just tell them that your mother said you need to do some chores or something. Literally never forgave him. And so if you think I can hold a grudge, Lisa Caponegri was one of my best friends from 6th grade until my senior year of high school. 2 weeks before summer ended and school started again, we went to McDonald's. I took a picture of her in front of her new car, and that was her profile picture for years. I start school 2 weeks later. First period is AP Art History with Lisa Caponegri. She very pointedly makes it clear she is ignoring me and not talking to me. And our mutual friend Melanie was in that class, and it was, Melanie and I are not speaking to you, and they would not sit near me. They would turn their backs. And then 4th period, I had a class with just Melanie, and she apologized and was like, yeah, Lisa doesn't want to be your friend anymore. And I was like, wow, why? What did I do? And she's like, that's not my business to tell you. And to this day, 16 years later, I have no idea what I did to Lisa Caponegri, but I hope she fucking chokes on it. She used to cry at Denny's because she was the first one of us to get a boyfriend, and she had a really strong gag reflex, so she couldn't suck dick. And I used to try to give her tips, like with her toothbrush, to practice working on her gag reflex. So just know that bitch gives horrible head. Hope she chokes on it. She thought you were a cop. That's funny. At 30 fucking 3. Yeah. So Lisa Caponegri's that type of bitch. She was just like low. She also, I remember, had a mint chocolate phone. Do you remember the chocolate bar phones? Like the cherry chocolate? They came in green, red, and brown. These. She had the mint chocolate was green, super cute. They had the white chocolate, which was white. I thought it was a really cute naming convention. For some reason, this phone lives in my head. Because, yeah, she had the mint chocolate, which I think is actually more of this, like, bluey one. So I thought it was a cool phone. Thought it was neat. It had, like, it was one of those, it's an MP3 player / phones. Verizon exclusive. Yeah, that was back when cell phones were exclusives. I was very lucky I had AT&T when I went to go get my iPhone 4 because you could only get the iPhone if you had AT&T. That was a time to be alive. And then my friend Taylor had a pink Razor because you couldn't tell her shit. She was so cool. And then I dated a guy. Motorola. Had the Motorola Juke. It was this skinny, look at this. I'm glad this person has their hand there. It was this skinny little phone you would like flick up, and it was like more MP3 player than phone, and it was the stupidest fucking phone. He hated it. We used to have fun with cell phones. I remember before I got my iPhone, my very first paycheck with my very first job, I paid the $50 for my cherry red BlackBerry Curve. And when I got it, I was torn between the cherry red Curve and this phone that was like a Pantone. I don't know. It was a dual slide where it slid up with a keyboard, or it'd slide down and you could slide it the other way, or with like a normal number pad, or it would slide horizontally with like a sidekick style keypad. But because it slid both ways, it was like this thick. It was like 3 phones thick. And it felt really like kind of creaky and cheap. And so when I used it in the store, I was like, no, I don't want this one. And that is how I ended up with my BlackBerry. I loved it. I loved that BlackBerry. I went through like 6 of them because I kept taking them in the shower and I had to get water in the little trackball and it would stop working. But I had insurance, so I just replaced it for free. So I had no incentive to stop doing that. It was great. My BlackBerry flip. Oh, speaking of Melanie, I remember Melanie had the BlackBerry like Thunder or whatever, the very first touchscreen BlackBerry. My friend Katie had a Windows phone and she loved it so hard that probably way too many years ago now, 6+ years ago, when Windows phones came back, the storm, yes! When Windows phones came back, she was the only person I knew who was excited. She was like, oh, hell yeah, Windows phones. And I remember when she had her first Windows phone, she didn't have an Xbox, but she showed me her phone, and it was all tiles and, like, designed to work with your Xbox. And, you know, you could see your Xbox Live account and your achievements, and there was a lot of cool connectivity, except she didn't have an Xbox. So she was always like, if I had an Xbox, here's all the cool things it would do. Yeah, I didn't like the touchscreen on the Storm because it was the very first touchscreen they did. It had the same touchscreen as early Androids, and one of the reasons I didn't do early Androids is because I hated them. It did have the haptic feedback too, though. So you see how there's like it looked like buttons when you'd press it. Those like the touchscreen would click like you were really pressing a button. That was cool. But I had this one, the Curve 8330, but I had it in red. That was my shit. You could not tell me anything. And this little trackball, oh, I got so much water in it. Oh, I would get so much water in that shit. Yeah, and I like the clickiness. I like tactile touchscreens. I think they're fun. Now they come off as a little rudimentary, but back in the day, they were the shit. I'm gonna be really honest with you guys. I have seen Donnie Darko. Like, I have seen it in its entirety, not broken up at a party. It was a dark night, lights out. I went to Comcast On Demand, selected Donnie Darko, and watched it alone by myself. I have no fucking clue what was happening in that movie. I don't recall it. I don't recall a single goddamn thing in that film. I didn't understand it. I didn't know what was going on. I wasn't prepared to see Jake Gyllenhaal like that. I don't know. I was like, is this Lost, the movie? Why is there a plane? I was too stupid for Donnie Darko. So I do need to rewatch it because when I watched it at like 14 or whatever, nothing. Empty thoughts. Empty head, no thoughts. My other surprising maybe hot take is that because I'm a book kid and because I was really into Harry Potter for the first 5 books, I saw the first Harry Potter movie. And I was so upset that they got rid of all of the ghosts, like Peeves and Nearly Headless Nick, because those were my favorite parts, especially How Do You Do the Chamber of Secrets without Nearly Headless Nick. I only watched Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. I've never seen any of the other Harry Potter movies. I also couldn't get over, and this is real, I couldn't get over the fact that the director's name was Christopher Columbus. He's done so many movies. I've seen a bunch of Chris Columbus movies. You know, Home Alone mostly. Stepmom. You know, I can't get over the fact that this man's mother named him Christopher Columbus. It shouldn't be allowed. You just shouldn't be allowed to do it. I'm supposed to watch a movie directed by a man named Christopher Columbus? I can't do it. Yeah, now Blake's cool. Blake doesn't have cop energy anymore, so he's fine. The dude from the ocean? Right? Like, don't you have colonizing to do? And that's after the reason I pointed out is because I thought it was funny that the highest rated Harry Potter movie on here is the 3rd one. And I had the 3rd Harry Potter book on CD. It was 12 discs, if I recall. And like 3 of them broke. They would like scratch. One of them full on cracked. But the other ones were crashed. So I only had like 6 of the 12 CDs. And I loved Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban as a book so much. And I listened to the CDs so much that by the time that the CDs started breaking, I had memorized the book. And I could just put in any random CD and immediately know like where we were in the book, everything that had happened prior. And I would just, when I was cleaning my room, I would throw on Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban audiobook CD on my CD player. I was the fucking book. Like, there's that post of the guy who, I think it's a Tumblr post, where they memorized a terrible kids movie I haven't seen that I can't think of. And so they loved that movie so much they'd memorize it so they could just sit in their room in the dark watching it in their head. Like, there's a Tumblr post about that. I can't remember. It was something like Shrek. So maybe it wasn't a bad movie. But it was a kids movie. I remember it being a kids movie, and there was a Tumblr post, the guy who was like, watching it so much. That's me, but with the book version of Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban. So I've never seen the film, because to me, the films just weren't nearly as good, because they're books. The 5th book is the last book that I bought. The last book that I read. I didn't buy any of them. My grandma would get them for me the week they came out. It would be like a big deal. My great grandma would send me a copy. And so I read the 5th one, and the 5th book was the book I read that made me realize J.K. Rowling's a bad writer. I'm not even kidding. Whatever age I was when the 5th book came out, I read it brand new, and I went, I don't want to read these anymore. And then when my grandma bought me Deathly Hallows, I didn't read it. I'm pretty sure Umbridge is 5. Yeah, because 4 is the Goblet of Fire. Yeah, it became very weird. I didn't like the way, I didn't like how she was using Ginny. I didn't like what she did with Cho Chang. I didn't like what she was doing with the 3 main characters. I didn't like any of it, really. Yeah, I can't even remember exactly the thing in 5. I remember a big thing, if I'm being honest. One of the big things that made me go, am I missing something? Was when she decided Hermione was a stupid cunt for being anti-slavery. Now that I'm really thinking about it, I remember the 5th book had it where Hermione really starts pushing, the House Elf Liberation Front or whatever the fuck she calls it. And everyone is like, they love being slaves. How dare you, you ignorant white woman? And that was very, very jarring, confusing, and upsetting for me. I remember the, no slavery's good, actually, as one of the big, what the fuck are you doing moments. So I'm trying to remember other things from the 5th book that had stuff like that. Yeah, so I had original copies of the first 6 Harry Potter books, hardcover with the slips, and they all were destroyed in the flood that destroyed all my books. So, Nightwing, very ironic. A fire destroyed yours, water destroyed mine. But I do no longer have a single copy of any of the Harry Potter books, even though I did originally have, the first edition hardcovers. So, you win some, you lose some. I win by not having to be tempted to read Harry Potter ever. I'm going to rage and put all the things out wrong with it type of way. Nope, don't even bother. So I have not seen Prisoner of Azkaban, but I have seen Philosopher's Stone. And we've locked in, I've seen Howl's Moving Castle. I have a prejudice against Keira Knightley. I don't know if it's just because of how British she looks. I don't know if it's because I need at least an A cup on a woman. And that says something about me. I don't know. But Keira Knightley has always been less good at acting Natalie Portman to me. It's what if we got a foppish woman with an underbite? So that's the other thing. How dare you keep comparing yourself to Natalie Portman? You're literally Natalie Portman with an underbite. I've never liked Keira Knightley. I've never liked the characters she plays. I've never liked the way she acts. I don't like looking at her face. I don't like looking at literally anything about her. I don't like hearing her. She was my least favorite part of Pirates of the Caribbean. I couldn't watch the 2nd or 3rd Pirates of the Caribbeans because I knew she was in them more as she just feels like very Mary Sue in those. No, I'm a totally badass pirate and also the daughter of the king of this land, essentially. It's one of those things. I'm a badass princess with perfect, cool, ethical morals. I don't know. I don't like anything she does. So I couldn't do it. And I aggressively have never, my feminism in the mid-2000s was not like other girls' feminism, which was completely incompatible with appreciating Jane Austen or any of the Bronte sisters. So I feel like now I could probably relate to or appreciate Jane Austen's work more, but I haven't. I have neither sense nor sensibility. Just a bunch of Pride and Prejudice. So I haven't seen it. Well, I might put it in the to watch list. We'll do this. I've seen Avatar 3 times, and all 3 times I fell asleep in the middle for an undetermined amount of time, and it changed nothing. So we're going to do that. I have seen Up. Worked at the theater when it came out, so I took my siblings to see it. Catch Me If You Can, I have kind of a fun story about. Catch Me If You Can came out in 2002, and my uncle got married in 2002, and on the plane ride to California to go to the wedding, I watched Catch Me If You Can on the plane in a way that you can't anymore, because I watched Catch Me If You Can when they had the big tube TVs on the roof of attached to the roof of the plane, like down the aisles, and then you would plug your headphones into the armrest of your seat, and that would let you hear the movie. And so you watch kind of like on a little bit of an angle with your headphones on. That is how I watched Catch Me If You Can, and I loved it. I've seen 2 movies on a plane in that, like, you're held hostage and this is the movie they're showing. And those 2 movies were Catch Me If You Can and Pipe Dream, which is a movie I don't know anybody knows of. It was ironic because the movie is about pipe dreams, and this movie doing well was also a pipe dream. That's right, they both came out in 2002 because I saw one on the plane ride there and one on the plane ride back. That's right, bitches. It's got Mary Louise Parker and Rebecca Gayheart, and at this point in my life, I would watch anything with Rebecca Gayheart in it. So I watched this whole movie. It's got Jill Hennessy in it, too. I know her from Law & Order. She was in Madam Web, no shit. But anyways, I don't know if anybody's ever heard of this film. I watched it on an airplane, and it is... I cannot describe to you a more perfect encapsulation of airplane movie than the movie Pipe Dream. The movie Pipe Dream should never be seen in any context other than I'm in an airplane or I have a really long wait at this doctor's office that is showing a movie in the waiting room. Those are it, really. Yeah, Avatar is bad. I feel like I have pissed off too many people that I am surprised think it's redemptive in any way. It is a boring, dull, way too long movie. The graphics are pretty. Yeah, so were the Order 1886s. That doesn't make it a good game. The puzzle game from Windows 95 or 98. I'm a sicko. Real talk, I'm a sicko. This song is from Catherine. It's really funny. And it's double funny because this is technically supposed to be Persona music, but you're right. Bar Crossroads. Because there's a bar in Persona 5 that uses the same music as the bar from Catherine. Though it looks different enough that it's clear it's not the same bar. I watched the Kenobi finale on a plane, so I was crying around a... See, that's the thing. Now watching things on a plane has a totally different meaning. Like, Gen Z, when you say watching something on a plane, that means, like, I picked to watch this knowing I'd be surrounded by strangers. Back in the day... Watching a movie on a plane meant I was held hostage and 200 other people experienced the same hostage situation. Like, a smidge, not a smudgin'. I appreciate that. I gave it like a double smidge. Which hopefully does not equal a smudgin'. We're going to find out. So, if you haven't seen Pipe Dream, you should book a plane ticket because you could only watch this on a plane. I don't make the rules, except for that one. I am going to get really controversial as we go into these movies people have seen. I will never watch No Country for Old Men. One of my rules for movies is I don't like movies with really sad endings. I won't watch movies that have an aggressively not happy ending. And I'm going to spoil this movie for you. I would watch this movie if it had one change. There is one bridge too far in this movie that makes it impossible for me to watch. And if you'd like to guess what that is, I'll give you a little bit more building tension. For the literally one scene, I would change one way. And then this movie would be bleak, but just reasonable enough for me to watch. And I know the reason that this happens is to set that line. Like, no, this is bleak. This does cross the line of just miserable, right? Omega, I'm not going to lie. When I was in Orlando in January, the Bears decided to learn how to play football. And so... I'd be walking around the park and I'm watching the Bears game on my phone. Or when I was flying in the air and I didn't have the internet for that, I had the Bears game. Like Google has a thing where you basically can follow the whole game. It has the field and it like has little guys moving across and then it has a play-by-play of everything that's happening. There was me
And there was, I think, 5 other men on this plane where anytime something good happened, we all knew. Okay, so the Packers in the playoffs wasn't when I was flying. We watched that for sure. No, when I was flying. But is it the gay sex? No, it would need more of that. So I can tell you on dates. So I'm not making shit up. So January 10th was my flight. There, I believe. Now I gotta pull up the... What do you mean that was 5 months ago? What do you mean that just happened? So we flew in, I want to say we were there the 10th through the 17th. And so my flight back to Portland would have been the LA Rams game. So I was watching the LA Rams game. I was like, spoilers, we lost. That's why I was like, the Packers game was the 10th, but we had an early flight. So we were in Orlando walking around, not Universal Studios, the like boardwalk place, whatever. You don't have a ticket. I think outside, like downtown Disney, but for Universal. Why can't I think of the name? We were walking around that, watching the Green Bay Packers get their asses beat. But then for the Rams game, I watched that on the flight back to Portland. And it was hard. It starts bad and then good and then and then we lost. Like, it was a fucking intense game. So, yes, it was very much, you could always tell when something was happening based on the crowd. He's a Packer fan. I love talking to Packers fans. Twice in my lifetime we've beaten them. But no, the one thing I would change in this movie, and so again, like, huge spoilers, whatever. My line in the sand is the wife. If he doesn't kill the wife, I can do this movie. I don't know how everybody else feels about that, but she felt like the only real innocent. She felt like I knew it would be right. I thought you might. Like, I was like, this feels pretty obvious, but I can't do it. That is my one line. I can get through the rest of this fucking movie, but I can't do her getting taken out. I can't do it. That is where I draw the line. Everyone else, like, deserves it or made choices or did something, and I know that's the point. I know that's supposed to be the point. She's the only one that faces him with courage and calls his bullshit, and she gets the same fate as everyone else, and it makes it so, like that's the point, right? Like, that's the point. But I don't like that point. That's not a point. I live in the real world. I know that's the point. I know that's how the real world works, where you face things with bravery and courage, and then they bulldoze your body into a hole and continue genociding for 30 years. Like, I know that's how the real world works, and that's why I can't see that specific message in film. I'm glad that there are some people who apparently need to be taught that the world is a cold, cruel place, but I don't. I live it every day. So for me, I can't do movies where it feels like the thesis of the movie is, damn, world sure is a cold, hard place, isn't it? I can't do it. I can't do it. Other people get a lot out of those films. All I get from it is redundancy. And that's it might not even about teaching, but it is about hey, do you want to spend 2 hours feeling the bleakness of the world? Like, really feeling in your soul the nihilism intrinsic in trying to be a better person? You know what I mean? I don't need movies that want me to live with those emotions for 90 minutes of my life. I would rather live with a movie that's making me feel anything else. You could say it's not teaching, but it's that's why I don't fuck with The Last of Us 2. I don't need to spend that many hours with those emotions. I got them. I spent plenty of hours with those emotions. And again, that's a very subjective thing. I'm not saying the movie's bad. Obviously, it's a great fucking film. That's what I try to explain to people who recommend things to me, where I'm like, look, I do not get what other people get out of those experiences. I can't watch Kingdom of Men, the Clive Owens one, The Last Pregnant Woman. I can't do it. I can't do movies like that. I don't need to watch Sophie's Choice. Okay? I've already literally had to choose between food and a tampon. I've already spent too many periods with like the toilet paper from my job between my legs because I needed to eat. Like, I don't need these fucking experiences. Like, you know what I mean? But I don't feel like, and if it was a it sucks but we're all together kind of thing, I like that too. Like, but I need some form of hope, some form of community, of strength, of it, so like we will get through it. And I don't think No Country for Old Men offers that. Harsh but enriching and misery porn. And I find that it's so hard that I really struggle to think of movies that walk it. I think No Country for Old Men is clearly misery porn. There is no, it sucks, but we're in it together. We're going to make it through. No, everyone just gets killed by the super evil, and then the super evil moves on to keep killing. That's the whole movie. No one gets anything. No one learns. No one, if anything, there were relationships that were destroyed by death. Like, there is no community and togetherness. It's your first mistake was trying to make the world a better place. That feels like the point of No Country for Old Men. How dare you want more out of life than the hell you already live? That feels like the message for No Country for Old Men for me. And for a lot of movies like that. Like, how dare you try? I like Fargo because it's a dark comedic version of How Dare You Try. But No Country for Old Men feels like the non-comedic, just regular How Dare You Try. But we will get through. So that's the thing, is I fundamentally reject the premise. No, we won't. We won't get through. But the consolation is we can process it and find ways to deal with it. I don't like that. Why can't we get through? There is nothing stopping us from getting through other than deciding that we can't. I just find it a very, I find it to be pessimistic, and I find pessimism to be very immature. And I know that's probably quite glib, but I genuinely think that, like, nihilism and pessimism and we're all doomed and, like, just that emo-ness and edgelordness are all very, very immature. I think that's my other problem, where it's like, it just feels like edgelord. Like, the phrase edgelord ruined this entire concept because it just feels so like, oh, is the big bad world hard and scary? You can't focus on love and friendship and camaraderie because you're only focusing on the evils that can be perpetrated in the universe. It's literally that meme of the guy on the bus looking out the cliff or looking out the window. And to me, this is a movie looking at the cliff, wanting other people to, like, the wall cliff, going, come on, stare at this horrible cliff with me. Isn't the view terrible? And it's like, I mean, yeah, it's a terrible view. We could stare at it for a while. I'd much rather look out the window at the scenery, personally. I'd rather see something beautiful. I'd rather be touched. I'd rather be uplifted. I'd rather have a new philosophical concept I haven't thought of before to ruminate over. Like, it doesn't even need to be happy, but at least be interesting. I don't feel like I walked away from No Country for Old Men going like, wow, I hadn't thought of X before. I think that's one of my big problems. There was nothing I hadn't thought of. There was nothing I haven't experienced. It was just, wow, bleak tragedy and sadness the whole time. It's like this overwhelming pressure that I'm like, yeah, I call that waking up every morning. I don't need this in my fiction. Exactly, Zyger. It's why things like Yakuza, I think, thread that needle much more elegantly. Like, his faith in the nice parts of humanity is the thing that makes it so that you keep going through all the bullshit. And there's something so powerful in choosing to hope. And the older I get, and the more, like, I feel like the older you get, the easier it is to become jaded because you've experienced more, like, negativity and betrayal and things that make it so that you don't trust as easy. And so for me, I just find it so much more powerful to choose hope anyways, that when fiction focuses instead on bleakness and lack of hope, it feels almost small-minded. It's like, wow, you can't even think of how to be optimistic in this situation? That guy's a human. He's gonna die one day. You know, like, I know it's, I feel kind of soapboxy about it, so that's why whenever people recommend, like, I'm not going to watch Schindler's List. I have read too much about the Holocaust. I get how bad it was. I don't have to learn that Jewish people have humanity, you know? And if I don't need to learn it, all I'm doing is just watching suffering. Why? Why, when I could turn on the news and see genuinely starving Palestinian children, would I watch a film about fake starving children? I know that sounds so dumb, but to me, if you don't need to be taught these things, then why are we wasting the time rolling around in these horrible emotions? So, No Country for Old Men is kind of like the pinnacle of all those things. So that's why I picked it to kind of launch on this. But like, I get no pleasure out of tragedies. I just don't. Because I've seen too many in real life. If fiction is fake and it can be whatever we want, what does it say about us when our fiction can't even have hope? Our fake world that can be anything can't be happy. What does that say about us as people? I don't like the answers to those questions. Yeah, and I think that, like, watching a movie about a woman dealing with, like, coping with the death of her parents hits different when your parents died versus just randomly choosing to watch a movie about a woman being sad for an hour and a half. But even then, there's, like, a beauty in dealing with grief and things like that. So, like, yeah, I also agree that a lot of things that are, like, I guess that's what I might teach as well. Like, teaching how to process these negative emotions is very different to me than a movie that's just, did you know that the world is a dark, shitty place? Like, when the movie's entire premise starts and ends at, shit's fucked and people are kind of bad. What do I get out of that? Like, what do I get out of that other than being more jaded, less willing to trust people, less hopeful about the future? Like, what do I really get as a person out of watching movies that offer nothing other than, shit really sucks, doesn't it? And the answer is, well, sometimes people get things other than the very glib, that's all you get out of it. That's fine. I just don't. It's too hard for, like, I don't know, for some reason, like, that really intense empathy sometimes, like, I can't handle watching a world where, like, yep, and then they're just miserable forever, or they're dead, or whatever. Like, I can't, I get too, like, empathetic. I'm too, like, I care about them too much, and so when horrible things happen to them, it just makes me, don't recommend Berserk. I could never do Berserk. I've wiki deep dive Berserk. I know Casca and all the fucking things that happen to her and all, like, I'm very familiar. I have no need to read Berserk. As a woman who has been raped, I don't need to read Berserk. Right? Do you get what I'm saying? And maybe there are women who have been raped who do need to read Berserk because it helps them, like, process the cruelty of man or whatever. But as a person who in the real world has experienced Berserk, I would rather spend my time engaging in fiction that makes me feel things I can't just feel by living my normal life. That's why I like watching foreign films, for example, because they give me an insight into a culture and a way of thinking about the world I can't just do in my own head. I can just in my own head imagine what if a serial killing madman just starts shooting everybody at the flip of a coin. I can do that because I've had to go through school shooting drills, right? Like, I can imagine all of the emotions this movie makes me feel and experience them without having watched it. So what do I need to watch it for? Versus whatever the fuck Donnie Darko made me feel, I have not just felt that on a Tuesday living my life. Like, that's something. Hey, Z, we're judging / not judging Kaylee for her 2000s movies because we're moving on to a next huge one that I get a lot of flack for. I haven't seen WALL-E. I'm going to be real with you guys. I would like to see WALL-E. I am not anti-WALL-E. I'm putting it on the watch list. My mother dealt with a lot of weight issues from the early 90s through like 6 years ago when she got her stomach stapled to you never actually get rid of the weight issues that you have when they're mental issues. So, of course, she still deals with them. And by that, I mean my mom has hella body dysmorphia. And my mother's issues with her own body gave me a lot of issues with my body because my body looks very similar to my mother's, only I'm taller. So, if anything, I'm a bigger version of my mother who spent her whole life letting me know how fat she felt. So, my mother took my siblings to see WALL-E. I was a teenager and they were single digits, so she took them to see WALL-E when I was like doing something else. I was busy. I didn't know they were seeing it. I was like, "You guys saw a movie without me?" I was pissed. But it was WALL-E, and my mom was like, "Don't worry, it's WALL-E. We're not allowed. You're not allowed to watch it. WALL-E ban in my house. I'm never showing these children this movie again. this is the worst, most disgusting, most offensive movie of all time. My mother fucking hated WALL-E because my mother was very, very, what's the word I'm trying to think of? Projection and all that. There's this, apparently, the way it works, cause like, I haven't seen the fucking movie, but all of humanity has left planet Earth. Doesn't matter. The point is, humanity got like chairs where they have a screen that comes down and they can have food delivered to them, and they became fat and sedentary from being in their just like automated chairs with TVs built into them, and everyone got so fat and disgusting that they just couldn't human good anymore, so they all had to leave. And my mom was like, this is the most fat phobic, rude, fucking disgusting, like she big angry at WALL-E. So I played Disney Dreamlight Valley in its beta when it was like, yeah, you're gonna give us $50 when this game comes out, and then you'll own the game forever. And then right before the beta ended, they were like, just kidding, we decided to make this game a live service game, and I had already paid for it, so I was fucking furious that they changed it to a free-to-play live service game, and I have not touched that game since it came out of beta. But WALL-E was in the beta for Disney Dreamlight Valley, and I loved all his little sounds. I made him a little like dump truck, garbage truck house that he lived in, and I loved him. So the concept of WALL-E as like this little robot, I do love him quite a bit. He's very cute. But I have not seen the movie WALL-E because my mother has body image issues. So, I don't know. I don't know how much the fat people come into play, but my mother was so worked up by the fat people in WALL-E, she banned it from our home, and we weren't allowed to watch it. So I have not seen WALL-E. It's one of the only this era of Disney movies I didn't see for reasons other than I'm lazy. Obviously, I've seen Shrek a million times. Here's my thing that we're going to have to talk about. I think I've seen Shrek 2 because I remember Puss in Boots. I have a weird complaint about WALL-E that's hard to even explain. God, you gotta like text me this. I gotta know what it is right now. Because I've read the wiki for it. That's why I was trying to remember. I was like, yeah, the Earth's like dystopian, and so they have, they all live on like the moon, and they have, I keep getting the plot of WALL-E confused with the plot of Nier Automata. I don't know if anybody else has that problem, but I genuinely will be like, wait, am I talking about Nier Automata or am I talking about WALL-E? So, I don't know if I'm the only person that mixes these two up, but there we go. So yeah, I've seen Shrek, and I think I've seen Shrek 2 because I remember Puss in Boots, but I don't remember their kids. And, like, I remember them, like just the brief, like, oh, look, they got all these fucked up babies with the dragon horses. And then the dragon donkeys, obviously. Dronky. Isn't that what they're called? They're, like, little dronky babies. And the little ogre babies. And they're so cute. There's, like, one girl. I know she grew up to be Zendaya. But if the kids were introduced at the end of the first movie, I definitely didn't see the second movie. If the kids were introduced at the end of the second movie, then I did see the second movie. But I haven't seen any others. I know I haven't seen Shrek the Third. I mean, like, it's one of those ones where, like, I'm, like, holding my hands up, like, oh, don't kill me. Between 2 and 3. Perfect. Okay, then I did see Shrek 1 and 2. Oh, Omega, that's really interesting. Yeah, that's, like, the kind of criticism that I like hearing before I watch it so I can be aware of it the whole time. For some reason, Kate Hudson's yellow dress in the cover of How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days was the first time I was like, wow, yellow can be pretty. Because I've always found it to be a fairly unflattering color. But I've seen this movie. We had it on DVD. I've watched it like 3-4 times. For some reason, Kate Hudson in this yellow dress lives rent-free in my head. I forgot Catherine Hahn was in this. This little dog creeped me out. Like, water chestnut-ass dog. Whatever they're called. Fun fact, Andy's apartment is across the street from the Lady Bird Church and next to the 13 Going on 30 apartment. All right, I saw 13 Going on 30, and we're going to get there, so that's very interesting. But yes, for some reason, if you guys haven't seen the cover of How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days, this yellow dress lives rent-free in my head, and I think Kate Hudson should wear a lot more butter yellow than she does because it looks fabulous on her. That's about all you can say for that. I've seen Memento. I think I've talked about this. I feel really bad for Guy Pearce because I don't trust people whose parents couldn't think of a name and just named their child Dude, Bro Pierce, Man Pierce. How do you have the name Guy? He's cute. He looks good in this picture. He looks like Matthew Gay Grubler. Matthew Gray Grubler. The guy from not CSI. Matthew Gray Grubler. I did not make this name up. Tell me that Guy Pearce doesn't look like Matthew Gray Grubler in this. I watched whatever fuck ass show this guy is on just because I thought he's cute. Like, this is the type of guy 500 Days of Summer ruined. This was my exact type in high school. Just like indie sensitive soft boy with curly hair. That's all I wanted. So this is 100%. I watched this show just for this guy. This guy was exactly like chef's kiss. Getting a lot of him in this Guy Pearce photo. I don't usually see Guy Pearce like that. I usually, quite frankly, don't think Guy Pearce is that cute. I think he looks like a very generic white man. But this version of Guy Pearce in this headshot is definitely doing it for me. I don't know. Because it looks like piss. See, yeah, my least favorite, I think, is still orange. I find all colors can be pretty, but I find by, especially as like a brown-haired white girl, because thing is, if you have dark skin, oh my god, like bright orange looks amazing. Fluorescent orange is not working here. So that's the other thing. Colors also vary, like it depends. Because yeah, that same yellow on like Lupita Nyong'o, oh god, that would look great. But I find like bright oranges to be by the hardest color. To be like, oh, that's a flattering color on somebody. But yeah, it would be like yellow is right after that. Because every other color, like everyone looks good in pink. Everyone looks good in purple. Green is an amazing color for people. Blue just makes people happy, let alone looks great in it. So like, yeah, like it's really hard to name a color that's not like very flattering. But if I had to say like, pick the color that of you have like a whole wardrobe of clothing and you had piles of flattering and not flattering, the pile of not flattering is going to have more yellows and oranges in it than it's going to have any other color. I truly believe that. I think it's a harder color to pull off. I don't know about blue. Well, it depends. Belle pulled it off. That was my one thing that I always wish changed because I don't think yellow and brown look that great together. So I was like, Belle's dress is so pretty. I wish it wasn't yellow. That's always been my hot take. But I'm a huge Belle fan, so I was always like, fine, I guess I'll get married in a yellow dress. Sometimes you wear blue and your friends think you're a cop for 6 years. All right, that's a good callback. All right. Anyways, this Guy Pearce can get it. How did I not know he was Australian? All these Australian actors just secretly being Australian this whole time always fuck with me. When I found out about Toni Collette, I was like, what? Fucking excuse me? Now we gotta go check out Blake's profile to see why I thought he was a cop. God, that's so fucking funny. Anyways, Leonard Shelby is such a nerdy name. I liked the movie. I think it was rough because going into Memento, I knew I was watching Memento. So there was a lot of like hype and a lot of like, oh, this is a big, important, good, smarty pants smart movie. I forgot I have to grind more weed up. And I thought it was good. I thought it was fine. I wasn't like, man, I'm disappointed I watched this. But I was definitely like, oh, okay. That's the movie. All right. There were a couple of questions I had. Gonna be real bold about it. A couple questions I had where I was like, I don't know. It's fine. Fine movie. What's my thoughts on Memento? But I have realized that one of my hottest cinema takes is that it's very, very hard for Christopher Nolan to impress me. Just haven't really been, and I know that's such a hot fucking take. Christopher Nolan movies are the definition of insist upon itself. Sorry, Peter Griffin gave me the perfect terminology for all of the types of movies that I'm like about. But Christopher Nolan to me is the definition of insists upon itself. Like Lars von Trier doesn't insist upon himself as much as Christopher Nolan does. Maybe I should start blaming his brother because he was the one writing half this shit. And see, my thing is Dark Knight Rises is the worst Christopher Nolan movie. It is a genuinely bad film. Dark Knight Rises sucks ass. My other hot take is that The Dark Knight is a good movie and a mid movie smashed together. My maybe hot, maybe cold take is that Rachel Dawes is a useless, stupid, vapid character that exists to do nothing other than fuck a guy and have a guy wish he could fuck her. And I hate that they made an original character when he's got 16 love interests that already fill that role. She wasn't interesting. She did very little. They changed the fucking actress between movies and were like, fuck it, we don't care. I don't think Maggie Gyllenhaal is pretty enough to be in a role that necessitates just being the hot chick in his life. Sorry, I love Maggie Gyllenhaal, but her and Joan Cusack. Joan Cusack was pretty in Addams Family, and I'm always like, why don't you just look like that all the time if you could do it? Like, what? Stop looking like the lesbian aunt with a bad haircut. Why does Joan Cusack love bad haircuts? I'm apparently a bad Batman fan. Yeah, right? Like, it's just... The whole, like, Robin thing in The Dark Knight, every decision of The Dark Knight Rises, everything with Bane, everything with Marion Cotillard's version of Liam Neeson's daughter, like, all of it was just weird and bad and stupid. And, like, watching the Batman trilogy felt like watching a man being forced to make Batman movies who would rather make movies that were just, like, regular capers and shit. Like, he wanted, I don't know. Secretary, Maggie Gyllenhaal, because that movie awakened things in me. And whenever I'm like, she's not very pretty, I remember Secretary, and I'm like, yeah, but she could bend over. Thank you for the shout out, Azim. I haven't thought about it. I watched Secretary way too young as well. I was like 12 when I watched Secretary, and I was like, oh, I like that. Secretary is good. Yeah. I don't remember anything about Secretary outside of Maggie Gyllenhaal to the extent that I didn't think I had seen. So for those who don't know, Secretary's movie poster is very distinct, and it's the hottest Maggie Gyllenhaal's ever looked because you can't see her face. I don't know how to spell Secretary. Don't bully me. I think about this all the time. I think about this movie poster all the time. If you guys have not seen Secretary... This is Secretary. It's about a woman who becomes a secretary and finds out that her boss has a BDSM fetish for secretaries. I didn't think I'd seen James Spader in anything besides Friends because I watched this movie and was so distracted by Maggie Gyllenhaal, I didn't notice James Spader in it. Like, this movie is worth it just for the poster. You don't need anything else. The fact that this movie poster exists, like, I know the trite posters men have are like Scarface and Pulp Fiction. Why the fuck is Secretary's poster not one of the famous movie posters? It's perfect. The fucking typewriter font on her ass, like... Yeah, Maggie Gyllenhaal's eyes are her best feature. And this little mole. I was saying it's so cute. There's something in her mouth that kind of loses it for you. In the exact same way Joan Cusack kind of looks like she's taken her dentures out and not put them back in. I'm a harsh mistress for reviewing physical features. I use the whole 10-point scale, and that upsets people. Most people are a 5. I'm sorry. That's what average means. It means most people are a 5. Maggie Gyllenhaal is like a 5.5. She's almost perfectly average with pretty eyes. That's like a 5.5. I don't make the rules. Just use the scale as it's intended. I'm not IGN. We don't stick 8 and up and that's it. Maggie Gyllenhaal's been directing. Didn't she just do The Bride? Was that her? Her husband's her physical equal from what I remember. Peter Skarsgård. Yeah. She found the only Skarsgård. I know because it's Skarsgård, but she found the only Skarsgård, not one of Stellan's children. We don't use the 100-point scale. I use the whole thing. I don't give a fuck. The Bride! Exclamation mark. You're right, I didn't scream it enough. Oh, I didn't know her mom had a wiki too. Her mom's a screenwriter and director. She wrote Losing Isaiah? I watched this movie at a young age. Which is why I knew who Jessica Lange was before American Horror Story. She was the Naomi referenced in the line, What About Naomi, in The Electric Company, where she was an associate producer for 2 seasons. That's fun. She made a movie with Dakota Fanning and Elizabeth Olsen. Also fun. Who the hell is this guy? Oh, that's Maggie's mouth right there. Maggie's got her dad's mouth. So does her brother. oh, wow, the Gyllenhaal children said, yeah, we're going to live in your womb for 9 months. That doesn't mean we're taking any of your parts. That's Maggie Gyllenhaal as a dude. That's her eyes. That's her little pensive, like, she's always, like, with the furrowed brows. That's her mouth. Holy shit. Right? I pulled for the full chair. I'm gonna use the whole chair. Thank you very much. Maggie Gyllenhaal also has a great voice. That's also very true. Holy shit, Maggie Gyllenhaal looks just like her dad. That's fun. There's a third Gyllenhaal. Together, they're the parents of actors Maggie and Jake. He's also got a third kid. Oh, okay. Kathleen Mann and him have a kid born in 2014. So, Maggie Gyllenhaal has a 12-year-old brother. 48-year-old Maggie Gyllenhaal. And, oh, they got their own wiki now. Pretty good. Swedish noble family. They're really making it. Jake is 45. And Maggie is 48. And they have a 12-year-old brother. This is why men need to stop having rights. What do you mean? This man was 62 years old when he had a baby. What do you mean this man, in a country whose average life expectancy he has passed by many years, it's a little over 71, had a baby at 62. Don't make me do math. It's not about that. It's about, like, nobody should be like, yeah, my old dad died of old age when I was 16. Like, that's, like, it reminds me of, Liv Tyler's dad's friend. Had a baby at, like, 70-something. Why can't I think of the other famous member of Aerosmith? Perry. What is wrong with me? Joe Perry. Didn't he just have a fucking kid? Maybe it wasn't Joe Perry. There was an old... Oh, no. I'm thinking of the Rolling Stones. I'm pretty sure it wasn't Mick Jagger, but it might have been, so I gotta check him. He loves shit now, kids. I think it was a different Rolling Stone. Had a fucking kid at, like, 72! No, Melanie Hamrick. They got together in 2014 and have one kid. They have a son born in 2016. He was 73 years old. Al Pacino's another one. He was 73 years old when he impregnated his fucking girlfriend. Because they're partners, not even fucking married. Oh, at least they're engaged. Are you high? Oh, I forgot about Lorenz Scott. Wow. Anyways. Yeah, shit grosses me out so bad. Just say you don't give a fuck about having kids and their accessories. You're having a kid when you're so old, you're lucky if you get to live long enough for your grandchildren to be able to be like, oh, I remember Grandpa. Fuck you for having a child. If you are so old that you reasonably could not be expected to be alive long enough for your grandchildren to remember you, how dare you have a child? Are you shitting me? Anyways. Yes, I've seen Memento. What's really interesting is I have not seen Requiem for a Dream. Instead, I read the wiki for it, was so intrigued I watched the trailer, and then I watched like 8 clips of the movie that were each like 5 to 10 minutes in length. And so I think I accidentally did watch the whole thing. But the reason, this is Reefer Madness but serious, but the reason I haven't sat down and just like watched it in its entirety is because I know what Requiem for a fucking Dream is. Exactly, Afro. Like, I probably would have been too scared to smoke weed if I watched this movie as a kid. Because it was like 3 years ago I went on a Requiem for a Dream dive. But Ellen fucking Burstyn is so good in this movie. I posted the version of No Country for Old Men you want in the Discord. Alright, that's pretty incredible. I didn't know they were just going to give me everything I wanted. There you go, guys. That's all I asked for. This space. I just need this space. There you go. Me when I'm playing Squirrel Girl. So yeah, I do not feel the need to sit down and experience Requiem for a Dream because I want to be able to not drown in my own tears. But wow, what an intense movie. What an intense movie. Just get a little... Ironically, I like taking little hits of it. I've seen Mamma Mia. I hate everything about Twilight. So I had a stepsister, same age as me. And my stepsister, kind of wish Blake was still here because Blake knew Caitlin. My stepsister was dumb as a bag of rocks. And not in one of those, oh, like, it's not her fault. She's, like, got a disability. Nope, just regular dumb. Just one of the most, wow, when people talk about the average masses, they're talking about her. She was just, like, we had to share a room, and she would spend 24 hours a day watching Animal Planet. Just the most vapid. There's a show called, like, Puppies and Kitties. Like, just the most vapid, I don't want to expend a single brain cell for critical thinking ass content. Like, it was fascinating just witnessing her, like Jane Goodall studying monkeys. Just, wow. You've never had a hard thought. Just not... Like, so yeah, like, no depth of thought, no critical thinking, just a very shallow person. Not shallow as in, like, superficial, but just shallow as in, like, not deep. Like, right? Like, and again, like, fairly nice, like, not bad. I want to be very clear. I realized what average meant growing up with her, where I was like, oh, this is the average person. This is, like, normal average. This is what you can expect out of the average person type shit. Sure. And so she didn't read, because of course that would require a curiosity of mind she lacked, until Twilight dropped, and I was so excited she was reading. So I, like, especially, like, I wasn't trying to be a dick. I didn't want to make her be like, ha, you dumbass, you don't read. I would try to encourage it. Like, we wrote Teen Titans fan fiction together. I would hand make times tables practice sheets that her and I would do on the drive up to Wisconsin on weekends and on the summer, because she was really struggling with multiplication. And so it was just like a way where I'm like, oh, let's both work on our multiplication together. Because my mom was like, Caitlin needs help, Caitlin needs help with multiplication. Is there any way you can help her? And so that was the idea I thought of. I was like, oh, I need help on my multiplication too, so let's do this together. So I do stuff like that. When she started reading Twilight, I was so happy and proud and excited that I was like, oh my God, you're reading a book? It must be pretty good. Like, can I see it? And she handed me her copy of Twilight. And I read the first page. And the first page of a book is not a full page. It's like half a page, because you have, like, the chat, like, book start, I hope. That... Right? It must be good if you're reading it. No, it was so stupid that she was like, yeah, I got this. It was so painfully bad. It was so poorly written and dumb and nonsensical, and it made me so angry. Kaylee, remember Ichiban and believing in your fellow man? I was like, this is what's making you... None of the books I've ever recommended. You didn't want to read a series of unfortunate events, but this you will read. I was so dumbfounded. I was like, what is happening right now? And from that moment on, I hated Twilight. And then the Twilight movies came out. And my mother loves the Twilight movies. My little sister loves the Twilight movies. So... stepsister, little sister, and mom, all Twilight fans, which meant one day they showed up with Twilight on DVD, put it in, and said, we're watching Twilight tonight, Kaylee, deal with it. I had to sit in the house and watch fucking Twilight. And I worked at the movie theater when these movies came out. I want to be very clear. Twilight came out in 2008. Breaking Dawn came out, like, in 2009. 1 and 2. Like, I worked at the movie theater, and I had to clean all these fucking movies, and they were some of the only movies I refused to, like, sit in and watch, because they're supposed to be quality checks. Other people can do that. I refused to walk into Twilight until it was over, and the thing that pissed me off the most, the Twilight movies had the best soundtrack. I remember, I think it was the first one, had Decode by Paramore as the, like, I'd walk in, and just the opening notes to Decode would start, and I'd be like, God damn it, this is a bop. Fuck you. And I'd be so mad. I'd go to download songs off LimeWire and find out they were from the goddamn Breaking Dawn soundtrack, I'd be pissed. How dare you guys get the best emo music from the Midwest? Fuck you. There was a Death Cab song on there I was really into. Like, I was so pissed. Twilight had the best soundtracks. I was mad as hell. So I have seen this Twilight. I have not seen the sequels. I refuse to watch them. They make me so angry. I've seen Spider-Man. I am marking having watched all 3 Lord of the Rings. Don't dare ask me what happened in the last 2. It was too much. Superbad, I watched at a friend's house in like 2011. Like, I missed it. I didn't watch Superbad until years after it came out. It's like I didn't watch Step Brothers until 2011. I was watching, like, my friend found out I hadn't watched any of the, like, you're supposed to see these stoner movies and Will Ferrell movies, and so she was just like, we're watching a bunch of these. And of all of them, Step Brothers is the one that I keep going back to. That was the one where I was like, I'm an idiot for not having watched this, and I will still just randomly watch Step Brothers. That movie is fucking great. That is just a great fucking movie. Because I didn't watch the Harry Potter movies, I didn't know that Edward Cullen was in Harry Potter. When I found out he was cast as Cedric Diggory, I had read the 4th book, so I was like, oh, that sucks. He's just gonna die. Like, that's his whole thing. Uh-oh. Sucks for him. My first stoner Will Ferrell movie binge. Yes. But I was late to the party. I watched Pineapple Express at a friend's house in high school, and that was like the only one of those I had seen. Drunk and uninvited. Seen this, blah, 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 seen this. We haven't seen Goblet of Fire. I saw all the prequels. I don't think I've seen Brokeback Mountain. I'm going to be really honest with you guys. I think it was so, like, I just forget this is Ang Lee. Jesus. When your parents are lesbians, you don't have to watch the gay movies. You live the gay movies. Okay. I had a normal, sober 8-year-old child Will Ferrell movie binge. Zyger was like, yeah, you remember Kicking and Screaming? And I'm like, I remember the cover of Kicking and Screaming, that obviously bad-looking Will Ferrell movie nobody watched. And Zyger was like, some people watched it. See? Some people watched Kicking and Screaming, and they liked it. The Italian kid did the cool soccer move. I've never seen it. I know it's about soccer, though. We'll get into... because I have some things I haven't seen. I haven't seen Blades of Glory. I'm definitely missing that one. I haven't seen the Ballad of... The Johnny Cash parody one. Walk Hard, the Dewey Cox story. I haven't seen that one. I hadn't seen Talladega Nights until fairly recently. Like, for a long time, Talladega Nights was in that pile. And then I finally saw Talladega Nights, which is great because I say Shake and Bake Ricky Bobby all the time, but that's only because I was way too into, like... Walk Hard is not a Will Ferrell movie, but it is what I consider that universe. That cinematic universe, that genre. Like, it's got Will Ferrell's best friend who stars with him in half of his movies. It's very much of that ilk, I would say. Because you're right, technically it's a John C. Reilly movie. The Judd Apatow verse, right? Yeah, and I saw half of Elf because I watched it in my freshman English class, and she didn't realize how long the movie was, and she'd only given us 2 periods to watch it, and the movie was longer than 2 periods because we had pretty short periods. So I have not seen all of Elf, fun fact. I've seen at least the first half, probably closer to the first 2/3 of Elf, but I have not seen Elf in its entirety. There you go. And as he was like, as long as you saw Scott Pilgrim, and I'm just like, yeah, as long as you've seen Scott Pilgrim. I've told this story, I'll tell it again. I developed this huge crush my junior year on my friend's best friend, who was in a violently abusive relationship with his girlfriend. She was intensely abusive to him. And I was like, why is he dating this crazy girl who's mean to him and, like, physically abuses him when he could be dating me, who is much more sane by comparison? And, like, a year into crushing on this guy, he finally breaks up with her, and I make my move. And we start going out. He loved the Scott Pilgrim comics. And so when the movie was announced, I was working at the movie theater. So I got my hands on a movie theater-sized movie theater poster of Scott Pilgrim. I gave it to him. And there was a whole thing. We were going to go see Scott Pilgrim opening weekend. It was going to be a big deal. And the weekend before Scott Pilgrim released, my boyfriend got tickets to a Bayside concert. And I was working that weekend, so I couldn't go. So he went to a Bayside concert and met a girl with the exact same haircut as Ramona Flowers. And he definitely cheated on me with his version of Ramona Flowers and dated that girl for like 8 months, but she was very volatile, abusive, and violent because it turns out that was his real thing. He loved being like the put upon, aw shucks, victim of a domineering woman. So I've never listened to Bass. I hadn't listened to Bayside. That's one of the reasons I don't really know that band. You can go. Even though they were my exact type of music, it was a blind spot I had. To this day, so I'm listening to Bayside. Fuck Bayside. And to this day, I've never seen Scott Pilgrim. Yeah, that dude sure had a type. Turns out I wasn't crazy enough for him, which I was like, God damn it, really? Well, he was like, I don't like it when girl be nice to me. And it turns out, like, I had met his mother. His mom was a domineering, overbearing, hover mom, helicopter mom, cunt of a woman. And I'm just now realizing, oh, he liked women like his mom. Oh. So anyways, I've never seen Scott Pilgrim. It's crazy because he was the dude. He was 6'4" and 140 pounds. Just tall and skinny. Just tall, skinny, swishy brown hair, blue eyes with glasses, like everything I'd always wanted. And that's when I learned those soft indie boys, they're just pussies. They're pussies who will never stand up for you, never have your back, never defend you. Like, he turned me off indie boys forever. I have not gone for like a soft black glasses indie boy since. Because yeah, we watched Youth in Revolt together, and I bought a copy of the book Youth in Revolt, read it, and annotated it with like personal little like inside jokes and notes and stuff, and gave it to him as a birthday present. His birthday was in May. When did Scott Pilgrim come out? You guys remember the movie Youth in Revolt? January 2010. So yeah, maybe for Valentine's Day, I gave him the book Youth in Revolt. I think it was a Valentine's Day present. How the Portia done today? She hasn't really done much. I like her face a lot. She's been so interesting. So I did that, and then yes, I got him the official movie poster for Scott Pilgrim. You don't need the word film. We'll figure it out. Came out August 2010. Yep. So now whenever I think of Scott Pilgrim, I just think of how I was basically, and I was a senior in high school and he was like 22. So literally, I was the girl that Scott's dating at the beginning, who's like much younger and he shouldn't be fucking dating, and then he cheats on her with Ramona Flowers anyways. Like, I lived through Scott Pilgrim. Instead of getting to watch it, I had to experience it as the chick that's like, isn't she like in his band? She's like a sister of one of his friends or something. You know what I'm talking about? She had like red hair. Like, that was me. I was the much younger girl who didn't realize Scott Pilgrim was a fucking asshole creep, and I thought he was a soft, nice guy. Like, literally, I experienced Scott Pilgrim from the ex's perspective, and it's not cute. So, yeah. That's my Scott Pilgrim experience. I used to not watch Brokeback Mountain, eventually. Well, why not? We got another Twin Towers in here. I haven't seen those Harry Potters. I've seen the first Gladiator. Isn't it crazy to say the first Gladiator? Can we talk about that? My mom loves period pieces and sweeping epics. In terms of movies, if it's set in a time period, she's in. Like, she's the only person I know who genuinely enjoyed watching the movie Australia. which, talk about a throwback. It had Nicole Kidman and Wolverine in it. Timmy, why did you type in Australia thinking it would show you the 2008 film no one saw? That's right, it's a Baz Luhrmann, Nicole Kidman, Hugh Jackman film taking place before the start of World War II in Australia. It's like 3 hours long. No one saw it. My mom saw it. She loved it. Hugh Jackman. Yeah, DV, that sounds right. I should watch Sinners, though. Honestly, probably. So I watched a lot of, if it took place in a period. Gladiator, fucking anything that had to do with, like, the Queen of England. Doesn't matter which queen, Victoria or Elizabeth. Braveheart. It's one of the reasons I watched The Others. It's so long. Wait, Omega. What? This got re-released as a mini-series? No, don't show me anything. Faraway Downs. They broke this into a 6-part series. That's how long this fucking movie is. They broke it up into a 6-episode miniseries. That's the thing I remember most about Australia, by the way. I don't remember much about it other than it being boring and very, very long. Does it say? Running time 165 minutes. And it feels it. You feel every minute. So it doesn't, yeah. Jesus Christ. Okay. It's too long. It's too long a movie. Yes, you needed to make a fucking miniseries, buddy. Which Old Boy is this? I'm assuming it's the original. Yep. Don't watch Old Boy. I don't like how incestuous social media, like, everything's getting. We're getting very comfortable with incest popping up everywhere. I don't know. I'm also going to break all of your hearts. I haven't seen Zodiac. And you guys are going to be really pissed off about why I haven't seen Zodiac. It's so funny when they reveal that it's been 2 years and the way they show it is that everybody has a beard now. Stuart Minkus aging into Liam McPoyle is honestly some of the most brilliant casting I've ever witnessed. Holy shit, we love a McPoyle. Specifically, we love Jimmy. I have a soft spot for Rose Red, the miniseries, even though they're divorced now. They're still such a cute couple. Unless it's a Nolan film mood, though. Yeah, probably because Australia did not sell well at my movie theater. I don't know. It looked like it made a small profit, but yeah. I haven't seen Zodiac because Zodiac is about a murder mystery, but it's about a real-life murder mystery we never solved. So I don't know which direction they went. Actually, I think I do. I think they did it's probably, I was about to call him Joyce Carol Oates. John Carroll Lynch, but, maybe it's anybody. But for me, yeah, it's literally about not knowing. That's why. That shit, I don't get anything from that. That's just that makes me filled with such impotent rage. I'm getting mad thinking about it. I don't want to watch a movie that's whole premise is a mystery, and then the end is, I guess we'll never know. Sometimes you have to deal with not knowing. I know! I live in the fucking real world! All I do all day is deal with not knowing. Why the fuck am I spending a movie's length of my life to experience the emotion of, wow, sometimes you can never truly know the truth. Fuck you. That's how I feel about movies like this. Afro, you're thinking of Patton Oswalt's wife, who I truly in my heart believe he murdered. Patton Oswalt's wife was an investigative journalist who looked into the San Francisco serial killer. And she wrote a book that implies she helped crack the code and solved the killer. The police department is like, we basically did it, though. It's just by chance that we couldn't do it until now. This emotional whiplash could have been an email. Azim, if you look at the conspiracy theories about when he got together with his current new wife, who looks exactly like his old wife, and the fact that he claims he had no idea she was mixing cocktails of prescription pills together every night until she eventually accidentally OD'd on them, it looks very much like a man poisoning his husband to his wife to death so he can immediately leave her for his younger, more famous, hotter mistress. Like, not even hotter. To me, they look very, very similar. So yeah, it's mostly a joke, but a part of me is like, really convenient situation that happened here. I don't trust him at all. I don't trust him. And then he started hanging out with Dave Chappelle right after he was doing all of his transphobic rants. And when someone was like, hey, Patton Oswalt, why did you bring Dave Chappelle up as a special surprise guest on your show when right now he's only been in the news for being famously transphobic? Patton was like, oh, he's my buddy. Fuck Patton Oswalt. Like, genuinely fuck Patton Oswalt. Another reason I haven't seen Ratatouille, to be honest. I can't even hear his stupid rap voice now without being like, wow, you killed your wife. But yeah, this movie is like the opposite of therapy for me. This movie is like if you had Brad Pitt's character from Seven watch this movie. You know, like, I can't do it. The whole movie is about how we'll never know the answer to a question. I can't do it. It literally, because that's my whole thing. Is like shit like that drives me nuts. I hate not knowing. I don't look up cold cases. I hate watching cold case shows. I don't like episodes of Law and Order that do a surprise, like leave you hanging on who did it. I love a good mystery. And a good mystery is only as good as its solution. Because a bad solution can ruin the mystery. So to me, it makes it impossible to judge it on its merits as a mystery. But of course, this is real life. So, yeah, the merits of the mystery are people really died. That's the other thing. I don't like true crime shit. It grosses me out. It makes me feel complicit in a level of entertainment out of suffering that genuinely makes me feel gross. I don't like all those girls who can, like, I think that Bailey Sarahan or whatever the fuck she is, I think she's a sociopath. I don't understand how you can do your makeup while reciting how people were brutally murdered. That, like, the level of, like, disconnect white women can bring between, like, violent tragedy in themselves and, like, turn that into weird entertainment, it genuinely makes me suspect. It's so interesting. What are those Judgment? I was like, the Judgment Games? The Yakuza Judgment Games. And you're right. I do. So yeah, sorry. I have not seen Zodiac. I know it's an amazing film. I don't really like Chloe Sevigny either. She gives me horrible vibes. But I know it's a good movie. I'm not like Zodiac's a bad film. Like, I want to be very, very clear. It's like No Country for Old Men. I know it's an amazing film. Objectively. Subjectively, I will not get pleasure out of watching it because of the way I derive pleasure from entertainment. Does that make sense? Right? Like, yes. So I know I had to give a whole spiel for it, but Zodiac is going in the I'm never watching this movie, don't make me watch it, comma. Or, like, don't recommend it thing. Because I know I won't enjoy it the way it's intended to. I saw Iron Man and Iron Man 2 the night Iron Man 2 released because my movie theater did a double feature that started at like 9 p.m. or whatever the fuck time so that Iron Man 2 would start at midnight. I watched them back to back. So to this day, I struggle to remember what happened in Iron Man and what happened in Iron Man 2 because they're just one real long... Why am I hitting the, like, iron so hard? So, pronouncing iron, like, with an A. I don't like that. Whenever I hear the, like, Aaron earned an iron earned thing, I'm always like, yeah, how do I say iron? Why am I saying iron like it's spelled A-I-R-N? Iron. I don't know. It's freaking me out. It's like, what if you found out you're a person who pronounces it milk? If I ever found out I pronounced it milk, I'd ask you to put a bullet in my head. I liked them both, though. Like, people disliked Iron Man 2, I guess, because it was considered weaker. But when you watch them as one long movie, you get the experience of all the stuff that makes Iron Man 1 good, plus those really cool, like, electric whip things. Wait, is that Iron Man 3? Is Iron Man 2 Sam Rockwell, or is Iron Man 1 Sam Rockwell? Because Sam Rockwell being in my double feature experience really made it for me. So if Iron Man 2 is Sam Rockwell, then you can't tell me shit, because I'll sit through an entire movie just for him to be there for 5 minutes. It's why I watched Charlie's Angels. Just kidding. I watched Charlie's Angels for Lucy Liu and Drew Barrymore. And then I got older and realized I should have been watching it for the opening butt scene with Cameron Diaz, but I just wasn't into blondes at the time. Disney is okay with that. Dee, because I wasn't paying attention and I didn't watch Iron Man when it came out, I forgot Disney didn't own Iron Man, like Marvel, until Iron Man 2 came out. That's crazy to think about. When this movie came out, we still had like a delineation between entertainment monopolies. Dude, Lucy Liu is so beautiful, and the thing that gets me the most about Lucy Liu are her freckles. I fucking love Lucy Liu's freckles. They bring me... May something bring you joy in life the way Lucy Liu's freckles bring me joy. They're just delightful. They make me so genuinely happy. This is going to be a very, very weird, dumb spin, but I had never seen freckles nearly as good as Lucy Liu's until this random political commentator that I follow. Check the volume for a second. We're going to pause this real quick. I feel bad because it is hard to focus on the very good politics she says because her freckles are so cute that I can't stop staring at them. So
to not be doing anything that discourages people. The messaging needs to become how
these are her real freckles.
If there's 1,000 MAGA lined up and we have to walk
and like her eyes are so bright and beautiful, and I just think her little face is so fucking cute. And she's having real she lives in Portland, so I actually really like it because she has a lot of local stuff. But I feel so bad that I get distracted by her freckles. Like, I will literally be sitting here like, la la la, I want to click on this news story because it's about like important shit. And then I catch myself being like, oh my God, look at her cute little freckles. Like, I can't fucking do it. But I can't. I listen. It's not like I can't hear her. But every time I watch a video, I can't help but be like, oh, freckles are so cute.
You have a life motto, and if
look at these. I love the way they like sprinkle above this eye onto her forehead. I love a good freckle. So one, I'm hoping that she's not too loud. You can barely hear her. So if you're interested in like on the ground, like anti-fascist work and things like that, great option. Park Rose Permaculture. But she got me because I was like, who's this with the freckles? And I clicked because Park Rose Permaculture made me think she was going to be like a gardener. And I've been watching a lot of gardening stuff. And so I clicked on it, and then it was just like super leftist political organizing. And I was like, oh, well, I'm still in, but this is not what I was expecting. So yeah, I know it's fucked up, but I literally can only think of this woman whose Christian name I don't know. Her name is Park Rose Permaculture to me, as the only person who can compete with Lucy Liu's freckles, because I just find her freckles so goddamn cute. All right, don't get scared. I'm turning the music back on. Sam Rockwell is the rival tech guy. Russian Bird Whip guy is the return to film after lots of drug and alcohol problems of Mickey Rourke. And I'm not going to lie, I was really rooting for him. And then recently he said a bunch of transphobic, sexist, racist shit. And it's like, all right, Mickey Rourke, I guess you were ass in Iron Man. Sorry for defending you. So Sam Rockwell and Charlie's Angels is still one of my favorite reveals of all time. I'll leave it at that if you haven't seen Charlie's Angels for some reason. So we're gonna hit some more fun facts about Kaylee. One, we're about to talk about Lost in Translation. I'm not interested in it at all on any level. Don't like it. Don't think it's interesting as a concept. I've never been like, oh, I want to see Scarlett Johansson and Bill Murray hang out. Sorry. The much younger, beautiful woman and the older, schlubby guy mentor with slight sexual overtones is a very specific, and this might be harsh, it's got a certain Woody Allen-ness to it I find repulsive. And it could be a completely chaste relationship, but in a movie that comes out in 2003, I see an older man and a younger, super hot woman, and I'm like, no. No, there's going to be some weird shit where I'm supposed to believe he has a shot with her, and I'm not doing it. Didn't even know Anna Faris. See, Matt gets me. Where's he? 1 star. I think I missed the boat on this one. Remember this came out and it was like, Jesus, Bill Murray got old. Well, it turns out that it's 2018 now and Bill Murray was actually young as fuck in this. Holy shit, this review is almost 10 years old. Wow, Bill Murray got old. Guess what? It's been 20 years. He was young here. But yes, I know that this is objectively a very well done movie. It has such praise and it means a lot. And quite frankly, this was Sofia Coppola, like, working through a divorce or whatever. I don't know. Cool. Great. I'm not going to watch it. I'm a piece of shit. I don't know if that's about me as a person. I'm a piece of shit. I do want to watch Amelie because, oddly enough, I don't know why the fuck they chose this movie poster when every human being on the planet knows this creepy movie poster. I thought Amelie was a horror movie as a kid. That's why I didn't watch it. I was too afraid of it. This one right here. I saw this poster and I was 1000% sure this was a French language horror film. I was like, oh no, I think I'm too scared to watch this. It looks too scary. I was watching fucking Pitch Black, but this cover of Amelie was a road too far for me. God, Bill Murray did look old in Zombieland. You're not wrong. And that was 20 years ago. I took too big a bite. See, it's like, I genuinely think that if this movie cover was the cover, I might have watched it. But the horror that is the Amelie cover is famous. Everyone knows this cover. No, we don't want to shop. Actually, I do. I want to buy a giant version of this cover right here. No, not the Fabulous Destiny. No. I want this one. Just Amelie. Having a sister work at the video store is so fun. As the sister who worked at the movie theater, it feels a little bit more low-key. Alright. But I haven't seen it. And the cover has always intrigued me. So I'm always like, I should see this. I'm gonna hang this on your ceiling. So when I wake up, it's just Amelie's face. That would be so scary. I'm also gonna rip the Band-Aid off now. I haven't seen Batman Begins. I haven't seen it. It was announced, and I was like, everything about this movie feels like it's being made by someone who hates Batman and comic books. And there's something that really bothers me about people who, like, stick their nose up at an entire medium. It's why a lot of times I struggle to fuck with Hideo Kojima. Because Hideo Kojima and Jeff Keighley, I truly believe that they have a bond, and that bond is that they're deeply, deeply insecure that they're successful in video games because they believe that real art is only in movies. Like, there is something about seeing somebody embarrassed about the thing they're doing because they think the entire genre is beneath them that really bothers me. And it's why I've never fucked with Jeff Keighley and why I get disgusted and repulsed by everyone who watches the Game Awards. If everyone stopped watching, you couldn't do them, by the way. If everyone just didn't watch, we wouldn't get any more Game Awards and we could all move on with our lives. But everyone just tunes the fuck in and they get the clicks and now everything sucks. Right? That's the thing. Like, you couldn't make, like, in the same way that almost every famous voice actor is just too ugly to make it in Hollywood. Like, if you were a little prettier, you'd be a Hollywood star. Like, Troy Baker is, like, a slightly above average white guy. But that means he is nowhere near close enough to Hollywood stardom. You feel me? That's how I feel about Chris Nolan's Batman movies. All three movies feel like a man who wants to make a movie that's about anything other than Batman, but for some reason, someone has, like, his mother hostage, and they have to include Batman in the film or it doesn't get made. I don't know. So, when the first one came out, I was like, a gritty reboot of the comic shit is all, like, again, I find it very immature, like, okay, what if we take this thing, and, like, Batman's already pretty gritty as a comic, low-key. What if we make it, like, real and, like, grounded and, like, gritty? Sir, a man has a bathtub that makes him immortal. What are you talking about? So, I own Batman Begins. I think I've even seen parts of it. I don't get nothing from the Christopher Nolan Batman movies. Not as films, not as Batman films, not as anything. I get nothing out of them. It feels like he doesn't want to make them, so why should I watch them? Also, fun fact, I hadn't seen a single Quentin Tarantino movie, and then in 2012, my boyfriend at the time found out I hadn't seen a single Quentin Tarantino movie, and he was like, we're gonna watch Quentin Tarantino movies. And we watched Reservoir Dogs, Jackie Brown, Pulp Fiction, Kill Bill Volume 1 and 2, and then I think this was before Inglourious Bastards came out, because I think Inglourious Bastards was like the first one that I watched like pretty close to when it came out. I watched it at my mom's house on DVD, so it came out in 2009. So yeah, I didn't watch it in theaters or anything, but I did watch it because I actually got show up in the movie theater when this movie was out. I just didn't watch it in theaters. Watched it at my mom's house. Well, 2011. No, 2012. I thought the phrase was tooth and nail. Yeah, but it's Quentin Tarantino. He fights toe and nail. There's no nail on the tooth. That's just silly what you said. So we watched a bunch of Quentin Tarantino movies, and we watched Kill Bill Volume 1. And we watched the first Kill Bill. And then he goes, you know, originally I was going to make you wait exactly 1 year to watch the second one. And I was like, what the fuck? Why? Why would you make me wait a year? And he was like, well, when Kill Bill Volume 1 came out, you had to wait a year before Kill Bill Volume 2 came out in theaters. So I watched Volume 1 in theaters, and then I had to wait a whole year to find out what happened next. But I won't do that to you. And I was like, the fact you even had the thought to do it to me is fucked up. Which should have been a red flag. This guy was an asshole. But yeah, he literally tried to float the idea of waiting a year between watching Kill Bill Volume 1 and 2, just on principle. That didn't happen. I watched Kill Bill Volume 2. Fuck it. I have seen Shrek 2. We've talked about this. I have not seen There Will Be Blood. And you guys all know it's because I refuse to watch Daniel Day-Lewis movies because the concept of method acting is proof that you're a bad actor. I don't need Jared Leto before Jared Leto in my movies. I find him cringe and embarrassing. And I physically can't get into movies he's in because every time I see him, I think of all the bullshit he does on set just for this role because he can't figure out how to just fucking act. And it enrages me. I would be so sick of his shit if I was on a set with Daniel Day-Lewis because he always plays assholes too. It's not like this method acting fuck ever wants to play like the guy who cured cancer and then he goes and gets a PhD. No, he always wants to play a fucking dick. Well, I have to be an asshole to you. I'm a method actor. Go fuck yourself. I didn't watch Corpse Bride for a long time because the concept was like, this woman's dead and she died on her wedding day. And no matter what else happened in the movie, I knew that she would be a woman who died on her wedding day. And it was too sad for me. And I finally sat down to watch it. And you know what? It was too sad for me. The movie ends and she's still dead and I was sad. Seen Juno. I saw it once. Very creepy. Very weird. I saw Pirates of the Caribbean 1 a million times. And some guy in a Kojima game. Legally Blonde was one of my favorite movies as a preteen and teenager, and I would watch Legally Blonde in a double feature with Bring It On. I'd watch one and then the other all the time. Watch one. I had them both on DVD, and they were right next to each other, and I'd watch one, and then I'd immediately watch the other. I'm going to say usually it was Bring It On, then Legally Blonde, but I honestly don't even remember at this point. You can't miss. So those two are great. Jennifer's Body. I worked in the movie theater when this movie came out, and I thought it was really difficult to decide which of these women looked hotter. And at the time, my feminism was not like other girls' feminism, so I was one of those people who was like, hot girl Megan Fox just being a hot girl and evil in a movie, and all the feminist undertones and lesbian shit went right over my head. So this is a movie I'd actually really like to go back to as a person with a more developed prefrontal cortex, because that shit was hot ladies rummaging through my bisexuality, and then apparently other stuff was happening. Okay, this is a double feature that I made up, so if there was actually a double feature disc with Bring It On and Legally Blonde, I deserve money. I'm just saying, I deserve fucking compensation for that shit, because I know movies. That's great, I should be a movie DJ. I saw 13 Going on 30 in movie theaters because it came out in 2004 when, ironically, I was 12. And so, I was just about to be 13 going on 30, and I'd never heard that phrase before. But if anybody has met me or knows anything about my childhood, the best way to describe child Kaylee was 13 going on 30. Like, I was aggressively, like, I didn't want to be a kid. I hated being a kid. I couldn't wait to be an adult. I was not interested in talking to other kids. I only wanted to talk to other adults. I only wanted to talk to adults. I only wanted to talk about adult shit. I was very, just a 45-year-old woman trapped in a 7th grader's body all the time. I saw, and this is a fun fact, I hope Chris isn't here for this, I saw the last 5 minutes of The Departed. My mom was watching it, and I walked in just at the surprise boom boom part, and then the rest of the movie wraps up. So I think that's fairly spoiler free, but I definitely walked in and it was like, oh, that's the whole movie and how it ends in a nutshell. I'm marking it as watched. As far as I'm aware, I saw The Departed. So the last 10 minutes, that's all I gotta worry about. Obviously, I saw The Hangover. I saw The Hangover 2. I might have seen The Hangover 3. I crossed the film board picket line for The Departed. That shit bangs. Very funny. Very, very funny. Yeah, like I said, my mom loves watching movies. She's a big movie watcher. And something just happened. I was in my room, came out of my room, and all the lights were off, and then, TV was playing a movie, and I'm like, oh, Matt Damon. I was like, oh, this is not the type of movie I usually see that guy in. So, yeah, no. I suggest everybody watch only the last 10 minutes of The Departed. I don't think I've seen 28 Days Later because I watched the movie 28 Days with Sandra Bullock when I was way too young. And so when I heard 28 Days Later was coming out, I thought it was a sequel. No, I have seen it. And then I found out it was a zombie movie. And this period, it's 2002 here. This is right, like, it's almost a ground, like a patient zero for the zombie pop culture apocalypse that overtook us until like 2012, 2018, 2026. I feel like I never fucking left. But I hated the zombie wave. I don't find zombies that compelling. I think they're fine. I think that there are some cool zombie things. It's not like I've never seen a cool zombie thing. But the premise, it's a zombie movie, is an uphill climb for people pitching movies to me. Let me phrase it that way. Like, it's like, okay, now give me a reason I'd want to watch it, right? Like, does that make sense? So, I definitely didn't watch 28 Days Later when it came out, but I'm actually remembering because of Cillian Murphy's big ol' eyes. I have seen this movie, and I think I've seen 28 Weeks Later. I know for a fact I haven't seen the new one. New 2, New 3, whatever. There's a bunch of these. I don't really like zombie movies. I've really been wanting to watch them for love. I don't recognize this. Who is picking the posters for these? This is not the Cars poster. This is like a reveal teaser for the movie Cars. Like there it is again, the all-new 2006 from the manufacturers of The Incredibles, and it's cute, but like this is the poster for Cars with all the cars. Who's picking the teaser poster? No, I think of Cars, I think of like Cars. My little brother is a huge Cars fan. He had Cars sheets, curtains, blanket, everything as a kid. Whole bedroom was decked out in Cars stuff. Big Cars kid. So I have seen Cars more times than I would like. I have not seen Cars 2 because I love myself. And I have not seen Cars 3 because if you make Cars 2, you can't trick me into watching another Cars. I don't care how good you say it is. Yeah, there's 28 Days Later, and then there's 28 Weeks Later, and then there's 28 Months Later, and then I think that got a sequel. Is that where it... Oh yeah, the Bone Temple. That was it. It's 28. Oh, there isn't a month. It's just days, weeks, years. Real missed opportunity to not do months, by the way. But I was just thinking of the Bone Temple. Apparently, and that was directed by Nia DaCosta instead of Danny Boyle. Apparently, the Bone Temple is quite good. And so that's why they're having Danny Boyle come for the next one. I also didn't realize that 28 Weeks Later only had Danny Boyle as a producer. He didn't really touch the film. And Alex Garland wrote every other film but 28 Weeks Later. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. Anyways, not my Cars poster. Fuck that. The Pianist is with The Predator. Adrian Brody. Yeah, I haven't seen it because it's a Roman Polanski movie, so you shouldn't see it either. We don't need to see Roman Polanski movies, actually. If he's so empathetic and emotional and aware of the human condition, why does he rape children? That's kind of my... What can I gain from watching a movie directed by a man who rapes children? It's really... Like, I haven't watched Jeepers Creepers since I found out that man rapes children. Right? Justin Long, pretty decent in one of his first roles. That director rapes children. Right? Like, there should be lines, and rapes children is one of them. So I have not seen The Pianist. I know Adrian Brody is considered very good in it. One of those, like, Oscar Beatty type fucking movies. I'm good. I'm good on the man in the striped pajamas as told by a child rapist. That's kind of how I feel about that. So, sorry. I have a very hard struggle with separating the art from the artist, because to me, there are so, like... The idea that you can't separate the art from the artist or there'd be no good art is such a revealing thought for someone else to have. Because for me, personally, I believe that there are enough good people in the world, that there are enough good people making art, that you could theoretically, and I try to do this, you could theoretically refuse to watch art by bad people and still have a lot of art to watch. And I'll be honest, I'm 34, I haven't ran out of art to consume. Right? So that's my struggle with separating the art versus the artist, is what it does is it allows people who do bad things to get ahead. If we set the standard, it doesn't matter how funny your movies are. If you're Woody Allen, they don't get made. Then maybe we would have less child raping. Like, I don't love the auteur, that idea of the great man mythos. I really, really fundamentally try to attack that when I can. And when I see things like Roman Polanski's a child rapist, but he made The Pianist, that's the great man mythos in work. That's the concept that there's something so singularly special about Roman Polanski, that he has something in his art that is incapable of being found by the art of someone who didn't rape children. Right? Like, that's what people who are saying. I don't even think they realize we're saying this, but people are saying, like, yeah, but, like, you know, Rosemary's Baby is such an important part of horror cinema. And it's like, yeah, there's no movies like The Omen or anything that deal with satanic pregnancy conspiracy theory. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I would love to see the people that the rapists and misogynists and racists kept out of making art if we kicked them out instead. Because that's what a lot of people like. People have said this a lot more eloquently than I currently am. But the idea that, like, well, we have to put up with Woody Allen and Roman Polanski because how else will we get great art? It's like, I don't know, maybe there's a really, really funny Jewish woman who would have made great comedies, but she was so uncomfortable being around Woody Allen and people who were cool being around Woody Allen that she left the movie industry forever. Like, I think more about all of the art we've never gotten because we didn't stop bad people from being powerful than I do about, well, what if we lost the art of bad, powerful men? Like, that's really, really important to me. I don't think Harvey Weinstein signed off on a single picture so good that it made everything he did worth it, right? And when people try to argue separating from the art from the artist, I feel that they are usually unintentionally arguing to keep the status quo where art is made by people capable of some of the worst evils of mankind because we can't even fathom the concept that their victims are capable of producing art at or above that level. The point about, like, Louis C.K.'s funny. I bet all those women he showed his penis to who never did stand-up again were probably even funnier. Think of all the jokes we didn't get to hear because we were like, well, Louis C.K.'s so funny. What are we supposed to do just because he keeps flashing his penis to everybody, right? Like, does that make sense? I know that it's very, like, okay, soapbox, I just want to watch a fucking movie. But, like, yeah, so do I. Imagine how tired we are. And Rose McGowan got found out. Oops. Still a good line, though. I haven't heard of City of God. I'm putting it as our first, I'm opening this up, by the way. Like, that's a movie that sounds like you've heard. Well, it's French. Maybe that's why. Oh, no, it's Rio de Janeiro. It's Portuguese. Brazilian. Interesting. See? Also, I'm so fucking stupid. The first time that I saw this review may contain spoilers, I can handle the truth. I thought the spoiler was that they were quoting a movie, and that was their whole review. I didn't realize you were supposed to click the truth to show it. So. I saw Charlie and the Chocolate Factory at the drive-in movie theater in my Midwest town when this movie came out, and our drive-in movie theater always did double features. I'm trying to remember what the double feature was. I'm sad because I'm struggling. I'm like, fuck, what was the other movie? But I saw Charlie and the Chocolate Factory at the literal drive-in. And almost everything about this movie makes me angry. But the thing that makes me the angriest is that they completely abandon all source material at the drop of a hat for less than no reason and even less payoff. But then, for some reason, the one time they decide to be incredibly faithful to the source material is in Veruca Salt's destruction. In Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, one of the changes they made from the book was Veruca Salt being a bad nut. You guys remember Willy Wonka, the Chocolate Factory, there were golden geese. And Veruca Salt really wanted one of those golden geese, Daddy. And the geese lay the golden eggs, and they go down a chute where they're either bad or good. And the joke was that Veruca jumps on the chute to go grab a goose, and the chute's like, oh, that's a bad egg. And so she gets sent down the chute because she's a bad egg. Get it? Well, in the book, it wasn't golden chocolate eggs. It was squirrels and nuts. And because they are a chocolate shop, a lot of their chocolates have nuts. So they have to open all the nuts. So they had an army of squirrels that could wrap on the nuts and test them to see if they were good nuts or bad nuts. And they would toss the bad nuts down the chute and then open the good nuts, and those nuts would be used for the chocolate. And so Veruca wants like a pet hamster or like a pet squirrel or some shit. And she runs up and the squirrels are like, that's a bad nut. And she goes down the bad nut shaft. So in Willy Wonka, they changed it to goose. But in Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, they keep the squirrels and the bad nuts. So the one time that this movie is technically more accurate to the source material than the original movie is in Veruca Salt's destruction. So that's just a little fun fact for everybody. Everything else about this movie is dumb and stupid, but you finally get to see the one scene from the book that you didn't get to see in the Willy Wonka movie because they changed it to geese to make her a bad egg instead of a bad nut. Otherwise, this movie is irredeemable. And I'm going to be honest, once again, it's like, oh, where's Blake when you need him? My freshman year of high school, I sat at a lunch table with our good friend Chris Baker and a girl named Missy Clower. And Missy Clower had a huge crush on Freddie Highmore. And I remember being creeped out because Freddie Highmore looked like a little boy. And we were only 13 or whatever. So he's not that... Yeah, he's actually our exact same age. Freddie Highmore is a month older than me. That's even funnier because I remember low-key being creeped out that my friend Missy was like low-key a pedophile because she had a huge crush on Freddie Highmore and she cut out pictures of Freddie, like printed out on printer paper as you had to do back in the day. She printed out pictures of Freddie Highmore and glued them to her book, like her school bookbinder. And it was pictures like from that, and she saw finally like these are all, I swear to God. He was in Women Talking Dirty. We literally clicked on that. That's crazy. Okay. Anyways, that's the one pulling a bottom Carter. But it was that. It was Finding Neverland. It was the Spiderwick Chronicles. It was the Golden Compass. Yeah, and all the years check out on that. Those were the 4 movies that she would be like, oh my God, I love Freddie Highmore. And so years later, when I found out Freddie Highmore was the good doctor doing that, like, painfully, like, just deeply offensive caricature of an autistic person, I'm like, God, Missy, you have terrible taste in men. And I'm also like, Freddie Highmore, I thought this movie was the worst crime you had to answer for, but no, it's the good doctor. I fucking hate Freddie Highmore. Freddie Highmore, you ruined my childhood, and then you ruined my adulthood. I hate everything about you. So, yeah, fun fact. My friend had a huge crush on him, but also, fuck Freddie Highmore. When you are complicit in that level of offensive autistic propaganda, you are taking some of that L. I know he ain't the show writer, but he's acting it out. Memories of Murder looks like a mystery. I love that. I saw Ponyo in theaters and it changed my life. I didn't see Ocean's 11 until 2019. But I have seen it, and I've seen Ocean's 11. I actually saw Ocean's 12 first, and one of the reasons I didn't see Ocean's 11 is because I walked in to somebody else watching Ocean's 12, and I'm really hoping it's Ocean's 12. There's a small chance this was Ocean's 13. To the scene where the character played by Julia Roberts has to sneak somewhere, and they do this really obnoxious meta, hey, you kind of look like Julia Roberts, so let's have you sneak into this place Julia Roberts can go. And so actress who is Julia Roberts playing a character pretending to be Julia Roberts ends up hanging out with Bruce Willis, and it's a whole like cameo where he's like, I love you so much, Julia Roberts. You and I are homies. And like in real life, Julia Roberts is pregnant, so like she's got like a fake belly, and Bruce Willis is like trying to rub her belly and ask about the baby, but she's not really pregnant, so she's trying to hide it. And it's just this like meta. It would have killed in 2012 now when we're also fucking. It was just like that smug MCU, everyone turn and wink at the camera when they say a smarmy line ass meta shit. I can't stomach it. Sometimes I feel like a bad millennial because millennials love that meta, we lampshaded it, type shit. And it fucking like, you know what makes a joke funny? When you have to stop and go, like just fucking drives me nuts. One of the worst scenes I have ever seen put to film, and I watched The Room. I watched Birdemic. I've watched 25 Christian films, and that is still the worst scene I've ever seen put to film. And I've watched every single episode of Code Monkeys. So, yeah, Ocean's 11 as a franchise had to have Ocean's 8 be Ocean's 8 to make up for how bad that one scene is. And also, fun fact, Julia Roberts is famous for being like a super mean, evil cunt who pretends to be a nice lady, Ellen DeGeneres style, but that's been so widely known that the idea that anybody actually thinks she's nice now is almost funny to me. Like, I'm pretty sure everyone knows Julia Roberts is a giant, stuck-up, mean, evil cunt. She slept with her director, and then he left his wife for her, and she handmade t-shirts for the paparazzi to take pictures of her, insulting the ex-wife for not signing the divorce fast enough. She did marry Lyle Lovett, but his other one, Daniel Moder. Daniel Moder she married in 2002. He was married to Vera Steinberg until 2002. When he met Julia Roberts on the film of the Mexican, they got divorced, and he did that. But Julia Roberts famously wore this stupid fucking shirt, Aloe Vera, because her name is Vera. She handmade this fucking shirt that says Aloe Vera because she was like, she's just taking a lot of low blows in the divorce because Vera wasn't super happy her husband left her for Julia Roberts. Like, Julia Roberts, everything that I know about Emma Roberts, I'm like, oh yeah, that's Julia Roberts' niece, all right. Eric Roberts has a famous history of a volatile, violent temper, and he is still seemingly the chillest person in that family. The women are mean fucking cunts. I don't fuck with it. So yeah, I don't like Julia Roberts. I don't like watching movies with her in them. I don't trust her at all. And then when I found out that Aaron Brockovich is a fucking scam artist liar, it really made a lot of sense. They perfectly cast her. Fuck Aaron Brockovich too. Oh, Emma Roberts I haven't fucked with since Emma Roberts was arrested for assaulting Evan Peters. She beat Evan Peters up multiple times in their relationship. She has been called out for domestic violence so many fucking times. Like, Emma Roberts is a spouse abuser. She hasn't been married, but like literally DV girl. Emma Roberts is one of those, it's not DV if a woman's doing it to a man. Emma Roberts is one of those, like, we don't take it seriously if it's a woman hitting a man, but she has been caught beating the shit out of multiple partners. Like, she has a violent temper and she uses her hands. Yes, I don't fuck with Emma Roberts because I don't fuck with DV people. And again, not watching any Emma Roberts movies has taken nothing from my life. My life is not a worse place because I don't watch American Horror Story anymore. In fact, Emma Roberts was always the worst part of American Horror Story. Yeah, keep your fucking hands to yourself. Jesus, it's not hard. And then Evan Peters, of course, a male victim of domestic violence. We were just fighting. It wasn't a big deal. No, it's totally, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. And like very much like, because they dated for like a decade. And the very first DV charge the cops got called for was only a couple years into the relationship. And that was not the only report of her getting violent with him. I felt very bad for Evan Peters. I was always like, Evan Peters, one, I'm so glad he's not with her anymore. But he reminds me of Kick-Ass. Where you're Aaron Taylor Johnson, where you're just desperately hoping that he finally leaves that horrible groomer. Aaron Taylor Johnson met his wife when he was about 12 and she was in her mid-30s, and she was a director on a movie he was an actor on, and then she became friends with his parents and groomed him until he finally married her. She is literally a Mary Kay Letourneau, and we just let it happen. But it's pretty close. But I'd shake the fuck out of her. Azim, I mean, a white man being racist doesn't shock me, but I have not, whatever that was, I haven't heard of it. So, like, sure. Wouldn't shock me. He dated Emma Roberts for a decade. He's probably not the greatest person. But if he did a, like, dressed in blackface or some point, I missed that one. So, I would love the tea. I'm not above it. I haven't seen Love Actually. This is another one of those where I get gender dysphoria because I don't usually gravitate towards like chick flicks or like these types of rom-coms or things like this. So like I kind of suck because even now where I'm like, it's a Christmas movie, I could add it to my Christmas list, I still don't really feel like watching it. Weirdly enough, Dee Dee, I was taught, this is so true. Marvel Rivals announced that you can just take someone's reticle really easy without having to do like an upload download thing, and I tried to text Zyger, I'm so glad I don't have to figure out how reticles work, and I typed reticles and I spelled it perfectly, and my phone was like, I know, I'll change the word reticle to testicles, not because it's misspelled, but because I'm sure you meant the word testicles instead. And I was just like, you son of a bitch, I didn't typo. I didn't fuck up the spelling, and you were like, well, I have to make a guess about which word she means. I typed the word reticles, and my phone went, you mean testicles? And changed it, and I caught it, thankfully, right before sending. But I straight up almost said, it wasn't even that long into the text, so I'm sure it's, like, right here. Yeah, I typed, I'ma snatch that flower without ever learning how to upload reticles. Yes. And then in all caps, I put autocorrect, changed the correctly spelled reticle to testicles, and I'm so glad I caught it. Because I almost sent, I'ma snatch that flower without ever learning how to upload testicles. See, there's a reticle that looks like a daisy, and I see a lot of people using it, but I'm too lazy and dumb to figure out how to do it myself. But I definitely almost told Zyger I was going to deflower someone without my testicles. Like, what? I spelled it right. I even double checked. I was like, did I fuck up reticle? And I'm like, no, that's reticle. It just decided to change it. So, yeah. So anyways, I'm going to keep this open. It has a lot of actors I want to see, but I haven't seen it. I'm a piece of shit. I'm going to hell. Obviously, I've seen Kung Fu Panda. My family loves the movie White Chicks. I felt like this movie was racist, and maybe I'm too, like, sensitive. I'm always just like, I don't know, this is super misogynistic, and parts of it feel weirdly racist, but it was written by two black guys, so maybe it's not. Definitely misogyny, though. There's definitely a ton of misogyny. But my family, like, I was talking to my little sister, and she was like, yeah, I'm watching White Chicks right now, like 6 months ago. Evan Archie a racist anti-BLM tweet and then apologized and said he supports BLM. That's, how do you, like, what, you read the... Is it one of those, well, when someone said all lives matter, that sounded good on paper. I don't trust somebody who's that stupid. That might even called it Snapchat. Jesus. But also, my Squirrel Girl is getting so good, and we need at least one more person for a 4-stack for Marvel Rivals Vampires. So if anybody has been playing Marvel Rivals and wants to, Zyger and I got some strong nuts now. But yeah, my family still regularly watches this. My family still regularly quotes this movie. I am so... Whenever I think of Terry Crews, some people think of Brooklyn Nine-Nine. Some people with deeper cuts think of Everybody Hates Chris. I think of White Chicks. And that's why Terry Crews will never apologize enough to me. Because I have had to watch this movie so many times. And like these faces give me such uncanny valley. They look like Jennifer Lawrence. I don't know. But I can't do it. I never want to watch White Chicks again. I'm sorry. Part of me wants to rewatch it to be like, maybe I'm misremembering it. But part of me never wants to cringe again. Fun fact about Kaylee. The Royal Tenenbaums was my first Wes Anderson film. This movie came out, and I was very, very taken by multiple things. 1, Ben Stiller in something that wasn't a Ben Stiller comedy. 2, the fact that they had 2 little Ben Stillers in matching tracksuits. 3, the coolest Gwyneth Paltrow has ever looked. I was like, wow, that's Gwyneth Paltrow. She looks cool. She's got like Avril Lavigne eyeliner on. 4, Luke Wilson is the Wilson brother I had a crush on. And so him with a bird in this cover, like basically this entire role, like this movie poster lived rent free in my head. I watched this movie, but only after like 2 years of staring at this movie cover, imagining what the movie would be about. For some reason, that was more fun for me than watching the movie, so I didn't watch it for a long time. But The Royal Tenenbaums was my introduction to Wes Anderson and the exact type of weird Wes Anderson is. And I was like, I like this. Like, whatever this weird is, I want it. So, specifically, Royal Tenenbaums of all of Wes Anderson's movies has a very special place in my heart. If you're curious, my second Wes Anderson film was The Life Aquatic, and my third was Fantastic Mr. Fox, in chronological order of me watching them. So, yes, that was my Wes Anderson journey. But the 1,000 Miles Minutes True Cinema. See? All these people love White Chicks. That's why I'm like, maybe I was too harsh on White Chicks. But part of me is like, there's no way I was too harsh on White Chicks. I tried to rewatch White Chicks right before moving to Seattle for the first time. Trust me, you don't need to try to rewatch it. Can't do it. But yes, I have seen The Royal Tenenbaums, and it was one of those movies that really stuck with me because that was my introduction to whatever the fuck Wes Anderson has going on. Before Sunset, isn't that like there's Before Sunset, After Sunset, and then like a third movie? Am I making that up? I'll get back to that. Mr. and Mrs. Smith definitely saw Bisexual Reawakening, etc., etc. The Princess Diaries, I have a relationship with. I don't know anybody else who has a relationship with because The Princess Diaries introduced me to Robert Schwartzman. Robert Schwartzman plays the love interest, Heather Matarazzo's brother, and Anne Hathaway's love interest, Michael Moskowitz. Robert Schwartzman, for those who don't know, is a Coppola. He is Jason Schwartzman's brother. Nick Cage, Sofia Coppola's cousin. But most importantly to me, the frontman for the band Rooney. That's right, he is how I found out about the band Rooney because it's his band and I love it. I fucking love the band Rooney. I don't know anybody else who's like, oh, Rooney, I know them. I fucking love Rooney. It's a great band. I actually discovered Rooney through the VH1 You Oughta Know function that they used to do, and I was like, wait, that's the guy from Princess Diaries. I'm gonna listen to his music, and the song that You Oughta Know highlighted was a fucking bop. And so then I just downloaded a shit ton of Rooney music off LimeWire, and I have nonstop, like I've never stopped listening to Rooney. I like, oh, so good. So good. So yeah, When Did Your Heart Go Missing? Blue Side, I'm Shaking, Burr Up to Me, Should Have Been After You, all of them. Just fucking bop. Yeah, Nick Cage has so much respect, like my respect, because Nick Cage is like Emilio Estevez. I don't give Charlie Sheen any respect because Nick Cage went, well, I don't want to get cash just as people see the last name Coppola and go, oh. And 2, Nick Cage named himself after Luke Cage. A lot of people do not know that, especially before the MCU made people realize who Luke Cage is. Nick Cage is such an OG comic book nerd and low-key like, wow, cool black superhero. Of all the superheroes to name himself after in the fucking 90s, late 80s, he picked Luke Cage, and that's how he got Nick Cage. He is a true blue comic book nerd. Yeah, like a comic book nerd to the extent that he named his child Kal-El. The second autistic fixation he has is Elvis. He is such a huge Elvis fan that he has one of the world's largest Elvis Presley collections, and in fact was married to Lisa Marie Presley for 2 years. And to this day, Lisa Marie Presley is like, yeah, well, R.I.P. Until the end, Lisa Marie Presley was like, yeah, I'm pretty sure Nick Cage married me so that he could add me to his collection. If you didn't know, she was married to Nick Cage for 2 years. And she was like the final piece of his I'm obsessed with Elvis Presley collection. Also, Lisa Marie Presley released an album where the single off of it was Dirty Laundry, which is a cover of a band I should know. And I don't. I was like, I'm pretty sure it's Now What? Yep, Dirty Laundry. Don Henley. That's it. She did a cover of Don Henley's Dirty Laundry. And I'm not going to lie, I've never heard Don Henley's version of this song. I really, really like the Lisa Marie Presley version of Don Henley's Dirty Laundry. If you have never listened to it, Lisa Marie Presley's version of Dirty Laundry, I genuinely think is a good song. She never played on the radio after that. I haven't heard any other Lisa Marie Presley songs. But Lisa Marie Presley in 2005 released Dirty Laundry, and it played a lot on VH1, and I was like, damn, that's a bop, though. So, yes. That's my fun fact about Lisa Marie Presley. Still waiting. Yeah, he bought Action Comics 1, and one of the reasons he's always doing movies is he did a lot of shit like buying Action Comics 1. Like Johnny Cash's Hurt. Honestly, perfect example, Afro. Yep. Sometimes we only need the cover. Sometimes you're glad the original exists because it gave you the cover. Nobody wants to hear Prince's Nothing Compares to You. And that's fucking Prince. But I have a really deep soft spot for Robert Schwartzman. He's my favorite Schwartzman brother. I love the band, Bruni. Look, Bruni has its own fucking 2004 concert movie. I had no idea this existed. I'm gonna watch it. Of course I am. I'm a fucking loser. But you should listen to Rooney. It's a good band. I like them. Unironically, they're great. So, I love The Princess Diaries because they introduced me to Rooney. That shit is great. Alright, we're getting into this. I like Simon Pegg in Star Trek. Most of the Simon Pegg vehicle movies, the Edgar Wright movies that are like, it's a trilogy of films, right? They're like thematically similar. You know, it's Shaun of the Dead. It's a movie where he's a cop. And then a third movie. What am I doing? Just click on it. Hot Fuzz. Movie where he was a cop. See, it is real. And then there's like a third one. The World's End, maybe? I think it was. I think it was Hot Fuzz, Shaun of the Dead, and The World's End. Yes, it is. I was like, because it has this guy in it still. Yeah, these movies do very little for me. I'm a bad person. I'm aggressively American. I don't get anything from these. So I have not seen Hot Fuzz, and I have not seen That World's End. But I did finally, I think in a kind of, it was like a PAX East hotel room. Somebody in a hotel room put on the Boy Scouts Guide to Surviving the Zombie Apocalypse. I had to sit through that shit. Because again, you guys know, I don't fucking really like zombie shit. So I had to sit through that, which had Miles Teller, I believe, in it. I'm so confident I'm going to go through it this way. I hit most of the letters in his name. Damn, it wasn't. Time to try to figure out who I was thinking about. The Boy Scouts Guide to... The Scouts Guide, not Boy Scouts. They're gender... Let's say non-conforming, but I just meant open. Who's in this movie that I guess it was Ty Sheridan. Yeah, Ty Sheridan looks a lot like Miles Teller to me. Yeah, okay. There's this guy. Anyways, I had to watch this movie because that's what happens when you share a hotel room with 8 people. You don't always get a pick. And then they were like, yeah, it's kind of like, it's not quite as good as Shaun of the Dead, but it was still good. And I was like, Shaun of the Dead, you mean that movie I haven't watched because it doesn't look good enough to watch? And they were all like, we gotta watch Shaun of the Dead. And I watched it, and it was fine, which is exactly what I thought it would be. I didn't think it would be bad. I thought it'd be fine. I thought it'd have a lot of zombie shit I didn't give a fuck about, and I was right. So yeah, I've watched it. Yeah, I'm a shitty person. I thought it was fine. The bar for it to be like, I really loved Zombieland. That is a zombie movie I really loved. The only other zombie thing I deeply, deeply enjoy and interact with more, like still more than just I saw it once and never again, was when VHS was still doing actually good found footage anthologies instead of, all right, directors, who can be the goriest? Gore's not even horror to me. It's just like gross. Like turning your eyelids inside out isn't scary. It's just gross. It's just icky. Like I'm sorry. Like VH1 as a series is one of the biggest letdowns in filmmaking for me, and I have to watch all of my horror movie friends just fillet it constantly because they are so like everyone else is like, oh, VHS 9. I watched VHS 99 with Zyger, and I was so fucking disappointed VHS was amazing. VHS 2 was really, really, really good. VHS Viral was bad, and I got scared. And then they have just all been bad since. Now, to be fair, I haven't seen 85 or Beyond or Halloween. I stopped. I think I might have only seen 94 because we watched Viral and it was horrible. And then I was like, oh, I love old vintage found footage. 94, that sounds promising. And then 94, it didn't even need to be in 94. It was all just the most aggressive. How can we, like, there was one that really broke it for me. And I think it was in Viral, and I feel bad because it couldn't have been. It was a Asian filmmaker who just did a really, really deeply graphic, like, chained up in someone's basement type shit. Or like they were like a sick doctor or something. It was towards the end. And that was it. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it anymore. Yeah, skateboarders. Maybe it was 94. Like, I hit a period where I was like, can't do this. Okay, yeah, I remember the Rat Man. It was The Subject. Timo Tadano's The Subject was the one that made me be like, I don't want to watch these films anymore. And I turned off VHS 94 halfway through The Subject. Because it was just like, I don't watch David Cronenberg movies. And VHS went from every single vignette was doing something different and innovative with found footage to how can we make the goriest short horror movie possible. It really felt like that became the gag. Oh, well, like, and that's people say, like, oh man, if you, like, they don't make, like, practical effects horror anymore like that. Like, I get nothing from that. That's not, that practical effects is not horror to me. Practical effects, like, wow, that really does look like the human body. Like, it's a art form I appreciate on that level. It is not scary. It is just kind of gross. Or like medical shit. Like, I find that shit as scary as watching Trauma Life in the ER. I just don't like looking at blood and guts. It's gross. I'm like, oh, that's supposed to be on the inside. I'm not supposed to see that. Like, it's just, ugh. I'm not scared. I'm just like, well, now I don't really want to eat. You know, like, thanks, I lost my appetite. I'm not fucking terrified. I'm not gonna have nightmares. I'm just gonna be grossed out. So the VHS franchise is very, very disappointing to me. And maybe, you know, Beyond, that sounds spookier. Nope, see, this looks stupid. I loved how, like, small in scale things were. I love Kate Siegel, though. She's beautiful. What a beautiful woman. But VHS has, and another reason why it's such a goddamn shame, VHS has one of the greatest zombie, like, premises I've ever seen. And it's a ride in the park. And it's a guy who gets a call from his girlfriend, puts his GoPro on top of his helmet to go ride his bike, because he records, like, you know, all of the views and shit that some people do, using a GoPro while you're out, like, he's going through, like, the woods and shit, off-roading on his bike. And just as he's about to start, a woman covered in blood freaks out and throws up and bites him. And he turns into a zombie. And the rest of the short is from the perspective of a GoPro mounted to a zombie. And it is a very, very interesting concept. And I really enjoyed it. And to me, for comedy, Zombieland is pink zombies. And for serious horror, that short in VHS 2 is the best zombie thing I've seen. So when it comes to other things, like, that's my bar. And if it doesn't cross that, and it has Matt Lucas in it. I fucking hate Matt Lucas. Matt Lucas is so bad, he made me not want to watch Great British Bake Off. Right, like those YouTube channels that are just a GoPro on a cat. Yeah, I've seen those. I always get nervous because I'm a big, like, indoor cat person. So I'm like, oh my god, keep your cat. What if this video is your a cat stuff film? But it was really, really interesting. I'm not going to go into the details because, one, it's a short. Like, you can watch it. It's just like 10 minutes. But really done. Really well done. Really interesting. Clever. I liked that. The fact Shaun of the Dead is super above Zombieland is very funny to me. Because, yeah, I've seen it, but it's fine. I loved Pan's Labyrinth. I'm Not a Monster. I saw that. I saw Almost Famous, and I was too young when I saw Almost Famous to really appreciate it, and I have a couple of dumb things. Like, one, I didn't know who Cameron Crowe was for a long time. And my brain crossed some wires. And this is so stupid, but the only thing I can say is in 2000, I was 8 years old. Like, I'm talking, I was a little kid. When I'm about to say this, and you're gonna be like, Kaylee, that is so stupid. How can you be confused by that? And I will tell you, it's because I was a dumb kid. But for some reason, I got Cameron Crowe and the Counting Crows combined. And Cameron Crowe looks enough like Adam Duritz that I thought Adam Duritz and Cameron Crowe were the same person. And I'm gonna go a step further because we have Kate Hudson here. And Kate Hudson was married to Chris Robinson, who is the lead singer of the Black Crowes. And I thought he was also Adam Duritz because I thought the Black Crowes were the Counting Crows, and I thought she met her husband, the director of Almost Famous, on this movie because I thought Cameron Crowe was Counting Crows' Adam Duritz, and also I thought Counting Crows was the same band as the Black Crowes. So I thought Kate Hudson was married to Cameron Crowe, who was also the guy from the Accidentally in Love Shrek video. He is also Adam Duritz. Like, with the little guy, like I would see this and I was just like, oh yeah, with the little guy dancing around. This guy, I saw this guy and I was like, ah yes, this music video made so much sense to me somehow because it was the director of Almost Famous and the husband of Kate Hudson. I got nothing. And then the reason I found out Kate Hudson wasn't married to Adam Duritz is even stupider because I was like, wait a minute. Kate Hudson isn't married to the lead singer of the Counting Crows. What a fool I am. She's married to the lead singer of the Black Keys. That's right. I thought the Black Crows, the Counting Crows, and the Black Keys were the same fucking band, and I thought Kate Hudson was married to Dan Auerbach once I realized she wasn't married to Adam Duritz or Cameron Crowe. In my heart, Kate Hudson has been married to all three of these men. For some reason, Black Keys, Black Crows, Counting Keys, Cameron Crowe all just collided into a clusterfuck in my brain. And to this day, I have to pull up the wikis to not get them mixed up. So we'll lock that down. Fun fact, Aloha, the character that Emma Stone plays, she gets a lot of shit for because it's a Hawaiian movie about a Hawaiian. But it turns out that the character that Emma Stone plays is mostly white. Like, the real life woman who Emma Stone plays is a mostly white with a small amount of Polynesian ancestry woman, and she wasn't actually doing like yellowface, so it's not as bad as people think. So she gets a lot of shit for being in Aloha, but it turns out it's not actually that bad. Just an aside. But yeah, that's my Kate Hudson story. Obviously, I've seen School of Rock, the most powerful thing Miranda Cosgrove's ever done. I don't remember the first Saw that much because I thought Saw 2 was so much more interesting as a concept. And now we're gonna get into Uptown Girls, and I'm gonna stop right now to tell you guys I have a really, really deep soft spot for Brittany Murphy. Like, intensely deep soft spot. I watched Girl Interrupted at way too young an age, and Brittany Murphy's character in Girl Interrupted really, really, really imprinted on me. And then I also saw her in Clueless. And her in Clueless also, I imprinted on this girl like a baby dog. I watched Just Married. I hate, most people hate Ashton Kutcher because he is a murder scene ruining, rape apologist, human trafficking Zionist. I hate Ashton Kutcher because he was mean to Brittany Murphy. We are not the same. Ashton Kutcher dated Brittany Murphy to as a publicity relationship for Just Married, and Brittany Murphy thought they were actually dating. He broke up with her in the way a guy who's like, yeah, we're not really dating or whatever, that was all for pretend, breaks up with a girl. And Brittany Murphy was like, I thought we were down bad for each other. Like, fuck Ashton Kutcher into the sun. Also big fan of Dakota Fanning because I watched I Am Sam too long. I've heard a lot of celebrity blinds apparently have a lot of not nice things to say about Dakota Fanning. Apparently she's really jealous that Elle Fanning got more famous as adults and is a bit of a bitch. I like to hope that's just like celebrity rumor mill trying to start shit because I've always really liked Dakota Fanning. I hope she's nice. But yeah, every time I see Brittany Murphy, I like Sin City, man. We can't even get another Sin City. She's gone. So I get sad. I know I shouldn't. The Holiday's a crazy movie because it's a movie where Kate Winslet and Jack Black are a couple. Like, that's the endgame couple. I don't know. I haven't forgiven Jack Black for making me watch, because he held a gun to my head, Shallow Hal. Like, again, I grew up with a mom with severe body image issues, and for some reason, in 2001, my mother took 9-year-old Kaylee to see Shallow Hal in theaters. Like, I saw this movie in theaters. And I remember the whole time being like, but he's fat. Why can't she be fat if he's fat? Like, we can have a whole conversation about, like, he's not even that big or whatever, and, like, the whole concept is so fucked. And quite honestly, I've always been like, wow, fuck Gwyneth Paltrow. She was in Shallow Hal. Like, but the thing that was, I was like, wow, he can be schlubby and fat, but she has to be Gwyneth Paltrow skinny, or he's disgusted and repulsed by her. Because they put Gwyneth Paltrow in a fat suit. So she still has this beautiful face, she's just in a fat suit. And somehow that was supposed to be like, and Jason Alexander's also in it. So it's just these fat, schlubby guys trying to demand that this woman be, like, this hot, or she's not a human. And that was seen as, like, yeah, isn't that funny that this guy would even think of fucking a woman who weighs more than him? Like this movie did so much damage to my body image, my concept of beauty, everything. Like, this movie was genuinely so fucking damaging for a preteen girl to watch. I was told you can't get a guy like Jason Alexander if you're over 100 pounds. That's what this movie taught me. Because Gwyneth Paltrow isn't just skinny. Gwyneth Paltrow is, like, waif thin. Gwyneth Paltrow is skinny for a skinny girl. Gwyneth Paltrow looks curvier with this ass and tits than she does in real life. Like, they had to thicken her up for this cover. I watched this movie and it wasn't even like you had to be, like, not 300 pounds. It was, if you are not literally Gwyneth Paltrow skinny, men as big as Jack Black will mock you for your weight. And the answer, Zyger, is society. All of society was like, yep, that's true. Men can look however they want, but if women are anything less than 100 pounds soaking wet, they are repulsive butts of jokes. I am very aware of why my mother has body image issues. My mother was 90 pounds when she got pregnant with me at 20. When she had me, she was like 200 pounds, and it took her 20 years to lose the weight. Like, I completely understand why my mother was just body image issue city, because this is how she grew up. We got to touch on body positivity and, like, Meghan Trainor being all about that bass when I was in high school. And I need you guys to really internalize, because it shocked me when I looked. Meghan Trainor doing all about that bass was skinny. And she was a fat girl. She was like, look at me, I'm fat and sexy. And she looked like this. She's about what I look like now. And she was not even the fattest you were allowed to be and be famous. She was fatter. Like, this was too fat to be pretty. This was too fat to be pretty when I was a teenager. My mommy had to convince me that guys actually like curves, and this is a curve. Because when this song came out, she was considered obese. Meghan Trainor in this music video was considered fat. Like, I really need us to sit with this. We were there. Like, we're all about the same age. We were there. We know. But then go back and look. These girls were all fat. Not thick, not curvy. They were considered obese. This was a powerful music video because it had fat chicks in it. And this is what fat looked like in 2008. Meghan Trainor, Colby Kaye, and Sarah Bareilles addressed body image issues. I was a huge Colby Kaye stan. God, I hate you. Heaven forbid we read about body image issues in the 2000s without the New York Times getting its piece. And by the way, she's changed a shit ton of weight. She lost all of her weight and now she's really skinny. And she changed the lyrics because she's not as fat, so she doesn't want to sing about fat positivity because she lost weight. Because she was like, well, now I'm fat. I have to be skinnier. So she lost a shit ton of weight. But, like, I grew up looking like this and being told you are so fat that you need to have your own special song where it's not men telling you that you're pretty. It's your mother telling you that, trust me, honey, men think you're pretty. And now she looks like this. Because we're like, because the Ozempic era is just heroin chic repurposed. Because this was when body positivity was trending, and now we have regressed so far as a society that the person who introduced the concept of body positivity looks like Paris Hilton. Like, that's not the same face. Did you know she's married to Junie from Spy Kids, by the way? And did you know that Junie's sister from Spy Kids, Alexa Pena Vega, went deep, super Christian, and now she's an MLM scam hun? So, yeah, movies like Shallow Hal genuinely rock me to my core. Because, like, we've caught, like, wow, we were so bad. And we're just as, like, and we're right there again. There was a period in the middle where we got better. And we have regressed so far that Shallow Hal could get a remake. And I bet the best you could hope for is a gender flip. Modern moms have to assure their teenage daughters that they're breedable. Yeah, Jack Black literally did School of Rock in 2003 and Shallow Hal, which the fact that Shallow Hal is on what, the second page? Page 2? Or did I pull that up? I don't think it was popular. No, I just pulled that up. Okay. I'm not giving Shallow Hal any credit. So, School of Rock was 2003. Terrifying poster. He was in The Cable Guy? He was in Jack Black was in Waterworld. He was also in The Neverending Story 3 as Slip. Wild. We just be making movies. So here we go. Shallow Hal was 2001. 2 years later, he did School of Rock. Between the two, he did Ice Age, making his money. Jack Black, Spider-Man. Wow, look at how baby-faced David Cross is. Look at that little bitty baby David Cross. Holy shit. I've never seen David Cross and thought, he looks young. Wow. That's wild. Okay. Married to the girl from Sisterhood of the Traveling Pants, that one. We saw that. So yeah, Holiday, I didn't see it. I don't need to see it. The Grinch, the Jim Carrey Grinch is hard because I do really like the Jim Carrey Grinch, but it is, to me, not nearly as good as the old animated Grinch, but it kind of replaced the old animated Grinch in terms of, like, TV channels showing it during Christmas. So I have a little bit of a beef with it for making it harder to watch the animated one. Someone on Twitter demanded I review this. Nope. Sorry, guys. It's not how this works. Not your review butler. Not only was Mayhew an asshole, but he was also a fucking idiot that couldn't tell the difference between a beard and sideburns. Yeah, great movie. Love it. Obviously good. I do get a little sad about how it's harder to find the OG because of it, but we're gonna keep going. Marie Antoinette I didn't watch. Marie Antoinette I didn't watch because even though I love Kirsten Dunst, even though I was very curious about Sofia Coppola, even though now I'm seeing it has Jason Schwartzman in it as the king, and Judy Davis. I'm sorry, I was thinking of Judy Gold. Good stand-up comedian. It's a Molly Shannon. Anyways, it's about a woman who I know gets her head chopped off at a tragically young age and her children murdered because she was raised in a society that didn't teach her anything other than leisure. So I just found the story of Marie Antoinette pretty tragic. She was very young when she was betrothed. She shit out a bunch of kids that got murdered. Really sucks. Just feel bad. I don't know. Just seems like a tragic life. Didn't really want to watch a modern retelling girl boss version of it. I've already told you guys I haven't watched any Pirates of the Caribbean versus the first one. I've seen the first Pirates of the Caribbean at least 30 times. I used to watch it all the time on repeat. I had a picture, I had a full-sized poster of Johnny Depp as Captain Jack Sparrow in my closet as a teenager. My mom put it there as a joke, but then we just never took it down, so it stopped being a joke. It's one of those things where it's like, ah ha ha, and you do it ironically, and then if you keep doing an ironic thing long enough, it just kind of becomes sincere. That's what the poster was. It was like, LOL, you have such a good crush on Johnny Depp, Kaylee. We're going to get you a poster to hang up in your closet. And then I was like, good, that sounds great. And then they did, and I was like, cool, I love this. The Pursuit of Happiness. This is going to sound dumb, but it's been 20 years, and I still don't know why it's spelled wrong. I thought Jaden Smith was good in this. I think Jaden Smith was a genuinely good kid actor, and for some reason people really, really, really like hating on Jaden Smith because he's just like a rich kid, so it's easy to. And in that instance, I agree. But genuinely, he has a very weird public family life, which has to be kind of hard and embarrassing to navigate, especially as like a rich black kid. Like, you know, he's got a very interesting life. His friends were fucking his mom. Like, a lot of people forget about that. One of the biggest things that came out when she got caught was she was fucking like a 20-year-old who was friends with her son. That's gotta be weird for the son. And as weird as he is, he's like art kid weird. He's like, yeah, I'm rich, so I bought a food truck and I hand out food for free all the time. He really does that, by the way. He has a food truck and he just gives away food. I thought he was good in Karate Kid. I watched him in Karate Kid and I was like, damn, okay, Jaden Smith. Like, I do not think this kid is a bad actor. I think he gets picked on a lot, and I think he's got like a poor little rich girl life where there's so much of it that is privileged that it's easy to focus on just that. But all things considered, like, imagine having to publicly be the child of Will and Jada Smith as they go through all of that. Right? Hey! We're going through 2000s movies. I'm giving my hot takes. I watched Punch Drunk Love. Oh no, we broke it! I watched Punch Drunk Love, but I didn't know. I was told, hey, want to watch this new Adam Sandler movie? Not, hey, you want to watch Adam Sandler's Lost in Translation? So I walked in expecting like The Wedding Singer, Billy Madison, Happy Gilmore, because it's 2002. Like, this is 2002 Adam Sandler. No one told me, hey, so Punch Drunk Love, not a comedy. So I really think I need to rewatch this movie, because I watched the movie kind of like I spent half of it almost waiting for it to be a comedy, if that makes sense. I almost said the exact opposite of Funny People. Funny People, I watched Funny People, and because I had gotten tricked with Punch Drunk Love on accident, because it wasn't Funny People, they trick people. They advertise the comedy Sandler movie, and then you show up and it's Punch Drunk Love. So Funny People was a trick, but most people did not get tricked with Punch Drunk Love. I got tricked with Punch Drunk Love because I had, and I'm not kidding, my friend held up a VHS tape with Punch Drunk Love like written in the middle. Like, I didn't even have a cover. Like this, like, you're looking at this cover and you're like, how would this be a joke? I didn't have a cover. I didn't have the back cover to read the blurb on. I had a black VHS tape that said Punch Drunk Love, and someone go, hey, you want to watch the new Adam Sandler movie? Like, that is very clearly the setup I had for watching Punch Drunk Love. So to me, Punch Drunk Love was one of the most surreal watching experiences I have ever had. It would be like if somebody put in 1 hour photo and all they said was, hey, Robin Williams had a new movie come out. Do you want to see it? And then you're sitting through 1 hour photo, like, waiting for the shoe to drop. So Punch Drunk Love I have watched. I do think it needs a rewatch. Children of Men we've talked about. I can't do it. Mysterious Skin is the first one on here that I truly think I have never heard of. This is a little baby Joseph Gordon-Levitt, directed by Greg Araki, and I've never heard of this. It's got David Alan Grier in it. David Araki, getting old. But yeah, I have never heard of this movie. I'm assuming it's very intense. New Moon, I didn't. So all of the Twilights after the original Twilight, I did not have to be forced to sit down and watch, but I did work at the movie theater, so I did clean all of these movies. I am not counting them as having been watched, but I did have to experience a touch of them. God, the Birdcage is so good. I actually was the Birdcage came up in a discussion about queer cinema this week. And it wasn't even in a good way. They were like, yeah, I remember when, the Birdcage used to be like, oh, what a great gay film, but they won't even show two guys kissing, or like some like fair criticism that was like, all right, I mean, everything's bad if we're gonna be this strict, but yeah. But I like, sadly, it made me go, man, I've watched the Birdcage in a minute. I kind of like to rewatch that. I watched Mouse Hunt. Mouse Trap. No, Mouse Hunt. I watched Mouse Hunt when I was really young. And so whenever I think of Nathan Lane, I always think of Mouse Hunt, and I feel like the Birdcage was Nathan Lane at his most mouse hunty. Like, Nathan Lane is such a great comedic duo, and I feel like a lot of times he's just like by himself as the funny man or in an ensemble, but when it's two guys specifically, like there's a reason like Timon and Pumbaa are the thing. Like, Nathan Lane is such a specific duos comedian. Like, he does such a powerfully good job when it's him and one other guy to work off. More than any, like, I can't think of another person that I can, like, off the dome who is so specifically good at being a duo. Because obviously there's a ton of them, like a House and Bob Odenkirk or whatever. Like, you mean Stephen Fry and Hugh Laurie? Yeah, Bob Odenkirk had that other one. I was too young. I didn't watch Bob Odenkirk's comedy. I've only known him in serious things. But, like, yeah, I know that, duos in Japan, all of them are like that. Lumina, I actually cut my bangs myself 4 days ago in Yosemite National Park in a wooden cabin, and I also was like, damn, okay, these didn't turn out too crazy. I did it 6 hours before a wedding because I'm an idiot. Never punished, though. But, yeah, I'm gonna say this. I don't know if you guys have seen Mouse Hunt. Wait, it's a 90s movie. Let's see if it's on my list. I don't know if you guys have seen Mouse Hunt, but Mouse Hunt has a very specific scene at the end where it's like a string factory that their family runs. And it's like Gore Verbinski movie. And at the very end of the movie, the two brothers make peace with the mouse that they've been hunting, and they turn the string factory into a string cheese factory, but not like string cheese like bricks that you pull. It was like balls of yarn of cheese, and I have thought about eating a ball of cheese yarn. Let's see if we can get you lucky with a clip. Here it is. It's cheese. They accidentally turn the like cheese gets into the thing, and they accidentally invent. That looked like a terrifying website I didn't want to click on. They accidentally invent like actual string cheese. And I have wanted to eat this string cheese my whole life. All I've ever thought about is just like, man, I want to be able to eat a ball of yarn that's cheese. That I want to eat it like fucking Lady and the Tramp, where I just put the cheese thread in my mouth and just until the whole ball is unraveled. Like, I have thought about the joy I would take in eating this yarn cheese for almost 20 years because this movie's from 1997 and I saw it in theaters. That's right, I saw this in theaters. That is like, every time I think about this movie, I'm just like, oh man, that cheese though, that ball of yarn cheese, I want to eat it so badly. So, I don't know if anybody else has been thinking about that yarn cheese. To me, there's like the gray stuff from Beauty and the Beast that everybody wants to try. My version of the gray stuff is the cheese ball. I want to eat that yarn like ball of cheese because it's like string cheese and it's a cheese ball, but not in the way we use either of those phrases. I think it's so powerful. spilled some weed, but it's okay. We'll get over it. That takes us to Zombieland, which I love. Zombieland, clearly one of my top 10 favorite movies. I worked at the movie theater, and I went on a really horrifying date with a guy who worked at the movie theater too. And so we got back into town at like just late enough that we caught the latest showing of Benjamin Button. And this is like a 2-hour movie. So before Avatar, which I fall asleep through all 3 times I tried to watch it, The Curious Case of Benjamin Button is the only movie I've ever fallen asleep watching because it was way too late and I'd had a long day. We'd been skiing and I was very tired. But I've seen it twice, and I will say this is fucked up, but one of my biggest takeaways from this movie was like, why does everyone think Cate Blanchett is pretty? I've always thought Cate Blanchett looked like a 45-year-old witch. And the older I get, the more that becomes a compliment. But I was genuinely confused why people were acting like she looked like she was 25 in a lot of movies. Because to me, she's always looked 45. And it wasn't until I saw her in Ocean's 8. When I saw her in Ocean's 8, I got it. I was like, Cate Blanchett in Ocean's 8 is super fucking hot. Outside of Ocean's 8, she always has like this unflattering hair. And I don't like her nose. And I've just always thought that she looked like an old British witch. I've just never been into it. But I saw her in Ocean's 8 and I was like, this Cate Blanchett can fucking get it. So watching Cate Blanchett be the love interest of this movie was weird. The fact that this movie had a love interest. The fact that it's a short story by F. Scott Fitzgerald that definitely does not merit a 3-hour running time. Like, I don't know. This is even before Brad Pitt was a creep. I struggled with this movie. I thought the premise was weird in a way that just kind of makes me uncomfortable. I didn't like seeing him as like a little old man baby. It was very upsetting for me. Like, are you a little old man or a baby? Pick one. Oh, Lumina, thanks for the sub. I'm looking at him in this prosthetic old man makeup, and it's just like, I was like, yeah, I didn't like prosthetic old man Brad Pitt. He looks like a tulpa. I don't like him. So I struggled. This is considered, again, it's a David Fincher movie, so I know it's considered to be a very, very good film. And I'm sure, like, blah, 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 it has a lot of artistic merit. I didn't get much out of it. I thought it was boring. I thought it was like, all right, that's weird. That's a weird guy. He's just born old and then, like, he dies from SIDS, or he dies by aging into a fetus. Like, she just wakes up and there's, like, a little fetus in the, like, there was too many horrible questions I didn't like. I didn't like any of the thoughts this movie made me think. I guess that's the best way to say it. This movie raised a lot of questions for me, and I was completely unwilling to get the answers. I didn't want them. I did not want to know the answers to any of these questions. That is how I felt about this movie. I don't want to know how it ends. It ends the way all lives end, buddy. It's so weird. I'm clicking on Lilo and Stitch. Atonement is again an anti-Kaylee movie. It has Keira Knightley underbiting into the camera for hours. I don't know. I couldn't do it. I can't do, The English Patient. That is an aggressively not Kaylee movie. Atonement, an aggressively not Kaylee movie. These movies, I don't even know how to describe them, but these movies are aggressively not Kaylee-ass movies. So, I don't know. Like, Lumina, to me, that's canon. That is just canon. I watched V for Vendetta, in, like, 2011 on a TV that I will tell you, this was 2010, because in Black Friday 2010, we went to Target and got a $300 30-inch flat screen TV. And it was 1080p. And it was the first high-def television I ever had. It was my first flat-screen television. It was $300, and back then, for a 30-inch TV, that was genuinely, like, half off or less. Like, that was so cheap for a 30-inch TV. And it was a, oh God, what was the company? It was a company that, turns out, mostly does security systems. It's like Walling... just an off-brand ass TV. Waited in like 4 hours in line for Black Friday to get it. And so before that, we had like square TVs. I don't know how to describe this to younger kids, but like we had the old TVs. And so V for Vendetta is one of the last things I watched on our like regular definition TV before we got a rectangular high definition TV. Yeah, I watched it on some CRT nonsense. Exactly. So like V for Vendetta is one of the very last movies I ever remember watching in standard definition. That is the thing. Like, I'm sure everyone has a V for Vendetta memory. For me, I remember watching V for Vendetta, and then we got our shiny new TV. And when we got our shiny new TV, the very first thing we did was boot up Tekken 7. It was a style at the time. Tekken 6? How old am I? 2015. I was right. Can't be Tekken 7. Had to be Tekken 6. 2007. Yep, it was Tekken 6. And Tekken 6 has a character select screen. And on our HD TV, the character select screen was so... Like, this is HD gameplay footage right here, which is important because our TV was so shitty that when we first booted it up, I remember there's like fire ember flickers because the Tekken logo, you know, it's all Tekken 6 is all like this flamey style. Do the thing. Yeah, it's all these flames, and so when you booted it up, there were all of these embers before like the psh and the logo come. And when we saw that for the first time on a nice ass TV, it like nice ass, our 1080p 2010 Westinghouse, that was the brand. It was a Westinghouse TV. I was blown away. And it wasn't this screen that I'm thinking of, because the names are big here, but maybe that just really, I remember not realizing that the character names, I think maybe it was this, like on our standard definition TV, the font was so small, it was just a blur, so you couldn't read the names. And I remember booting up Tekken and being like, wait, there are character names on the select screen? Because our TV was so blurry because it was standard def that you literally couldn't read the fucking character names on the select screen. And it wasn't until after we got an HD TV and we plugged it in that we could see the little like names. That is what I remember the most about Tekken 6 and us getting an HD TV. Y'all just started pixels and stuff. Literally, it was wild. So V for Vendetta was one of the last blurry things I ever watched. Like to the point where I'm really intrigued by the concept of watching it in like 4K. Because V for Vendetta had like that Vaseline filter that everything had. It was the last thing I watched that felt the way 90s movies feel. That kind of like softness. Yeah, I remember the big... Zyger's dad had one of these. So he's what I'm talking about. You remember the big, like home theater TVs? There were just those big old square, like, 50 by 50s, and they were so fucking heavy that anyone who had one, when it was time to replace it, that just became, like, a fucking... That's a table now, and you just put stuff on top of it. Sometimes you just put the new TV on top of it, like a goddamn TV stand, because they were so aggressively heavy. Like, I remember the first time I lifted an HD TV, and I was like, wait, I can lift this by myself. What do you mean carrying a TV isn't a 4-person job? That is, big TVs used to be work. Where were we? Benjamin Button ruined my life. Didn't even forget it. Elf, I'm marking it. I've told you guys this. I've only seen Elf once, and it was in my freshman year English class leading up to winter break. Our teacher was like, oh, fuck it. You know, you guys did your tests before winter break. There's nothing else to do. We're just going to watch Elf. But our class was only like 50 minutes long, and that includes everyone getting in, getting seated, getting quiet, starting the movie, ending the movie for time for everyone to gather their stuff. So we only had like 40 minutes each class, so like 80 minutes of playtime total. So we really needed 3 days, maybe even 4, I don't know how long Elf is, to watch the whole thing. But she only gave us the last 2 days before break, so we watched what was like not the first half of Elf, the first chunk of Elf. Next day we watched the next chunk of Elf, and she was like, oh no, we're not gonna get to finish it in time. That's okay, everyone's already seen Elf. And I was like, yeah, we've already seen this movie, all of us. And then I just never watched the rest. So I've seen that part of Elf. I've also seen Madagascar in a similarly hostage situation. I did not willingly watch Madagascar. I didn't fight it, but definitely someone put it on, probably for my much younger siblings, and I was there. Your Christmas movie was always a Christmas story? That feels a little like, come on. You got 7 teachers. Somebody could pick up something else. My junior year AP rhetoric teacher was obsessed with The Simpsons, and he was so proud he had a DVD because it was like 20th anniversary, or like they were a benchmark number in 2008, or like shortly there before, like he already had it. And he brought in his box set of every episode of The Simpsons, and so whenever he had an excuse, it would be like, oh, we read this book. Well, there's a Treehouse of Horror parody of this book, and we would watch that Treehouse of Horror. And like he would always find a way to be like, here's how this episode of Simpsons is relevant to class, and we get to watch an episode of The Simpsons. So he was different. He was like, look, y'all can watch your other movies. Or my AP Euro teacher punished the class, in my mind, because we got to watch a movie in class, and I was a 13-year-old girl at the time, and the movie he picked for class was Master and Commander: The Far Side of the World. And I don't know if there is any less designed to keep a 12-year-old girl's attention movie, but I remember the guys in class being hyped. My male AP US teacher, AP Euro teacher, who was also the men's wrestling coach, was super. He had a really big lisp like me, so that was like my little soft spot for him. I was like, he's cool, we're lispy. And that motherfucker spent a week watching mastering, because after AP US, like after the AP Euro tests are done, you still have like 2 weeks of school, but you already took the AP Euro test. If there was anything else to learn, you'd be fucked. So he had like 2 weeks to do. So we watched Transformers 1 with Megan Fox. I watched that in AP Euro. And then the other movie that we watched was Master and Commander, and I was so fucking bored the whole time. It was like second period. So it wasn't first period, but it was early enough, and I had gym first. So I had gym, and then I had to sit in a dark room watching Master and Commander, and I was like, please kill me. Just put me out of my fucking misery. So I know a lot of people love Master and Commander, like a lot of boat guys, a lot of naval warfare autists. That's fine. I respect you. I'm not one of them. I found it aggressively dark and boring. That's the other thing. I remember being very dark. So that's my experience with watching movies in high school. Those were the big ones I remember. I did not see Hot Fuzz. We talked about this. I've only seen Shaun of the Dead because I suck. Did I already mark it? Yeah, we can close this. So I've only seen Shaun of the Dead. I haven't seen Hot Fuzz. I know it's mean, but this guy has his mouth open all the time. This guy. Close your fucking mouth, Nick Frost. Every time I see him, he's got that slack-jawed look. I'm glad he's closed here. He's always just like, what are we doing? What's up? I don't know what's going on. He always has that face. Every fucking time I see him, he's got that dopey fucking... I can't do it. Speaking of Emma Roberts. Bad. Bad. Hiss. Bad. Alex Pettyfer was, I believe, I Am number 4. And if that is the correct actor, Natasha Richardson, R.I.P. That means he was also in Beauty and the Beast with Beastly. Yes, with Vanessa Hudgens. So I was trying to remember. It's like with High School Musical girl. Alex Pettyfer and Vanessa Hudgens with Mary-Kate Olsen playing the evil witch who cursed the beast. I forgot Dakota Johnson is in this movie. Beastly is one of my favorite. No one remembers this movie. It's so fucking bad in such fun ways. It's so bad. It's such a terrible movie. There is nothing redeeming about this movie except you get to see Mary-Kate Olsen acting in it because it's 2011, so you don't really get to see Mary-Kate Olsen acting anymore, and I love the Olsen twins. Interests? Anything bangable. About me? Hate fatty cakes. Gut with butts. Actual lines from the main character. Beastly looks like if they were trying to get the Buffy money and the Twilight money. Yeah, Beastly was in 2011. This was them trying to capitalize on Twilight. This was when dark romantasy was really taking off, and I was right. I Am number 4. I was an I Am number 4 truther because I think Diana Agron is one of the most beautiful, talented singers in the world. That was very overstating. I thought she was the best part of Glee, with the exception of my genuine, and this is so... What is with my taste specifically? My actual favorite cast member from Glee, who I thought had the most beautiful, stunning, unique voice, was Naya Rivera. I genuinely... Like, her line where she's like, I'm a lizard. I have to lay on something hot after I eat to digest my food. Lives in my head rent-free. I fucking loved Naya Rivera. Like, Naya Rivera was that bitch, and her singing voice was so good. But Diana Agron does a duet with Leah Michele to Unpretty, the TLC song, and it's a mashup of Unpretty and I Feel So Pretty, and it is one of the best songs. I'm getting goosebumps thinking about it. Like, full on, I have goosebumps. But I Am Number 4 was a sci-fi attempt at it kind of reminded me of, like, Animorphs in terms of tone, too. It was pretty interesting. It reminded me of, like, Roswell plus Animorphs. But it had Diana Agron, and I was really hoping it would take off because I wanted her to do things besides Glee. But it didn't. And mostly I blame Alex Pettyfer because that's when, as you can see, Beastly was 2011, I Am Number 4 was 2011, he was in Magic Mike in 2012. Like, they were really... Oh, he was Alex Rider. That's the other thing. I actually did a book report on Alex Rider in 7th grade, and when I was doing that book report, the book that I was reading used a sans serif font, and I'm going to tell you right now, I am morally against sans serif fonts for this reason, because Is Jordan here? Don't tell Jordan. I don't know anything about British culture to the extent that Alex Rider is like a teenage James Bond. That's the whole gag. And so he has a whole book series, and the first book series I did, Stormbreaker, I did a book on, right? The whole book is sans serif. I don't know anything about the British version of the FBI and the CIA and things like this. And this is like, Kaylee, what are the top 5 most embarrassing moments of your life? I'm about to tell you guys this. Like, this is genuinely, you're 34 years old, don't start crying. When I was in 7th grade, my magnet teacher, because I was in like the magnet program or whatever, my magnet teacher was such a cunt and was so mean to me all the time. I felt very targeted by her. But just felt like I could never do anything. She was always just needling and nitpicking and just like nothing I did was good enough, and like always like looking for reasons to like take points off. Just very, very hard. We had to give oral book reports. So I gave an entire oral book report to my entire magnet class about Alex Rider. And the major part of this book is that his uncle was basically James Bond, and his uncle dies. So the Secret Intelligence Service, the Military Intelligence Section 6, hires him. So this comes up a lot. And it was sans serif. So every time I saw it, because they also have MI5 in the book, I thought they were M16 and M15. And I spent the entire oral book report talking about M16 and how he was a spy for M16. And M15 also comes up in the book. So I talked about M15 too. And I go through the entire book report. And after the book report, I get graded. And my teacher gave me like a D, like a really low grade. And she said it was because clearly I didn't care enough to do even the most basic research, or I would know that it's not M16. I'm literally about to... She was so mean to me all the time. And she always had the worst, nastiest, stale coffee breath that I hated. She talked really close to me, and I could always smell her breath. And it smelled like Fritos. It was nasty. And it was so distracted to me as an autistic person, I'm not realizing. She gave me a non-passing grade because I didn't bother to check that it was MI6. And I was like, I didn't think I was, like, how would I know? They never say it stands for Military Intelligence 6. They never talk about it being an acronym. The whole book is in fucking sans serif. It is perfectly reasonable for a child to see this sans serif, like this, right here, like this, and go, oh, M16. Especially when there's another organization that they're constantly talking about that's MI5, M15. And so I remember being so humiliated and assuming that the whole class knew that it was M16 and I was wrong and I was a fool. And I felt so like just mortifiedly, miserably embarrassed. Like I'm like getting warm thinking about it. Like I was so, and the other thing was that like I was so angry that she would humiliate me like that. That she would be like I worked so hard on that book report, and she knew I struggled because she was the one who told my mom to get me tested for ADHD, and they did a blood test, said I was anemic, said that the symptoms for anemia were just like ADHD, so they didn't have to do any further testing. And then I never got treated for my anemia, never got any help or support that you would give an ADHD kid, and she just was like, oh, you must be lazy. She literally was just like, well, if you weren't so lazy, you could do this. Like, I don't know why you're not doing your homework, you're just so lazy. Like, she just treated me like I was a lazy fuck. And I was like, I don't know why I can't do it. When I'm at home, I can't do work. Like, I can do all my homework at school, but as soon as I get home, and it's executive dysfunction. The thing that I'm describing is literally executive dysfunction. But I was like, as soon as I get home, I no matter how hard I want to, I can't focus on my homework. Like, I can only focus on school stuff at school. And the second I'm at home, there's like home stuff to do, and I'm in the wrong environment. It feels weird. Like, I can't focus. I'm antsy. Like, I was describing all these things that are very obviously executive dysfunction, but I was a 12-year-old girl in 2004, so there was no way I could have ADHD. So they sure as shit said, you're anemic. We're not going to give you any iron supplements or anything. We're just going to send you back to 7th grade. So my teacher tortured me. And to this day, whenever MI6 or MI5 or any of that comes up in conversation, one, I have this panic where I can't remember if it's MI6 or if it's M16. And so just now I had to pull it up to make sure. And I got really embarrassed. I get that trying not to cry, humiliated feeling of being on the spot with a spotlight on you mocking you. 100%. It's so overstimulating, and it's for some reason I can't do school shit unless I have that horrible fluorescent lighting and I'm in a desk. At home I have this warm light, and it's not the right kind of quiet, and I have things I need to do at home. Quite frankly, I got a lot of shit to do. I could never really explain why, but my biggest struggle in school was I couldn't do homework. I would get 100% on all my tests and 0% on all my homework, and I would get C's in the class. And so yeah, that fucking bitch made my life so much hell under the this very condescending guise of wanting to help and be a mentor. She genuinely just destroyed my love for learning. And sometimes I think about writing her letter. Her name was Mrs. Hinchy. Her name was Cheryl Hinchy. And I remember she had 8 kids because she talked about how her default car was a conversion van because it was the only car that would hold all of her kids. And she had, this is her, I would say she had really short curly hair that was really ugly. And she had the worst Frito breath I had ever smelled in my life. And this was her. She would make me cry all the time. I genuinely couldn't, she ruined my fucking education. She's still in the same school district, so that's fun. But yeah, she was one of the worst teachers I've ever had, and I hope she knows it. I hope she knows she ruined my love of learning. She ruined my self-confidence. She ruined my ability to articulate my thoughts to adults. She genuinely ruined my life for a long time. I used to be so worried that because there's so much high school shit in TV shows and movies, and I always think high school was such a big deal and school was such a big deal, and everything that happens in school defines your whole life. I was afraid that was real. And that because I was so miserable in school, I was convinced that I would be that miserable my whole life. Basically, it was that's all these things where it's how you were in high school really impacts how you are as an adult, and all of these coming of age films were oh yeah, I did bad in high school and that's why I'm miserable as an adult. It was all this I don't know, that felt so much pressure, and I didn't handle it well at all. And high school's supposed to be the pinnacle of your life, and so if I'm not having a good time now, it's only downhill. And one of the greatest blessings of my life, and when I am talking to younger people, anybody 24 or younger, is I really stress to them, I'm look, you'll only realize how true this is when you're older. I can't express to you how little high school matters. The only people high school matters for are the people you don't want to hang out with. The only people who are still clinging to the relevancy of high school into their 40s are people you don't want to be with. right? Like, that was so powerful for me to learn because I truly felt like, well, I fucked up my junior year, so I might as well just kill myself because if you don't do right now, the rest of your life is garbage. Right? But it doesn't matter at that moment because it's the only thing you know. But, like, because so much of pop culture focuses on, like, high school and the high school experience and coming of age movies and things like that, for me, it created this sense of, like, this is supposed to be the best time of your life. This is supposed to be when you figure everything out. This is when you create fundamental relationships that'll last the rest of your life. I don't talk to fucking anybody. My best friends now are not my best friends from high school. I get a little nervous about people whose lives don't change that much from 16 to 36. I feel like your life should be so much different. The people in your life should be different. If you haven't moved between the ages of 16 and 36, you need to start thinking about moving. I truly believe that in my heart of hearts. No one should live in their 30s where they were living as teenagers without at least a gap in between. Like, you have to move out and see things. I don't believe anything as fundamentally as that. I don't think. Like, that is just such a huge, like, cosmic truth. You can smell people who have never left their own hometown. And this, like, I have made friends, like, Kyle's had friends, and I'm like, they seem like the kind of person who lives where they grew up. And I'll be like, oh, how'd you know that? And the answer is because the world seems very small when your world is small. And when you're talking to somebody and you realize, like, wow, your world's really small, it's because their world's really small. I don't know how to describe it any other way. Like, the world is so huge, and you genuinely cannot understand that scale until you go anywhere. People who are like, oh, I'm 45 years old and I've never been on a plane. You should try it. You should I'm dead ass seriously. Pick a place on a map too far to drive, and you need to fly there. As a person who drives 15, 16, 40 hours to get to places, you know, if you don't want to fly, I guess don't do it. But, like, you should know how to fly. In the same way, like, if you're 40 and don't know how to swim, you really got to learn. I'm sorry. I'm a person who doesn't know how to ride a bike. You can't die from not knowing how to ride a bike. You should know how to swim. When I wasn't killing gods in high school like the high schoolers in my video games, I realized I fucked up my life. Well, yeah, I don't know. I think it's so important for high schoolers to hear, like, this actually isn't that important. I know it feels really, really, really important, and, like, you know, whether or not you go to college or not will have a huge impact on your life. There are things that matter. But, right, like, I can't swim because I physically can't is very different than I don't know how. Like, at least, like, right, like, at least treading water, because it's a safety thing. I get so nervous when I find out my friends can't swim. I'm like, what if we're in a plane that goes over under the sea and you drown? Like, I just don't want anybody to go out like that. That feels so, like, avoidable. I get so nervous. So, yeah, I don't know. It's another reason why, like, I struggle to watch, like, high school stuff. Like, comedies are one thing. She's the Man, Easy A, things like that, Mean Girls. But, like, actual stuff, we're getting closer and closer to 13, and I have a spiel about the movie 13. Stuff like that is where I'm like, I don't ever want to go back to that place mentally. I don't ever want to have to live through high school again. You have that, like, you know, if you could wake up tomorrow as, like, a 15-year-old with your current memories and everything now, would you go through life again? No, I'd have to go through that period? No, not even with everything I know now. That would make it worse because I would just know how pointless it is and how immature everyone is going to be for so long. I just couldn't do it. No, I would not. I'm sorry, but I keep seeing Final Destination here, and it's a 2000 film, so it deserves to be here. But it's such an aggressively 90s looking 2000 film. Like, it feels like it should be a 1997 film. I look at it next to Princess and the Frog, which came out 9 years later, and technically they're both 2000s movies, but, like, wow, that is 2000, the movie. Of course I've seen it. I've seen everything with the bad guy from Legally Blonde. Psych, she wasn't the bad guy. She didn't do it. It was actually Linda Cardellini. Sorry if I ruined it for you, Ali Larter. I like looking at Ali Larter's face. I don't know what that says about me. But yeah, like, I literally watched Jay and Silent Bob. Allie Larder. I watched Drive Me Crazy. Allie Larder. I watched that for Sabrina the Teenage Witch because I didn't know that she was a weird Christian before. I'd watch Stoned Age just because now I see Allie Larder's dressed like a little slutty caveman in it. Good. I like her face. I like looking at her. I think she's got a good one. The end. She has a stupid name in that movie though, doesn't she? It's like Clear? Not Claire. Clear. Yeah, Clear Rivers. Her name is Clear Rivers. That's the most I'm a character in a show, movie, or book name. What do you mean her name is Clear Rivers? He gets to be Alex Browning. He gets to be Carter Horton. Valerie Lewin. I really liked her too. I think she has really interesting features. Honestly, Sean William Scott's death scene is one of the things I remember most about the original Final Destination. Because I saw Final Destination 2 first, which also has Allie Larder in it. And then I saw the first one. And Sean William Scott's death scene is so, like, the whole, like, just anxieties. The whole time you're like, no. Last name obscure Expedition 33. See, if her name was Claire, that would make sense, though. It's not Claire Rivers. It's Clear Rivers. Princess and the Frog got me so unnecessarily hyped. I was like, yes, oh my god, finally, we're gonna get more 2D animation from Disney. This shit tricked me so hard. I really thought we were going to get like a single additional adult, like a hand animated movie in the next 20 years. Technically, they have 3 years to start hand animating a movie, but the fact that Wish turned out the way it did tells me we're not doing that anymore. Like, God, what a beautiful, beautiful movie. Oh, God, what a shame. What a cruel thing for Disney to do. They were like, by the way, we still have the sauce. We could do this whenever we wanted. We're never doing it again. And then they didn't. And my little sister loves Tangled, and I don't have the heart to tell her that I blame Tangled for Disney becoming Pixar. Tangled was really popular, and then Frozen made infinite money, and they have never looked back from 3D circle head girl animated movies. Because yes, take me now. I have watched so many like physicists try to explain to me about how like actually driving behind those log trucks is super safe because they're really heavy, and the log truck in the movie, the logs essentially have to be made out of rubber to bounce the way they did. I don't care. I'm not doing it. I see a log truck and I'm like, we're gonna go next to you. All right, Casino Royale, I'm sure was a movie that involved every other scene, but for me, this was a movie where Daniel Craig was stripped naked, put into a chair with no bottom, and had his balls beat with a fucking rock on a string. That's the only part of this movie I remember. If that was from Quantum of Solace, I'm gonna look like a real fool, because I swear to God, all I ever think of is Eva Green 5-second appearance as Vesper Lind, and him getting his balls beat by Mads Mikkelsen. I don't know why, but him sweaty, oily, and dirty, naked in a chair with no bottom, having his testicles beat by Mads Mikkelsen, burned itself into my memory. Everyone is on fire here. The black and white opening is top tier. The movie's just a little bit too long. It should have ended right after they transferred the funds. Naked James Bond and Hannibal Lecter chilling in a basement, balls getting slapped 5 feet apart because they're not gay. See? That's the part of the movie I remember. If I had written this movie, there would have been an extremely long scene following the ball torture, where a Swiss ball fixer shows... I'm glad everyone else is like, this is the balls movie. Fixed his balls and talked at great length about his job. It's unlikely that any of the final act would have survived. Can't really imagine resisting the temptation to follow this man home. I think his catchphrase would be, I just flew in from blank, and boy are the balls there mended. Something to think about if any Bond people are reading this. Upload your testicles. I want to see. Yeah, I'm sorry. Casino Royale, like, boosted Daniel Craig's career to heights that he probably didn't even dream of. It started off a new trend of, like, what if we take Bond movies seriously? Instead of saying Christmas came early and shit like that. But all I remember is Mads Mikkelsen's ball torture. Lumina, I haven't seen the new Mortal Kombat movie. I talked about this briefly. 2021. New. Wait, The Journey Begins wait. They're counting The Journey Begins as the movie. The new Mortal Kombats are in the Mortal Kombat The Journey Begins cinematic universe? What the fuck is happening? Anyways, I watched Mortal Kombat and Mortal Kombat Annihilation, and that is almost 100% entirely because I thought Robin Shaw was beautiful. I can't tell you most of what happened in the first Mortal Kombat because I saw him shirtless and his hair was longer. Ooh. And I was in. And then it had the bad guy from The Parent Trap is Sonya Blade, and I was in. I can't tell you shit about what happened in these movies, but I watched this man, the opening scene where he's just like doing kung fu shirtless. It awakened a lot of things in me. Yeah, and then we got her, Brigitte Wilson. Oh, Sampras back then. Wait, is Brigitte Wilson married to a tennis player? She is married to the tennis player. What in the John McEnroe? I forgot that she played Buffy the Vampire Slayer's older sister in I Know What You Did Last Summer. And both the sisters die in that movie. That family gets annihilated. And everyone else just wanders off. I did forget that she was the sexy lady in Billy Madison. That's on me. She was also in The Wedding Planner. I watched this movie a bunch, and it really pissed me off because the idea that brown M&Ms have less food coloring in them makes no sense because the candy coating is white. It's not a brown colored M&M dyeing the chocolate. It's a brown candy coating on the white shell of the M&M. It has just as much dye as any other color, you dumb bitch. Sorry, that's the one, that's where I draw the line in The Wedding Planner. It wasn't the fact that she was stealing the groom from a bride who she was setting the wedding up for, which is just ontologically evil. It's the fact that the fucking, denouement of this film is her being like, well, somebody told me that the brown ones have less food coloring because chocolate's already brown. Fuck you. That's not how anything works. That is not how a single thing works. Sorry, films of Alex Pettifer. We're going away now. Got too into it. But yeah, I really like The Wedding Planner except for that one part, and that stopped me from watching Made in Manhattan. Yes, for some reason, I haven't seen Made in Manhattan because that one line in The Wedding Planner pissed me off too bad. It's true. She's the man I genuinely love. I always am rooting for Amanda Bynes. Every day, I hope she's kicking ass as a makeup artist. Because I know she got into cosmetology. I hope Amanda Bynes gets whatever she wants in life going forward. I truly do. She worked with Dan Schneider for a decade before anyone knew he was a creep, completely unprotected. She did all these great movies, and she was in Big Fat Liar where she played a character named Kaylee. And in my entire life, I have seen 2 films with a character named Kaylee. And one of them was Amanda Bynes in Big Fat Liar. I forgot when she was in Easy A, I was hoping that was going to be a comeback, but she's Kaylee. It's spelled wrong. It made me really sad, but she plays a Kaylee in this. And whenever I think of Paul Giamatti, I always think of this movie. I don't know if that's what you guys think of when you think of Paul Giamatti, but it's always him blue in Big Fat Liar to me in the movie with Kaylee. And then the other Kaylee in movies is even weirder because it was in the animated film that no one but me gave a shit about, Quest for Camelot. Kaylee, Ley, at the end. Neither of them smelled like my name. But I watched this movie all the time, almost solely because the main character's name was Kaylee. I loved this movie. I loved the 2-headed dinosaur. I thought that this 2-headed dinosaur was way better than the one from Dragon Tales. That's my hot take. Love that money! I have never come across a human being who's been like, I know Quest for Camelot. My mom bought me this movie one day, and I just randomly had it. It was so random. But I had Quest for Camelot on VHS as a kid, and the main character's name was Kaylee, and this was a blind guy, and that's why he's got a staff. But I want to be a knight. I'll go on grand adventures fighting evil, saving damsels in distress. Kaylee, I know what you are. This was a great movie. People are haters. Because apparently and the bad guy was the super scary guy. And yeah, there was a bird with like, he gets transformed into an axe, but like partially because there's evil magic afoot. That's why these two dinosaurs get combined, these two dragons get combined. And so for us movie, this bird is like a half axe bird. I don't remember. I'm watching forever. That's what I remember. You're getting all the hits here. But those are the two person named Kaylee is in this movies that I can think of. If you can think of another movie with a protagonist named Kaylee, I would love to hear it. Still haven't found a Kaylie, but that's my mom's fault because she thought she invented the name. Yes, I was not named Kaylee because it was a trendy new 90s name. I was named Kaylee because my grandmother wanted to name me after Halley's Comet, and my mother wanted to name me Katrina, but thought the name Katrina was too common, and my grandmother refused to let my mother name me Rhiannon Grace because that was the name she actually wanted to name me. So my mom smushed Katrina and Haley together and then tried 40 different spellings, and then that's the one that she liked the best. And that is how I got my name. If you were curious. I didn't know Paprika existed until I saw Perfect Blue in theaters 4 years ago, and I was like, holy shit, I want to watch every Satoshi Kon movie. And Tokyo Revengers is still higher on the list, but I do still want to watch every Satoshi Kon movie, and I haven't watched Paprika, so that's on the list, which is funny because Kyle has it on Blu-ray. It's in my house right now. Typical white woman bullshit. Yep, my mother was inventing tragedies before the concept of a tragedy came to be. Yeah, there's like, what's it like going through life with just the most aggressively white girl name? Honestly, I'm just glad my name's not like Brinley, Braxtley, Kinsey, Jessica, you know. I watched Paprika High and holy shit, she writes sins, not tragedies. Zyger having watched Paprika before me is so powerful. Holy shit. I can't believe we're only on page 2. We've been going through this for over 4 hours. It's been fun, though. I watched Ice Age in theaters. I watched Freaky Friday in theaters. I watched Narnia. Here's my hot take. My uncle got me a omnibus of all of the Chronicles of Narnia books, of which The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe was the first published, but technically is the second book because they wrote a prequel. And the anthology that I got had them in order to where The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe was the second story that you read. And I'm desperately trying to remember the first one. I'm looking at the publishing order and then I'm looking at the reading order and they're like exactly the same. I think it's The Magician's Nephew because yeah, it's Narnia Year 1. So I think that it had it in like chronological order based on like the Narnia timeline because I'm pretty sure this one was first because I remember being like, wait, The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe was second? And looking in this timeline, technically The Horseman's Boy also comes first. I had a weird anthology that was all one book because like technically The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe was written first, but if you look at the internal chronology, The Magician's Nephew, both on Earth and Narnia, takes place before The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. And then The Horseman's Boy takes place like just before The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. So I think The Magician's Nephew was first in the one that I had. But I had this whole collection and I have never been able to click with them. I didn't like any of the kids. All 4 of these kids fucking sucked to me. I didn't like Aslan. I didn't like the fact that they totally forgave their brother for betraying them to the Snow Queen for some of the shittiest candy I've ever had. Because in 5th grade, we read The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, and my teacher brought in Turkish Delight and had us all try it. And I was like, I would literally betray my family if it meant I never had to eat this. What do you mean this is what he gave them up for? It pissed me off so bad. I personally think that the only way that you could fix this story is if you were to give him the death penalty. If that was my brother and he betrayed me to the White Witch for Turkish Delight, I would genuinely execute him. I don't give a fuck. You aren't gonna betray me and live to do it again. Fool me once, shame on me or whatever, because I'll fucking kill you. You ain't gonna make me look stupid. So, yeah, I just don't like any of these characters. I think they're done and boring. And then when I found out the whole thing was Christian propaganda, I think that helped click on what I wasn't really feeling about it. The Polar Bear Chariot couldn't even do anything for me. I have just always found the Chronicles of Narnia to be aggressively boring. And I apologize. Obviously, they're quite well-written books. The bitches love them. I am simply not bitches in this context. So, right, like if it was Sour Patch Watermelon, I would understand. But you betrayed the family for Turkish Delight? I can't do it. Here's my confession as well. I worked at the movie theater when The Proposal came out, and it's one of the only Ryan Reynolds movies I can sit through. I don't like Ryan Reynolds' smarmy face. There's something about his mouth that feels very weird and unattractive to me. So I have never been a Ryan Reynolds fan. I just don't particularly care for the man. Everything about his obviously forced persona, desperate for approval to look cool. He feels like that kid in class who's the class clown, and it's because he just really wants attention desperately, even though he's not actually that funny. He's always cracking jokes and goofing off and interrupting the teacher, so he's just considered the class clown. That's how I feel about Ryan Reynolds. He's that kid that stops you from learning because he wants attention. I'd sell some of y'all out for a Klondike bar. See? Sensible candy. That's all I ask. Some ice cream? I fucking love ice cream. Turkish Delight is nasty. Turkish Delight is like, well, we wrapped gelatin in powdered sugar to kind of offset the gross. You know, yeah, I don't know. I don't fuck with Ryan Reynolds. I liked The Proposal, though. I thought that Sandra Bullock was so charming. And low-key Malin Ackerman is super good in it. It's got Betty White, R.I.P. Asif Manvi's in this. Wow, yeah. I liked it. I thought it was a cute little film. It wasn't anything too crazy. I did think that Sandra Bullock looked a little old for him. Was my other thing where I was like, oh wow, she looks like she's in like her 40s, and he looks like he's in his like maybe early 30s. So I thought it was interesting that we're letting women who look like they could be 30 or older be love interests in movies. But yeah, I don't know if other people have feelings about The Proposal, but I am shocked at how good it is. All right. And then that takes us to almost the opposite movie, which is Bridget Jones' Diary. Bridget Jones' Diary is eating disorder film. Bridget Jones' Diary worked as a book because in the book, it's Bridget Jones' diary, and she's writing about what a fat, gross slob she is. But when you hear how other people talk to her, it's clear she has body dysmorphia and she's actually not fat at all. And that's like a really important part of the book, is that like the pressures for women and their appearance and how it destroys their relationship with their body to the extent that you can't even see your body correctly, like in reality what it actually looks like, is kind of an important feminist note in the book. And the film is like, wow, Renee Zellweger sure is fat. This woman right here sure is a fatty fat. That's what I remember about this movie. Now, you've given it 4 stars, Chris, so if you're here, I'd love to know, because to me, Bridget Jones' Diary is a movie about how the 90s destroys women, but nobody, including the people making this light-loving rom-com, notice. Because I just really need to hammer home, this is fatty Renee Zellweger. This is, oh my god, she's so fat, do you think she could deserve a man? This is the fat, unlovably porky, needs to be on a diet Renee Zellweger. Once again, I looked like this. When I watched this movie. And this girl right here, society was like, if you look like this, you're fat. If you look fatter than this, all the mean things we're saying about her, we mean about you times a million. Like, genuinely, she is supposed to be a fatty, and I can't get past it. I can't get past how I would look at this movie. I would see Renee Zellweger, and I would be like, she's so much skinnier than me, and she's fat and gross. If this is fat and gross, I am the most disgusting thing that ever lived. Like, Bridget Jones' Diary 100% destroyed my self-esteem. Okay, I thought these other things destroyed. Yes, that's the problem. Everywhere you turn, every comedy, drama, TV show, fucking everything. This Bridget Jones is fat. Look, they're showing off. Why the new Bridget Jones movie ignores her weight entirely? Because it's better. Because they were like, fuck it, she looks like this. We can't be talking about her being fat. But when she was like this, they were like, she is such a fatty. I remember I was 140 pounds. In high school, I was 140 pounds. And my goal weight was 125 pounds. Still is. And I remember, now my goal weight's like 140. I look great at 140. But my goal weight, my entire high school career and like beyond, was 125 pounds. And my mothers not only encouraged that, my mothers were so like in their own head. Because I grew up with lesbian parents. So I was only a house with women with body issues. There were no men going, no, I find you attractive just like this. It was women going, God, we're all so fat and disgusting together. So like there's a struggle. My moms were so fucked up about their own body image issues and fed into mine so badly because my stepsister was the same age as me. We were both we are 20 days apart. I cannot stress how much we are exactly the same age. But my stepsister has a very athletic, slim build. And so we used to joke with her. There was a rule that you had to be in a high chair when you had to be in a car seat if you were under 8 or under 80 pounds. And we used to fuck with her because she was under 80 pounds as a freshman in high school. And we would be like, we're going to put Caitlin in a car seat. And she would be like, no, it's 8 or 80, 8 or 80. And personally, I think the weight thing is a little bit more important. I think if you're so small, you kind of like need a little boost anyways. That probably matters. But no, she did not have a car seat. Yes, the rule was 8 or 80, and she was over 8. But just so you guys can really see kind of the depths of my body image issues, here's a picture that my family took. This was posted in 2013, but we have Danny. He's about 3. He was born in 2006. Yeah, 2009. I was gonna say this photo is from between 2008 and 2010 because I'm in high school in this photograph. So this is genuinely what I looked like when I'm watching all these shows, and I'm the one on the left. The one on the right is my stepsister. Wow, that did weird shit. So this is what we looked like. This was Fatty Kaylee in an oversized sweater to cover up the fatty. And this was my 80-pound stepsister who could do no wrong. And so my parents never talked to my stepsister about her weight because, ironically, she stopped doing cross-country and track, and she never stopped eating the same. So she blew up and to this day is incredibly heavy. But she was always very, very, very skinny our entire childhood. Here's our 21st birthdays. When she was so happy she started gaining weight because she got titties, because she was always jealous I had titties, and I was always jealous she was 100 pounds. So, all women are unhappy with their bodies. But I was so convinced I was fat in all of these pictures, that my sister was skinny and I was fat. Here's the very first time we were voting. I voted for Obama his second term because I turned 18 right after his first. But, I look at them, I'm like, I'm little here. I was the fattest thing in the world here. You couldn't tell me shit. You could not convince me I wasn't obese. My senior prom, my stepsister was just starting to gain weight. My senior prom, I was convinced, I'd look so much better in this dress if I wasn't a fatty. I still have and fit into this dress. But, body image issues are so weird and stupid. That Bayside concert guy, the guy I dated, his abusive ex-girlfriend found out he was taking me to prom, took a bus, because she lived in Wisconsin, with her 1-year-old child. Took a bus, showed up at his house, told him the next bus didn't leave for a week, locked herself in his car and refused to get out. So he called me 2 days before prom and told me he couldn't take me. And one of my friends who felt so bad that I was going to not go to prom, because I refused. I was like, I didn't go to my junior prom because I didn't have a date. Prom was the only dance I refused to go to without a date, and no one ever asked me. So I didn't go to junior prom because I thought it was too embarrassing to go without a date. And then I finally had a boyfriend, and then everything went south. south, and then my friend Pitty agreed to go because he was like, no, my prom was so fun. He was like 2 years older than me, so he was in college. But he was like, oh no, my prom was so fun. You totally have to go. Like, yeah, you hate yourself if you missed it. And I'm like, I'm not fucking going without a date. And he was like, okay, cool, I'll take you. And he had a girlfriend at the time, so she was very mad. Apparently he got a lot of shit for this. 5 years later, we ended up dating for 4 months, and he turns out had a chubby girl fetish, and for those 4 months he would take me out to eat every single day, and I ended up gaining like 30 pounds. And when I expressed to him that I was getting nervous that I had gained so much weight so fast, he was like, oh, don't worry, like basically that's intentional. I like girls better thicker. And I was like, that's really fucked up and weird that you would like try to fuck with my body without telling me. I don't like that, and it's one of the reasons I broke up with him. And he responded to me breaking up with him by going, cool, I made sure your mom really liked me, so that way she will never stop talking about me for the rest of your life. And he was right. For years and years, my mom would be like, whatever happened to Joseph? He was so nice. And then, it turns out he has a kid, that's God. I went to his Facebook one time out of curiosity, and I found out he had married a girl named Kaylee. So I broke up with him and I moved to Seattle. I was like, hey, I'm breaking up with you and I'm moving to Seattle. I found out 2 months after I got to Seattle, he moved to Seattle after me. Met a girl named Kaylee who looked like me but chunkier. And they started dating. And it freaked me out so fucking bad. It looks like now they're married with a kid. But it genuinely scared me so bad that he had moved to across country to where I moved and then got a girlfriend who looked like me but bigger with the closest to my name he could find. And then they moved to Alaska because he was living in Alaska. But he met her in Washington and then moved her to Alaska. It was very surreal to find out. So if you thought that was a cute prom story, cut to 5 years later, we dated for 4 months. Didn't go well. So yeah, talk about white people shit. Yeah, no, it was rough. But my brain, so this is junior proms. You want to see, like, Kaylee, your stepsister's not smaller than you. That's because, like I said, senior year, she stopped doing cross country and track, and she gained like 100 pounds. So this was my stepsister my whole life. She was very, very small. It was, you're big and she's little. You don't exercise and she does cross country. You are like a size 7, she's a size 00. Like, that was always the vibe. Whereas, like, you're the fat sister and she's the skinny sister. And if you were like skinny like Caitlyn, very that. So seeing this and having everyone be like, wow, look how fat Fatty Jones is in her fat fatty outfit. Who does she think she is, dressing up all sexy and slutty when she's a fatty? It really, really hit home for me, like deeply impacted me as a child. And you want to know the craziest part? I've never seen Bridget Jones' Diary. I've never seen this movie. I have only ever seen the way people talked about Renee Zellweger and how brave she was for being so publicly fat. And I could not stomach watching this movie. It shook me to my core that this skinny blonde lady was starring in a movie about what a fat, gross woman she is. It really, really shook me to my core. I couldn't do it. In completely opposite news, I found out today that the character of Zoolander originates from a 1996 VH1 Fashion Awards skit. I don't know if that's just information everyone has. There's Derek Zoolander University. 1997, issued of the 1997 VH1 Fashion Awards. This is his second appearance. He started out as a little, like, skit clip thing. Here it is. Derek Zoolander, male model, 1996 VH1 Fashion Awards. If you guys did not know this, there are a series of shorts of Derek Zoolander that were originally created for the VH1 Fashion Awards for years. The movie didn't get made until 2001. But the character was created in 1996, and they have Derek Zoolander, male model. They have, you saw the other one, Derek Zoolander, whatever, and they had this animated one, Zoolander supermodel. 2016. But yeah, Derek Zoolander University, 1997. The next year's VH1 Fashion Awards, they brought him back to do another one. So I had no idea that this character existed outside of the movies. I wasn't aware of the Zoolander lore, but that is where he comes from. He was created for the VH1 Fashion Awards as a joke. As a joke, the whole thing's a joke. But, like, the joke was, that's the Fashion Awards, so let's get Ben Stiller as, like, a male model. Wouldn't that be something? Thought that was wild. I've watched 50 First Dates, and I've also read a lot of really, really interesting conversations about whether or not 50 First Dates is immoral or not. I have to err on the side of it is, because they have 2 kids, which meant for years, for both of her children, she would wake up pregnant and have no memory of being pregnant, and also it's really fucked up and weird to bring kids into a world where you know their mom's gonna forget them every single day. Like, maybe you guys should be child-free if she has severe memory problems. Feels a little cruel. So yeah, it's mostly harmless. I loved The Wedding Singer. Singing back together was really fun, but man, has a lot of ethical questions, this movie. And then 27 Dresses is really funny because when I first saw 27 Dresses, like, as it existed, I was like, oh, what's this? This also isn't the poster I'm used to. I like the 27 Dresses poster where the whole dress is, like, things. I thought it was an older movie. I don't know how to describe it any other way, but I was like, oh, wow, did Katherine Heigl do this before Grey's Anatomy? This one. Where it's a whole, I don't know, it just looks better filled in like this to me. Versus when it's, like, mostly empty. I like the one that's all filled in. Apparently this was considered pretty decent at the time. Like, it was one of the chick flicks where it was like, oh yeah, Katherine Heigl's doing movies. Katherine Heigl I also have a soft spot for. Katherine Heigl tried to have a nuanced conversation about how women are the fun suckers in comedies in the mid-2000s, and so she was ripped apart and shredded. She was like, yeah, I was in a movie called Knocked Up where everyone is like this fun, cool, goofy guy, but I'm like this this really high-strung, killjoy, shrill shrew of a woman. It kind of sucks that, like, the only party-killing, vibe-killing people in the whole movie are me and my older sister. That's it. And if you read what she actually said, I really do think she was making a lot of truly good, nuanced points, and instead people heard, wow, Katherine Heigl's so ungrateful. She's shit-talking the hit movie she's in. So I feel like Katherine Heigl has suffered a lot under she got labeled a difficult woman because she was like, hey, let's, like, critically introspect the, like, ramifications of the movies we're making, and nobody was down for that. So I haven't seen 27 Dresses because I saw the cover and went, oh, this must be an old movie, and then just never got around to watching it because I'm not really great at watching movies, as you guys can see by this list. But I've heard good things. I've heard, like, surprisingly good, like, that's a solid rom-com things. Unlike Katherine Heigl's later film, where she plays, like, a bounty hunter. She's a brunette in it, which is the first mistake, and she got handcuffs. One for the Money. I worked at the movie theater when this. No, I didn't. This was 2012. I remember when One for the Money came out because it was her first big starring role after getting ripped to shreds for Knocked Up and all that. And then no one saw it. No one saw it. It didn't look good, didn't look funny, and no one saw it. And she hasn't really been in shit since. So I feel bad because I like seeing Katherine Heigl in things. I think it's cool that she's very open about being an adoptive parent. You don't really see a lot of people talk loudly about being an adoptive parent. I just want to sort by release date. I want to start by release date, but the opposite. Also, I liked her in Roswell. We should have gotten more Roswell. Home Sweet Hell. His face in this movie is great. This is making me sad. I'm like, wow, Katherine Heigl really is kind of mom age now, isn't she? What do you mean she's not still 25? Fuck you. A movie with Diane Keaton. And Susan Sarandon. And Amanda Seyfried. And Robin Williams plays a pastor. This is 2013. Topher Grace? The only good member of the cast of That 70s Show? I also remember when Killers came out. I felt like Killers should have done better. Killers seemed very cute, even though I don't like Ashton Kutcher. I thought Katherine Heigl was pretty cute in it. I was a little sad that didn't seem to get a lot of A lot of love. The poor man's Mr. and Mrs. Smith. Yeah. So, I don't know. A little bit more love to Katherine Heigl. But she's mouthy as a woman, so she's not allowed to have good roles anymore. I saw Night at the Museum because I have too many child-aged siblings. I saw Night at the Museum because of that, and I saw Cheaper by the Dozen 1, and I don't think I saw Cheaper by the Dozen 2. Oh, Daddy Daycare. Daddy Daycare is a movie I had to watch because my siblings wanted to watch it because they were all under the age of 10. Cheaper by the Dozen is a movie I had to watch because my family wanted to watch a movie and we needed something that adults could watch that was also appropriate for children under the age of 10. A lot of these style movies, these like Night at the Museum style family movies are, well, we want to watch a kids movie that's not like a kids movie. Obviously, I'm Fernie's Groove, 10 out of 10. Darjeeling Limited is when I start falling off. Wes Anderson, haven't seen it. Scary Movie, this one in particular, I always really, really liked the cover for. But I think we can all, like, I don't think this is a hot take at all. I think this is just fact. Of all of the Scary Movie movies, the only one we need is Scary Movie 2. Scary Movie 2 is a perfect film. Scary Movie 2, its overarching plot is a parody of Rose Red, so that makes me happy. The little gross hand, the Others parody, because I love the Others. This first one doesn't do much for me, except it always reminds me of how much plastic surgery Anna Faris has had. And you can argue that it's technically filler or whatever, but Anna Faris used to have thin lips, and every time I see Anna Faris, her lips are bigger. Like, those aren't your lips, baby girl. I've seen your lips. Even here, she's just starting to stop doing filler on the top. Like, I remember for the House Bunny, I couldn't look at her because her lips were so inflated, they looked painful. I was just like, girl, like that bottom lip. To me, the line for filler is don't do it. Don't do it. Because we are finding so much stuff about filler. They lied. You can't get filler dissolved. Filler just like recedes deeper into your body. And if you try to dissolve the filler, the way that filler is dissolved is they put this acid in that dissolves basically all of your muscle. Like, it dissolves all of it. There is no just targeting the filler, which is why when girls get their filler removed, their faces sag really bad because they've destroyed all of these muscles with it. It's a hot mess. Great cast on this film, though. So one, don't do it. But two, the real red line to me is when the lip is shiny. When, like, it's been injected so much, it's flipping. See how it's shiny here? Right? When I start seeing girls, like, the top lip is so bad. When you see this shininess like this, that is always so scary to me. When their filler is so big that they've started getting a shiny lip. Like, when these are your lips, when they're going... Because they're exploding with liquid injection. So they're just... like, imagine if I was constantly like this. It looks painful to me. It looks painful, your bottom lip and top lip being so full of a foreign object that they're flipping like this. Like, it makes me want to be like, girls, your lips are covered in spit, but it's not. They're just shiny because they're that, like, shiny skin. Like, it makes me be like, wipe your fucking mouth. And Anna Faris in this era was really getting into the shiny lips. Like, she had the shiny pillow lips. Growing their lips by absorbing the lips of another. Well, women are afraid to age because they're not allowed to work anymore once they look like they've aged. So, like, for actresses in Hollywood, it's one of those things where, like, everyone else has to stop so they can stop. Because they have to be the standard. And if we all go, no, that's not the standard we want, maybe we have a hope. I went on I don't even know what brought this on. I went on a huge Guy Ritchie bend. I do know why. It's my love for Jason Statham. I saw Crank 2 in theaters. I'd never even heard of the Crank series. Crank 2 was my first Jason Statham movie. And I saw Crank 2 and I was like, hello. How you doing? Crank 2 is not Crank 2. Jason Statham as a human being is who I try to bring up when I see men not accepting their hair loss. Because Jason Statham is so fucking hot. And I don't name a single woman who's been like, yeah, Jason Statham could get it if only he had more hair. Like, I have never heard a single woman be like, I hate the fact that Jason Statham's hairline starts in the middle of his forehead. No one has ever said that. Jason Statham is balding and it makes complete sense and he looks hot as shit balding. Or just regular bald. But like Vin Diesel already looks great bald. I feel there's a lot of proof that bald looks great. What doesn't look great is if he was trying to put like some wispy hair up top here, comb it to the side to make it look like any of those. I'm obviously trying to cover up my receding hairline. All that shit screams is insecurity, and insecurity is never sexy. Jason Statham has the confidence to go, yeah, I'm 75% bald, so I buzz it low, do something about it, and it's hot as shit. It is hot as fuck. Every man who's like, I'm not sure if I could shave it, shave it. If you're trying to like do this to try to just get rid of it, because that's your insecurity talking, and you will look so much hotter when you feel like Jason Statham than you will when you look like George Costanza. No man has ever looked hot with like a side part comb over thing. No one's like, yeah, Donald Trump has really convinced us all he has hair and also he looks so great. And be a Jason Statham. Have the balls to be bald. Because bald guys can be hot as fuck. Straight up, there's so many hot bald dudes. I really struggle to understand the concept of being insecure about hair loss as a man. Because men are hot as shit bald. DD, it's very funny you say that because I do need to play some Marvel Rivals and it's almost 9. So then we're going to switch over to Marvel Rivals in a minute here. I was thinking about just streaming it, to be honest. If you wanted to see a little nut action. So let's finish page 2. I'll click next, and then we'll wrap it here, because page 2, God, the 2000s were a time, because you have everything from Princess and the Frog to Final Destination to Scooby-Doo to Elf to Zombieland to Atonement to Casino Royale to She's the Man. Like, we're all over the place. It's great. Where are we? So, I'm not going to watch Boy with the Striped Pajamas. The author of this book is incredibly problematic. We've talked a lot about, like, I actually already believe the Holocaust was bad and that Jewish people are people, so I don't have to watch a really, really sad movie humanizing them, because 1, I think the Holocaust was bad and we shouldn't do it. 2, I think Jewish people are good and should be alive. 3, genocides are wrong. Those are the lessons for the Boy in the Striped Pajamas. I don't need to watch the movie. So we're crossing that off. 13 I've never seen, but my aunt saw it. My aunt is 6 years older than me. So my aunt saw this movie, and quite frankly, I have a bone to pick with Catherine Hardwicke because this movie partially ruined my life. My aunt watched this movie, and I was 12 when she watched this movie. No, I was 11 because it's 2003. I was 11 when this movie came out, and my aunt watched it. And I'm me. I am an autistic, no friends. I play with Barbie dolls, Bratz dolls, Monsters Inc. on the PC, and I read books. That is what I do with my free time when I'm not playing The Sims in my bedroom. I was an aggressively just me-ass kid. Well, my aunt saw 13, and she was convinced, because 13 is based on a true story, she was convinced that my life was going to be 13. She was convinced I was having hard sex, doing hard drugs. She was constantly warning me away from things I would never fucking do. This fucking movie. I was like, I'm not this interesting. I just know. Nikki Reed of Twilight fame co-wrote 13, by the way. It's a semi-autobiographical film based on their crazy teenage years. My aunt was so overprotective and was like, you're not doing drugs, right? Like, and all this weird shit because she saw 13 and she's 6 years older than me. So it's not even like she's like a boomer watching this. My aunt is like 17, watches this movie and becomes convinced I'm going to be Evan Rachel Wood in the movie 13. And she just becomes so weird for like a year and a half after she watched this movie. She was always asking me about drugs and sex and partying and all of these things that I had no interest in doing. When I was 13, I had a Twitter dedicated to Glee. This movie came out shortly before I turned 13, and my friend's dramatic-ass mom made us watch it as a cautionary tale, but I think it just made me gay. Like, this movie pissed me off because I'm like, my aunt lost her virginity at 14. She was doing shit from this movie. I was not. I was aggressively not the kid this movie needed to worry about, and she was. So I'm like, look, you're real worried about me. You're 17 and talking to me about your abortions. I don't think we're on the same page right now. I remember when I would get punished by being told to go play outside instead of staying inside. See, my mom was fucked because I developed a deep passion for reading very, very early on, as in, like, I was about 2 years old when reading became my personality. And no matter what I did as a child, no matter how badly I acted or what I did, my mother could not bring herself to take books from a child. Like, morally, the idea of banning a child from reading, she couldn't do. So we both knew she couldn't punish me in a way that mattered. Ground me for a week and all I can do is play with, like, I can't touch any of my toys, but I can read books. I can just sit in my bed. Like, you can't get off your bed. You sit on your bed reading books or going to the bathroom. That's all you're allowed to do. That's all I was gonna do anyways. You know, like, it was very, very hard for her. Because, yeah, she'd see me reading a book, be inside for like 3 weeks, and she couldn't bring herself to be like, why don't you go outside and play? Best she could hope for was go outside and read a book. And then it'd get too dark to read, and I'd come inside. Like, she was fucked because she morally couldn't be like, you're not allowed to read books. And that's all I wanted to do. So what are you going to do to punish me? My whole world is up here. Like, you can't take shit from me, lady. Kyle texted me, and I checked it, and he has informed me, the text says, Kim Mathers was arrested for a hit and run. Now, the only Kim plus Mathers I know is Marshall Mathers' ex-wife, but I don't think she's still a Mathers. But I did really, really love the M&M show as a kid, so... Like that one? Yeah, Kim Scott. I was like, her real name is Scott. Yes. Booked for DUI. Damn, that's what she looks like now? That's rough. She was pretty. I don't know if you know this, but not only did Eminem take custody of their daughter, but he also took custody of this woman's other daughter and his own mother's oops baby the same age as his daughter. He's raising like 3, maybe 4 kids, and only Haley is technically his. Like, he's raising Kim's other kids and has since they were little because he knows that she's not a great mom and he had money. So, I don't know. You know, obviously, Marshall Mathers, problematic individual, but I will say he has always had a soft spot for doing right by kids. And that's the other thing. Haley's had a kid, so he's a grandpa now. If life hasn't come at y'all fast enough, Marshall Mathers is a daddy, is a grandpa. Grandpa Eminem. I saw the Polar Express, and my siblings were wanting to watch it, and I didn't know it was an animated film, so I wasn't emotionally prepared for the fucking body horror that is the Polar Express. This fucking movie is one of the scariest movies of 2004. The Polar Express is goddamn just body horror. Obviously, Fast and the Furious. So, fun fact, it's not that fun because he's dead and a pedophile. But my mother grew up in Tahunga, California. My mother's brother is a year and a half younger than her. My mother loved baseball. We're a big baseball family. My mother's little brother loved baseball. Back in the day, girls were not allowed to play baseball. They could only play softball. And my mother refused to play softball because, as she said, softball is for sissies. So, somebody insulted the Cubs? Ban this man. TLDR, my mother's little brother was on a Little League team for years, and on that Little League team was Paul Walker, and my mother still has the Little League team photos with little bright blue-eyed Paul Walker, tiny kid, front row in most of them. So my mother was absolutely devastated when he died because she had known him since he was a child, but they didn't exactly remain close after being little baseball player kids, so I had to be the one to tell my mom he's a pedophile. So that was fun. Hey mom, Paul Walker's dead. By the way, he was dating a 16-year-old. Yeah, so that was a fun moment. So anyways, I fucking hate the Fast and the Furious franchise. I hate being reminded of Paul Walker. It's always so calm. I'm like, oh man, my mom's so sad he's dead, and I'm so sad he was a pedophile. Yeah. I there's that. I watched Borat. It was better than Bruno. I'll say that. I watched Castaway, and I remember being like, if I was alone on a desert island, I don't think I'd go that crazy being by myself. I'm pretty cool by myself. I'd probably just vibe. I feel like I'd probably just vibe. That was my thoughts. I also read Robinson Crusoe and Swiss Family Robinson a lot as a kid, so I was already very Castaway on an island, here's how I would survive pilled. So I was like, this guy's not even doing it right. Like, I had been prepping for just in case I was washed up on a deserted island since I was like 7. So when Castaway came out, I was like, you ain't shit. You haven't even planned for this. Y2K También is a movie I've been meaning to watch forever. Super famous. Napoleon Dynamite. I am marking as watched because I know I've been in the room while this movie has played. But I remember growing up and Hot Topic being full of nothing but Napoleon Dynamite merch and being like, I can't let anybody know I don't think any of this is funny. I did not think any of Napoleon Dynamite was funny. I thought his interpretive dance scene was too earnest. It made me too secondhand embarrassed and sad for him that he was just gonna get bullied. I can't do it. I get too secondhand cringe for him. Into the Wild is about that dipshit, right? Yeah. Hey, I'm a dipshit. Now I'm dead. And I got a bunch of other people killed because other dipshits want to see my corpse. That man has a fucking body count. They had to move the bus. The fucking bus he crawled into and died in. So many dipshit 20-somethings learned nothing from his life and decided to go see the bus themselves and died. They had to fucking move the bus. I didn't like Marvel stuff as a kid, and I think part of it is because the X-Men movies were so bad to me. I had a huge crush on Rogue, and Anna Paquin's gap-toothed, buck-toothed ass being cast as Rogue is one of my villain and origin stories. I'm sorry, Anna Paquin. There's a reason that you're not smiling with an open mouth in your headshot. It's because you know that as soon as you open your mouth, it's like fucking Beverly Hillbillies back there. I don't find it cute. I don't find it attractive, and I wanted Rogue to be hotter. When a person is supposed to be hot, I have very high expectations. So I couldn't get into The Witcher. The chick that they cast for a woman who literally learned magic to make herself hotter was one of the plainest, like, yeah, I mean, I guess she's cute style chicks I've ever seen. I need a drop-dead gorgeous woman. I need Priyanka Chopra. They did not give that to me. So I was pissed. And I realized I wasn't hard enough. I have seen Moulin Rouge. I have not seen Shrek the Third. I refuse to watch Bridge to Terabithia on principle. You can't fool me. Big Fish, I watched my sophomore year of high school, and my biggest takeaway from this movie was one of the little kids that he's telling the life story to is a baby Hannah Montana, and she's so little here that Miley Cyrus is credited in the film under her real name of Hope Faith Cyrus because she hasn't legally changed it yet. Yeah, Priyanka Chopra is not a good person. She is physically beautiful. I want to be very clear. I've heard lots of not good things about Priyanka Chopra, and apparently her marriage is at this point a matter of convenience and pretense because his mom wants them to be married because she's afraid he's gay. So I'm not saying anything nice about her, but you can't, like, I will also say, yes, you do have to hand it to him. Two nice things about Priyanka Chopra. One, beautiful. That's a beautiful woman. Like, look at that. Look at her face. That's a beautiful woman. Two, she was the producer for not performances. She was the producer. She has a production company now specializing in I guess she was Miss World 2000. That makes sense because she's gorgeous. I don't even know how to look this up now. I feel crazy. Filmography should be better. Because it's not performances. Oh, as producer. There we go. Evil Eye. I was like, I'm really desperately trying to think of the name of the movie. She was the producer for Evil Eye. We watched Evil Eye because it was an Amazon Prime movie. We streamed it. One, Serena Chaudhry in it. Absolutely beautiful. This is how I found out. My computer just lost its mind. That was weird.
loud as shit too. I'm turning this music down. Jesus. Sarita Chaudhry was in a movie called Mississippi Masala with Denzel Washington that was directed by Mira Nair, and that's how I found out about Mira Nair, and I got really into her career. And while I was deep diving Mira Nair, I found out, I was like, she's got 2 Wikipedia husbands. Oh, her son has a wiki. And at the time, this wiki did not look like this. It didn't even have a picture. Because at the time, it was this tiny wiki because her son was a local New York politician. I remember looking up Zohran Mamdani years ago when he had a tiny, technically he still had a wiki, but it was just the blurb about his life because it's really interesting. He was born and raised in Kenya. He was born in Uganda. His parents did a lot of cool stuff because his dad is also, again, has a fucking wiki thing. His dad is an anthropologist and an African studies professor. So they've lived all over Africa in various countries for his dad's studies. And so he's lived a fascinating life. And I was like, Zohran Mamdani's into politics. I can't believe he's doing local New York politics when he's the son of such famous, well-educated, interesting people. He actually has a degree in Africana studies. And I swear to God, this is real. I was like, wow, I really hope he finds success in politics. And then when he was announced as running for mayor, I was like, Zohran Mamdani? Mira Nair's son? And I feel like I was one of the only people my age who was like, wait, Mira Nair's son? And so I've been following Zohran Mamdani's career before. He was basically a rapper when I heard about him. I have not, Azim. Am I gonna get recommended a badass fucking movie? Oh, because I even forgot to say. So, Evil Eye was a cool movie because it's a horror movie. And the protagonist is a woman in her fucking 40s or 50s. It's just very rare that, middle-aged women get to star in movies, let alone a woman of color. And she fucking pisses all over it. It's a great movie. I really enjoyed it. So I don't know about how everybody else thought about it. When I watched it, I was blown away that it was so solid. I wasn't expecting much out of it. I'd never seen any previews. I just saw the cover here and was like, oh, that's kind of interesting. And I thought it was so good. So, yes. I just love looking at beautiful women. I don't know what that says about me. Oh, yeah. Oh, we got some good stuff. This is a beautiful color. Look at that. I love beautiful women. I know it's so dumb, but when you're born bisexual, I feel like I've talked about this with other bisexual people, and a lot of them are like, I know exactly what you mean. One of the hardest things about being born bisexual is finding out that not everyone finds everyone beautiful, if that makes sense. The idea that you could not be sexually attracted to some women blows my mind. In the exact same way that the idea that there aren't any men you could be sexually attracted to blows my mind. The idea that there is pure hetero or homosexuality was genuinely very confusing to me, because I see shit like this and I'm like, damn, he's cute. Damn, she's cute. Look at these two, you see beautiful people next to each other, and you're not I can't be like, oh man, unfortunately I can't find facial hair attractive because I am straight. I see a woman like this and I'm like, wow, to see this and be like, I'm not attracted to femininity as a concept, it blows my mind. In the exact same way where I see a guy and I'm just like, you don't want just a little piece of that? Look at that guy, he got nice hands. It's very hard for me to imagine that you could just not find an entire gender attractive when there are so many beautiful people in the world. Look at her hair here. Oh, that's beautiful. So thanks. Yeah. But that's the other thing. Are you straight so penises gross you out? Well, that doesn't make any sense because, to me, being gay or straight can be very transphobic. Because it's wow, really? So if you saw an absolutely beautiful woman but she had a penis, you wouldn't be into it? Because to me, that changes nothing. Sometimes I feel bad about how easy it is for me.
Because I genuinely, like, no, I would not give a fuck if I found out the guy I was attracted to had a vagina. Like, I just don't give a fuck. You know? Like, it's just, those are complete, penises are not inherently pretty or ugly. Well, most of the time. I have seen both weirdly gorgeous and weirdly ugly penises. Mostly just one. Not in person, in a porn, so it's not mean. I saw a penis in a porn once that's lived in my head rent free. We talked about it either last stream or the stream before that. But yeah, like look at this man's hair. Oh. Reminds me of like when Rahul Kohli grew out his beard and I was just like, oh, hello, sir. What's up? But I really liked Big Fish, and I thought it was really funny where I was like, that looks like Hannah Montana. And then I saw the credits, Hope Faith Cyrus, and I was like, son of a bitch, that is Hannah Montana. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Hope Faith. It was a real clunker of her name. Destiny. No, it was worse. It was Destiny Hope Cyrus. So in the credits of Big Fish, that's how she's credited. See? Films, Big Fish, 2003. What's a videography? Is that just... Okay, they do have filmography. Yeah, credited as Destiny Cyrus. So that's my fun fact, is the only thing I've seen Hannah Montana in, because I haven't seen any of this shit. I don't trust Miley Cyrus whatsoever. I don't trust her at all, and now that she looks exactly like her mother, who you also can't fucking trust, I'm just like... I am a white woman. I know, shocking. When I was in high school / just graduating, like 2008, 2012, you had nothing, like the big trendy hip thing was white women appropriating black culture to get like edgy appeal. It was Ariana Grande blackface. It was Miley Cyrus using black culture for her to shed her Disney Channel image, and then once she wanted to be taken seriously again, dropping it completely, and now she's Miss Country Dolly Parton girl. Like, I just find it so suspect when white women are willing to trade black culture like a commodity. Like, that is such a red flag. Like, I don't know how to describe it any other way. I know it's so cringe already, but, like, the intersectionality between white women and minorities in general is so, like you're white, so you think you're safe, but you're a woman first, and you gotta internalize that. Like, just, when I see these white women being such painfully white women, or, like, just being so... painfully awkwardly racist and lame, and it bothers me to my core in a way where I'm like, because that's my, like, if anybody has to come get your girl, it's me, right? Like, that is my people. Like, white cringe embarrassing white women are my like, if anybody has to reel them in, it's me. If anyone has to do the diatribe explaining why it's bad, I don't think she's changed now. She's changed now in the sense that she wants to be taken seriously. I have never seen Miley Cyrus be like, yeah, actually, I totally still listen to rap. Here's all my black friends I still hang out with. Or even at the very least, yeah, it was really inappropriate how I put on black culture like a costume for my benefit and then shed it when I didn't want the baggage of being associated with black culture. I have never heard her make that statement. And Ariana Grande is still trying to find a new race she can steal, so I know there's no hope for her. But Miley Cyrus literally got huge off shedding the Disney image, transitioning from kid star, by doubling down on her proximity to black culture, because black culture was the pop culture zenith at the time, and quite frankly, always. And then as soon it was like, well, but I want to act and win country awards and be taken seriously as a performer, suddenly she was the whitest white girl in the world again. Suddenly there was no twerking, there was no bandeau knots, there was no nothing. Suddenly she was just the most hanging out with Dolly Parton fucking white girl. I honestly consider Dolly Parton's biggest red flag her marking Miley Cyrus as her successor. The fact that Dolly Parton has taken her under her wing and propped her up as the Dolly Parton seal of approval is the one thing above all else that makes me question Dolly Parton. That's how much I don't trust Miley Cyrus. She makes me not trust Dolly fucking Parton. And she has a horrible singing voice and an ugly face. culture vulture. That's the phrase. Yes, like, thank you. That's what I was trying to think. Like, when you see, like, you know, you see a Y2K culture vulturing, or like, I have deep problems with Sacha Baron Cohen. Once I found out Ali G was one of his characters that he just fucking loves to throw out and use and make a video on, I'm like, wow, Sacha Baron Cohen is insanely racist. Borat already felt racist, but at least Bruno was making fun of gay Germans, a thing he also isn't, so we can add homophobic to the list. And yes, I'm picking on Sacha Baron Cohen because he's a rabid Zionist and an evil, evil person. But Jesus Christ, this culture vulture, like, I want the benefits of, like, look, I'm cool, I'm hip, I'm edgy, I'm adult, I'm grown up, I'm sexy, all those things that you equate with, like, rap music. But you also equate it with, like, you know, low intellect and, like, not taken seriously. So the moment I don't want that, like, I had my VPN on. You're not allowed to VPN. Not anymore. They've caught up. I remember when all I needed was a VPN and I could do whatever I wanted. Anyways, it's a Tim Burton movie that feels the least like a Tim Burton movie of any movie he's done, despite having Helena Bonham Carter in it and a touch of the goth. So overall, I do recommend Big Fish. I think of all of the Tim Burton movies, it's the least painfully Tim Burton, and it's pretty interesting. Oh, it was fun. I have seen A Beautiful Mind because it's my mom type movie. My mom loves watching movies like this too. She loves period pieces. She loves biopics. That's another one. So mom loves period pieces, sweeping dramas, any type of medical show, and biopics. My mom's my mom's like, you know, an intellectual smart lady. My mom loves watching, like, smart stuff. Like A Beautiful Mind, you know? And I'm, like, over here, like, I don't know, smart stuff. Meanwhile, it's right next to In Bruges, and In Bruges is a fucking banger. In Bruges made me such a deep Colin Farrell stan, it retroactively made me forgive him in the 90s. Like, Colin Farrell won me back so hard between this and Seven Psychopaths, he can do whatever he wants the rest of his life. I fucking love this movie. I'm not even kidding. Just not even a little bit. Just watch it. I watched it randomly because I was like, Colin Farrell, he was good in Seven Psychopaths, a movie I wandered into the movie theater and chose at random and liked. I'll give this a go. And it was fucking great. It was so great. So, love In Bruges. Genuinely just great. I watched The Butterfly Effect, and this movie poster feels wild for the movie that is the Butterfly Effect. I can't remember if it's the alternate ending, but I think it is. The only part of this movie anybody cares about is the alternate ending, where he realizes that basically the butterfly effect is that his existence keeps getting the woman of his dreams murdered, and so he keeps going back in time trying to fix it, and then he finally realizes it's the fact he exists in general that is cursing this woman to die. So in the, like, director's cut, second ending, whatever, my canon, he goes back in time so far, he goes back in time to his mother's womb and strangles himself with his own umbilical cord and murders himself as a fetus to save his girlfriend in the future. It ends with him going back in. The director's cut alternate ending has haunted me since I was 11 years old. See, it is real. That's the alternate ending where he goes back in time and murders himself as a fetus. If you haven't seen Butterfly Effect, you should watch it from there. Slumdog Millionaire should be much higher than last one of page 2. Slumdog Millionaire is a genuinely perfect film. Every 5 minutes of this film is perfect. Every minute of this film is intentional and matters. You could watch any 10 minutes of this movie and feel deeply, deeply satisfied with your viewing enjoyment. I cannot stress enough how much everyone should watch Slumdog Millionaire. I don't give a fuck. It's just a solidly acted movie. I'm not saying, it's not even like you gotta watch it. It's so deep. You gotta watch it because it's just, like, riveting throughout. You gotta watch it. Him in the call center, looking at the map, being like, I'm by the lock, yeah, and, like, making up a lock he lives, like pointing at a lock and being like, that's the lock I live by. Yeah, I live in Scotland. Lives in my head rent free. Like, there's every scene in this movie I just enjoyed so hard. Yeah, the Afro, talking to other white people as a white person can be kind of fun because they don't expect you to have a really deep prepared argument for why rap is better poetry than any other type of poetry that's come out in the last 40 years. Like, just here, listen to this verse. Here, look at this line. Here, check the meaning of this. I got, Kyle, I was really afraid I was going to annoy because when the Kendrick Drake beef was happening, I was basically every 5 minutes going, okay, here is why this line works on 8 levels at once. Do you get how fucking clever it is for like, you know, like, I remember when Lupe Fiasco's Lasers dropped. You know, like, people try to talk about rap, and it's just like, dude, if you like puns, if you like fun wordplay, if you like fucking like clever insults, if you love a good reference to where you don't get that joke, if you don't get the reference, like, it's a fucking short film. Yeah. Like, when you find out, like, hey, you know that won the goddamn Pulitzer. Just, yeah, one of my favorite things is breaking down, like, you understand that the only good poetry in modern society is rap. That's my hot take. I'm really bad at reading poetry and getting something from it, but, like, listening to a spoken word poet or somebody rapping it, suddenly it hits so much harder. A fucking rap album, you know how good your rap album has to be to win a fucking Pulitzer? Like, goddamn. Jesus. I'm waiting for him to pull out a Peabody somehow. So yeah, I always think it's very funny when it's like, wait, do you think rap music is just like gangster rap? Because even then, let me pull out 50 Cent's Many Men and blow your fucking dick off with wordplay. Are you illiterate? You can't read between the lines? It has the N-word in it, so I can never say the full line. But that is one of my favorite lines in a song. Where 50 Cent's like, you know, like talking, and he's like, are you illiterate? You can't read between the lines? That is such a good line. That is such a fucking great bar. Like, he's talking about real shit in, you know, a subtle way. And then he finally just calls out the listener. Like, do you not get what I'm trying to say? Are you so illiterate you can't read between the lines? Like, that bar goes so fucking hard. And that's one of the, like, most gangster rap songs I can think of. So yeah, I know, like, I'll be defending rap today as a painfully white woman. But I do get a benefit of other white people not necessarily expecting it. Or because, like, of course a black person's gonna say black music's good. But when a white person says it, like, but I try to use that to my advantage. Like, genuinely. Just like I know white women tears are incredibly strong to weaponize. So if I'm in a situation, how do I de-escalate? Well, if I start crying, all the attention's on me. Stop, like, you're not gonna arrest this man while I'm like, stop beating this black man. A white woman's crying. You have to go console me. Shit like that. Like, I try to be aware of that privilege to be less cringe. Because, again, white women are cringe, and that's my culture. That's all I got. So, you gotta, like, in group talk. Like, come on, guys. We gotta... 51% of us voted for Trump. I can't even say you. I have to say us. Like, that's the part that sucks. I feel like 51% of us? I'm in this group? Like, goddamn. No, I want you to move closer so I can have D&D at my house so I can get minifigs and stuff. I'll become a problem. I just want to try some D&D at home, like in-person D&D. So I'm trying to drag you fuckers closer. But yeah, like, rap is too good for people to dismiss. And if I can be like, hey, here's a white person saying it. Here's a list of powerful lines. Did you know that was in a rap song? Like, I know this is dumb, but I was so surprised when everyone was surprised Cardi B left Offset. Because to me... when they released the song Bongos, I knew they broke up. They being Cardi B and Megan Thee Stallion, I knew that they, Offset and Cardi B, broke up. Because, like, just I know this is so dumb, but to me, one, I love this song. Two, she constantly, to me, this song very clearly says,
damn, you want my man? All he does is cheat. That's fine. At least, you know, like, it sucks that I got a BD instead of a husband, but at least my BD is somebody instead of your broke-ass BD. Like, this whole song to me was just, I broke up with Offset. He ain't shit, but my ain't shit baby daddy is still better than your ain't shit baby daddy. Yeah, this came out way after. I think WAP was one of the things that really introduced the world to Megan Thee Stallion, if I'm remembering correctly. But literally when she's like, my BD is amigo, your BD is a zero, I'm like, oh shit, they broken up. And then she's like, she says something to the effect of like, I don't even want to post a pic with him. That was when, you gonna settle down, you gonna live with him? I don't even want to post a pic with him. I was like, oh shit, this woman is broke the fuck up. This whole song to me was like the girl's chasing her husband trying to settle down with him. She's like, bitch, I don't want to post a picture and you're trying to take him from me? Like, this whole song to me was Cardi B announcing she was single. And I didn't see a single fucking person talking about that until like 2 weeks later when she was like, hey, by the way, I broke up with Offset. Like, this whole song is aggressively, I am through with Offset. I'm back on my hot girl shit. That is this song. I love it. Oh, it's like the way they, all these hoes want to be my little ponies. And I'm like, I want to be a little pony. Always acting like they know me. So good. Anyways, this whole song is a bop. But the Megan verses are like, hey, bitches, I'm back. I know y'all been talking shit about me because y'all want to pretend I didn't get shot, but I'm back and I'm here and I'm that bitch. And then Cardi B is like, hey, I know I was literally getting embarrassed left and right, getting cheated on from a fucking loser, but I remembered I'm Cardi goddamn B, so now I'm back on my hot girl shit. That was this song to me. I love this song. I think it's perfect. And again, you read it and you're like, this is just like two chicks being slutty. But I got so much more out of this. I was like, Cardi B is putting it all out there. This is her whole relationship right here. And so, no, I think it's interesting. Like, if you just look, the words are all right there. So good. Right? Media literacy is dead, because I saw this song and went, oh shit, this is her announcing she's single. And then like 2 weeks later when she was like, yeah, we're through, everyone was like, oh my God, her and Offset are broken up? I was like, did you not hear her say her BD was amigo? You don't talk about the man you're married to as your BD, babe. Like, you don't talk about how you don't even want to post a pic with him if you're fucking happy as pie. Like, there's a line Megan says in this song, couldn't school me even with a student loan. And that one, I don't know why. That one really gets me too. All right. Anyways, those are my favorite ones. That's the last of page 2 for Slumdog Millionaire. We're starting over. I haven't seen High School Musical, so we're going to start tomorrow with something fun. B-movie? God, we're getting crazy. Okay, so it's already 9:30. Okay, my bad. I'm going to pull up. There's Secretary. Okay, Secretary is pretty high. We made it. We succeeded, boys and girls. It is below Click, though, so we have failed as a society. The soundtrack for Oh Brother, Where Art Thou was so good. Made me realize I love bluegrass. We'll pick it up. I don't know why. We're going to... So Paralives comes out May 25th, and I'm going to be streaming Paralives. So I don't know if we'll be doing Letterboxd until then. I hope this isn't too boring, because I've been having a lot of fun. There's a lot of stories, there's a lot of chatting, just a lot of hanging out. Letterboxd is cool. Who knew? Is that the Ang Lee Hulk all the way up here? All right, we're getting into it. So I'm going to be in the Marvel Rivals Discord playing Marvel Rivals. If you guys are interested. I got to find my notes for the timeline, because I had to make a timeline because it was hard to keep track of when things happened, except I remembered what house I was living in, and I move annually. So I was like, I was living in this house, so it has to be in 2002, and I made a whole timeline based on what apartment I was living in at the time. All right. I'm going to wrap it there, though.